If we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
They probably go for a month. Lots to get into. Good quartets on the field. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Hope everyone's doing all right. Yeah, it's not coming. Happy Labor Day to everyone. Figured we get together. I wasn't planning on doing a live today. I was just going to chill, but my son last night, he was like, so Dad, are you going to live stream tomorrow? I was like, no. He said, well, maybe you should so we can order out. So I thought about it. I was like, okay, I'm going to do one. Then he was like, okay, yeah. So he already got his food. He already got his food. Everybody ordered stuff. My wife ordered me something too. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope you guys been enjoying your Labor Day. I'm going to take my time today because I got time. There's a bit of an echo. Y'all, if let me know if you guys are hearing an echo as I'm speaking. I can try to adjust some things on my end. I want to thank everyone so much. We're into a new month, September. And I had hoped that this whole Umar Johnson saga would slow down, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And the reason why is because I put in a lot of time last month and the month before. Matter of fact, the last 2 months were the best months that I've ever had by far on YouTube. Last month was crazy. I want to take a moment just to thank everyone for watching, for subscribing, people who've been supportive of the channel financially. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And I'd hope that this month would start off easy so I can have a little bit of a break, but it didn't happen. If you guys don't know, first of all, let me say Umar, he hasn't been online all that much in video format. The only thing he's done What's up, man? Shout out to Information Man. Information Man did a live stream yesterday, which was the bomb, like Donkey Kong. If you guys haven't seen it, I promoted it on my YouTube page. Shout out to Information Man and Brother Muhammad he had on yesterday. Awesome show. One of the best interviews, I would say one of the most important interviews that I've seen dealing with Umar. And that's saying a lot because I've seen a lot of them. Okay, so when you guys have some time, head on over to Information Man show and check out the interview that he did with the brother yesterday. It was fantastic. Awesome. And shout out to you, Information Man. Much respect. Much respect. Like I was saying, Umar hasn't been online all that much in video format. The only thing he's done recently was he stood out there in front of those abandoned buildings and he didn't even say anything. He was just standing out there. And I think he was trying to gauge the audience to see what people were saying, because whenever he posts these days, especially once all this other stuff has gone on, okay, maybe I'll give a recap on all that too. A lot of his followers, they've turned on, they clown him and they go in. So Umar, he's a narcissist. He really does care about what other people think about him. And there's nothing wrong with caring. But it's another thing wherein you won't even go live because you know everyone's on you because you've been lying so much, and so you just get online just to see what people are saying about you, your own followers on Instagram. But other than that, he hasn't been online, but he has been lying a lot. And then yesterday he has an interview. Shout out to Brother James for letting me know. He has an interview with, I was going to say Lord Jamar, with Father David, and he spins this narrative, a long-winded narrative. I didn't realize the video was that long because what I did was I edited out all of the commercials and breaks and stuff, and it's just Umar talking or Father David talking. And as I was putting the clips together and editing things out, I'm realizing Umar, he's telling this story. Okay, I don't know the full story, but he's explaining, I guess, why things are where they're at now with FDMG. It amazes me that Umar can continue with this for all this time. There is a poll question too, by the way. How much longer do y'all think this FDMG school scam is going to go on for? I remember back in 2019, I said, I can see it going on for 3, maybe 4 more years, where it's 6.5 years in now, and with no end in sight. So I don't know. But if you guys are so willing, go on and make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. Also, if you enjoy this live stream at any point, okay, we're taking our time today, make sure you hit that like button as well. Again, I want to thank everyone so much for all the support. I'm getting close to 90,000 subscribers. So maybe, hopefully, we'll see by the end of the year if I get to 100,000, we'll throw a party, a big party. Okay. So this is going to be what we're going to do today. That's on the agenda. The video is long too. It's an interview. Umar doesn't appear, but you can hear his voice. I edited it down to about an hour and 30 minutes, an hour and 40 minutes. We're going to watch that from the beginning to end, and I'll make my commentary, okay? But then what I want to do is I want to go back and review the video that gives the bank account freeze timeline. I would actually like to do it to start and then watch the video because it'll show how much Umar Johnson is a liar. But I want to get right on into the video that's hot off the press. There's also had inside of the title of this video, but I don't think we're going to have time to get to it today. It's a video of a brother that went up there to these abandoned buildings a couple of days ago. And I edited that down. I just haven't exported it yet. I got to export it. It's going to take a while. I could export it while I'm live streaming here, but I don't think we're going to have enough time to get to that. But maybe tomorrow we can get to that. And it just shows you how Umar, he ain't done nothing up there. Ain't nothing going on up there. And I remember that same brother. I can't remember his YouTube page name right now, but I have him. I have it in the video. I actually have his screen name on YouTube screen name on there. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, he's the brother that did a video to talk about an incident that took place with Umar, because I believe that brother's from New York, where Umar was out there and Umar was confronted by a brother from New York. I think it was in Brooklyn, if memory serves me correctly. And they was going to come to blows. And this brother was actually there. He told that story many years, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe. And I believe it's the same brother. So shout out to him for going up there and doing the investigative reporting and taking video. He took video of everything on the exterior, and it looks horrible out there. We probably won't have time to get to that today, but tomorrow I'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll get into that tomorrow. Okay. All right. So let's get right on into it. Again, thank you guys so much. Cook Crush Chat. Shout out to everyone inside the Cook Crush Chat. Thanks to all the mods as well. Sweet D became been a member for 1 month. Man jaw. It's always something with Umar. It's always something with this guy, and that's really what set it all off. Was this whole Lenon thing, because I have the bank account freeze time now. We're gonna go into that again. We covered it before, but it's going to be good for this marathon. And it starts with Lenon coming out over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, and spilling the beans on Umar. Actually, it's over 2 months ago. And then Umar, he suggests, this was on July 9th, he suggested Lenon stole his bank account information. And then on the 17th, Umar is over in Africa. Remember that video where he's dancing? I'll play this later on after we get to the main video. And then on the 25th of July, Umar he talked about how his bank account was frozen. All this sets all this up. He's such a con man. And then he gives an FDMG update, and he's talking about how the bank accounts are still frozen. This was August 4th of 2025. And then August 8th of 2025, that's when I broke the story about how those buildings were in jeopardy of being auctioned off. And I showed the paperwork for that. We looked at the website as well. And then Umar was at the Source of Knowledge bookstore at an event out there, August 9th of 2025. And then he does the video on August 12th of 2025, and he deletes that video. It was horrible, but we covered it. And then, of course, August 15th, that's when the Brother Basic Black podcast, he contacted the city, and they gave a response. We covered that as well. That's in the video. We'll play it later. And then August 17th of 2025, I confirmed that by sending an email to Daniel T. Walker from the city of Wilmington, Delaware, and confirmed that actual email. Then the last couple of points, and we'll get to the video in terms of the timeline. On April 20th, okay, Then see, August 18th, Umar, he claims that his bank accounts are still frozen. And a couple of days ago, he said that it was unfrozen or whatever. But then what has happened since that time is what we're going to get into now. Okay, thanks, Sweet D, for being a member for 1 month. This is the brother right here, El Malik Abdul Muhammad. Thanks for your support. I'm ready if you ever want me. Okay, yeah, we can set something up for sure. This was one of the most important interviews that I've seen dealing with Umar for different reasons. I just think that, one of the most important things is for brothers to speak out, because we're supposed to be the front line of defense for our families, but also in the internet space. The internet space, it's because even as I listened to you talk yesterday, it's different. What was Black conscious back in the day, and I got into it back in 1994. That was before the internet proliferated. So most stuff was grassroots, real people doing real things. But since the advent of the internet, and now we have anybody who can get online like Umar and do what he does, and then people somehow thinks that he's an honorable man, that he's a Black leader. He's none of that. So that's why I think it's important for Black men. We should be the front lines of defense, and we should speak out against people like Umar, and then individuals like Father David, who continue to cape for Umar. It's just not a good look, because Father David, he's supposed to be an elder. It's just we're living in a different time. It's totally different. And as you talked about the people that you've interacted with and your history, was not only inspirational, but it's good to see someone who's done work and is doing work actually speak out about Umar Johnson. So salute to you. You talk about your family and that too. I'm a family man too. So much respect to you. Okay. Thank you for the super chat as well. I appreciate it. And again, this brother was on Information Show, Man Show yesterday as an interview guest. One of the best interviews I've seen dealing with Umar. And that's saying a lot, because I've seen a lot of stuff for years. Okay. Salute to you, sir. And the Information Man sent the super chat. Thanks so much, brother. Says, thank you for all you have done to open people's eyes. Oh, thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you're doing. You're very highly regarded and respected amongst people in the Cookie Crush chat, and for good reason. You're a good dude. You're a good man, and you're fair. You've always been fair. You've always been fair with Umar. See, and that there's something to be said for that. Okay. Again, it's not that we look at Umar and it's just about bashing Umar. We hold him to task. We hold him accountable, as men should do. But we're always fair with Umar. We're always fair. So thank you so much, brother, for super chat, and thank you for all the work that you've done over the years. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Y'all ready to get into this? Okay. So let's get into the first video for today. And this is a mini marathon, so we're going to be taking our time. Make sure you got some food or whatever. If you got to go take a break, go take your break. Come on back. We're going to be here for a while. All right. So this is the interview from yesterday that Umar did on Father David Word Radio, and it was on I think it's streamed online too as a radio station, but it's on their Facebook page. And what I've done again is I edit out sections where there's commercials or where the Umar's not talking, and it's still quite long. So let's go on ahead and get onto it. Get into it now. Here we go.
Say good afternoon, Dr. Umar Johnson. How you doing today?
Peace and Pan Africanism, and happy Black August to all the brothers and sisters out there.
That's right. This is still August, because I'm telling you, I was so remiss. Last week, we did not forget, but we did not mention the birthday of Marcus Garvey, August the 17th. We were so consumed with so many.
Y'all be playing too much. I'm sorry to pause it right away, but Iceman Bam says, I just want to know what all you haters are going to say when FDMG opens in 3022. At this rate, it's going to be about 3055 at least at this rate. Shout out to I was going to say Information Bad again. Shout out to Iceman Bam. Here we go. Yo, wow. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Yeah, Baba David is back on the scene. He's back on the scene. What's up, guys, little princess? All right, here we go.
Other things that had just slipped by, but I'd never forget the works of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, and I got him on my chest today. Marcus Garvey and Frederick Douglass on my T-shirt. So, Dr. Johnson, I don't know if you read my post that I put on Facebook today to all of those doubting Thomas and doubting Thomasinus that call themselves trying to kick a brother while they thought that he.
Okay, I gotta say, I'm gonna do it. I gotta do it already. Father David, you need to cut this shit out. What kind of man at your age is defending someone like Umar, sir? You're supposed to be an elder, but you running behind Umar's skirt? What kind of man? You're supposed to be an elder. And why do you do it? Because you know, and he knows it. He knows that Umar's a scammer. Hit the one, because he's called Umar out in a passive aggressive way. See, part of the problem is the lack of courage. See, the brother that got on to speak on Umar yesterday, brother Muhammad, did he have courage? Absolutely. He's a real one. Information man's a real one. But Father David, this is not the way, sir. You're supposed to be an elder in this. So why do you do it then? Because you know Umar's a scammer. Why do you placate to this guy and coddle him like he's a little boy? See, I find it hard to believe that you raised some sons, because if you're a black man and you raise sons, you know that this is not the way. You don't coddle them. You don't do that. You hold them accountable. So Father David, why do you do this then? And I'm only saying Father David because that's what we call you. Umar called you Baba David. But as far as I'm concerned, if you defended Umar, you're unworthy of the title, sir. And I said it. Why do you defend Umar? Why do you cape for him like this? Well, it's because you know damn well that, and I'm just being real with it. Your radio show is trash. Your viewership, you don't get viewership. You don't get numbers. You don't do numbers. It's trash. So you know that if you get Umar on there, you're going to get some views, and it's still trash. So the point that I'm making is, why would you sacrifice your own integrity as someone who's supposed to be an elder to have Umar on and cape for him? I'll wait. It's cowardice. But you ain't the only one. Let's keep going.
He was down, and I said to myself, it cannot be nothing but brainwashing, because it seems like when we have our people to try to raise our people up, we have so many black people that try to tear us down. I said,
okay, here we go. What's one of the most, the permanent excuse that Umar Johnson followers give? The top 10 excuses. What's the permanent one? We put this together years ago. Father David, before you was even on the scene caping for Umar, running behind his skirt, sir. The primitive excuse that you Umar Johnson followers have of the Umar Johnson cult, and interesting, they say that it's brainwashing, that all the other people who criticize Umar, that somehow we're brainwashed. No, you're the one who's brainwashed. That's the Umar Johnson code. Plus, you clout chasing because you want to get views because your show is trash. And you know that. What's the primitive excuse? You trying to tear a black man down. What's a black man then? Let's start there. Father David, what's a black man? Is a black man someone who don't take care of his kids? Is that what a black man is? Is a black man that got at least 3 baby mamas, but only claimed 2 because the third one that he impregnated her when he was in his early 40s and she was in her early 20s? Is that a black man who's out here sexy exploiting these black women? Is that a black man? Someone who's collected $2.6 million, my best estimate, but I can say since 2019, from 2019 to 2024, based upon the IRS filings, that he collected at least $1.6 million, ain't got shit to show for it. Is that a black man? What's a black man? Is it someone that gets online and disrespects and demeans and demoralizes his own daughter while she's struggling in life? Is that a black man? Is a black man someone who talks about all this sexual explicit talk about a woman that he has sex with? What kind of man? Is that what a black man is? Is a black man someone who don't work a job and living off his own mama and off the black community? That's what a black man is. Is a black man someone who stays inside his mama closet in Section 8 housing at the age of 51 fucking years old? Is that what a black man is? You tell me, someone who ain't got his own car, has been homeless since 2019, Father David, sir, is that what a black man is? So I don't want to hear this when you talk about how they're trying to, and they must be brainwashed. No, you must be brainwashed. Actually, I don't think you're brainwashed. I don't think so. I think you know the truth, but you lack integrity to speak on it. And you're supposed to be an elder. See, you lack the integrity. You know you're going to get some views off of Umar, clout chasing. But you know damn well that Umar ain't shit, and you know that he ain't nothing but a scammer-rammer. And that's the truth. So let's start there. What's a black man in the first place? Perhaps the definition that you have, Father David, is the antithesis of what I have. I know one thing, and as a man, as you're supposed to be an elder, you should be calling Umar, people like Umar, out every single day, all day on your platform. But you don't do that. Why not?
Got to be brainwashing. I said, they talk bad about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X.
Okay, listen, you full of shit. There is no comparison that can be made between Umar Johnson and Malcolm X. Don't do that. Don't do that. There's no comparison that can be made between Umar Johnson and Martin Luther King. Don't do that. See, that's disrespectful. And you're supposed to be an elder? You know what? You ain't shit. I know it's supposed to be a holiday, it's supposed to be having a good time, but come on now. I'm sorry. Father David, you ain't shit. Matter of fact, I'll invite you to come on when you're ready. Come on to my platform and let's debate Umar. And part of the debate will be, I want you to present the evidence that's going to prove that somehow Umar's on the level of a Malcolm X or on the level of a Martin Luther King. I'll wait. It's insulting and it's disrespectful. And it also shows that you ain't shit.
And Marcus Garvey, and they did nothing but try to raise our people up out of despair.
Okay, listen, woes me. Okay, Moses. Raise our people up from under. Here we go. Go down, Moses, way down. Come on now. Father David, give me 10 things that Umar Johnson has done that's tangible and real, that is for the upliftment of black people. Give me 10 things. Umar Johnson followers can't do it. Besides Umar running his mouth, okay, that don't count. Give me 10 things. You all can't do it. But you're going to put him on the level of a Malcolm or a Martin?
And you get so many people that try to just tear us down. What is it? Tell me.
It sounds like some slave shit. This is 2025, Father David. Listen, it is. This is 2025. We have to stop with the slave narratives, okay? All right? We have to stop this. We have something called the internet. So you can't be, all of the, come on now, the field hollers and all that. We got to stop that. Here we go.
You as a psychologist, what is wrong with our people that do stuff like that?
Well, to be honest with you, Baba, as the self-hate relates to me and the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy campaign, honestly, I'm kind of numb to it. And I'm kind of numb to it because I've been dealing with it since we first started the fundraiser back in April of 2014. If you can remember, what started this entire process was an attempt to purchase HBCU St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia, when it was put up for auction back in April of 2014. And so when I heard about that, I initially went to work to try to raise the funds to secure the HBCU St. Paul's campus. And from the very beginning, struggle streamers from YouTube, other haters, disgruntled former associates, black bourgeoisies, rainbow gangers, everybody, they contacted the auction company.
Sabotage.
And they tried to prevent them from accepting our bid.
He never put in a bid. Black Anonymous did the research on that. Umar never put in a bid. He didn't even have enough money. This is what I mean by Umar. He lies so much. It's incredible. And Father David, he ain't done no research. Real talk. You got to be goofy to not have your research in order if you're gonna have someone on. See, I can ask Father David 5 basic questions about Umar, and he wouldn't even be able to answer them. 5 questions that I can ask y'all, and y'all had answers to. But let's be clear about something. Umar never put in the bid. Black Anonymous already covered that. Contacted the auction agency. Umar never put in. He didn't even have enough money to put in the bid. The starting bid, if memory serves me correctly, was $1.5 million. Was it $2.5 million? Something like that. Now, unlike Father David, I got the receipts. Hold on. Don't worry about it. A lot of people forget about the St. Paul's school scam. Umar's had many different school scams. The St. Paul's is just is one of the older ones. The most recent iteration of it is the Wilmington school scam. But don't worry, because I have all of the receipts, Father David. And this is not about you. I just think it's ridiculous for someone your age to be caping for Umar when you should be operating like an elder. It's actually embarrassing. And you keep having this scammer come onto your platform, and you don't get numbers anyway, so that's really not the point. But still, it shows a lack of integrity. Here y'all go. St. Paul's College, founded in 1888, entire 137-acre academic campus, new student center, et cetera, 434 adjacent 434 acres. Okay. It's a sealed bid auction sale Wednesday, April 9th. Now, what in Motley's.com, they were in charge of this, but what ended up happening was that it didn't sell the first time. And so it went back up to auction. It actually went up to auction quite a few times after that. Here's another receipt right here. The starting bid is $2,500,000. Umar never put in the bid. See, if Umar put in the bid, the starting bid is $2,500,000. That would have to mean, okay, deductive reasoning, that within a matter of 2 months, Umar had raised $2.5 million. Now, since 2019, from 2019 to 2024, Umar raised $1.67 million. But see, if you are to believe that Umar put in the bid, then that would mean that he would have to come up with $2.5 million in 2 months, based upon the timeline. I have the timeline, I've done all the research. Well, if that's the case, Umar, he would have to by now be over $5 million. I'd say 2.6, 2.7, but he would have to by now. You add everything up, he would have to be $4.55 million. Is that what we talking about then? So that's the thing about people like Umar and these other individuals who are pathological liars. If you do enough research and you're able to archive, you'll see it very quickly. You do the research too, have your timeline in order, and you have your receipts in order. You can pull up and show how they contradict themselves. The starting bid, just to get in the game, you have to come up with $2.5 million. That's why Umar, initially he was asking for $2 million, but he ended up bumping that up to $4 million. That's evident on his when he set up his GoFundMe account. Initially, I believe it was $2 million, and then he bumps it up to $4 million. I have all the receipts and screenshots for all of that. Father David, you don't know that, do you? So the point being is that this is another lie that Umar told. Black Anonymous did the research and contacted the agency, and they said, no, Umar never put in the bid. But how could he? He would have to have raised $2.5 million in a matter of months. This makes sense. Hit the one. RG became a new member. Thank you. So, and I got this one too. Iceman Val. School open 30, 32, 22. How's it going? Opposite says, I know what I'll say. Where's the crack rock? Imagine back to school paraphernalia. Umar Johnson might have been to Thailand talking about Jaws and such. I wonder. Y'all never going to let that Jaws, the man Jaws, go away, are you? Thanks also for the super chat. I appreciate it. Lori says, using my shout out to say I aced my first 2 PhD in development and psych courses. Have a good one. Yeah, congratulations to Lori. Everyone, let's give congratulations to Lori. Okay, she's pursuing her PhD, developmental psych courses, and she's aced her first 2 courses already. Okay, you're gonna be acing all of it, and then when you get that doctorate, you let us know, and we will have a party. We will celebrate. All right, congratulations to you. That's one thing about the Kickers Chat. We celebrate success here. Okay, I used to be a broke bum. I ain't gonna lie about it. Doing a whole lot better these days. I picked up a degree too along the way. Okay, thanks, Laurie, and congratulations. All right, much more success coming your way for sure. And thanks for being a member for 16 months. User 225 says, "Happy Labor Day, Cookie Crush at LenonHonor. Why is Father David still backing Umar?" Yeah, it's. I just think it's for views. Also, there's a such thing as sunk cost fallacy. And that's where people, they feel like they've invested so much that they can't turn around because it's like it's an emotional thing. It's not intelligence. It's not critical thinking. It's like purchasing a really bad car, or let's say purchasing a home that's in a dilapidated state, and then you keep putting money into. Well, let's say FDMG, you keep putting money into it, and you're still not close to everything being where it needs to be, and you should just pull out and maybe get rid of it and go do something different or get another property that's in better shape and save money. But because you've already put so much money in it, you just keep putting money in, you keep putting money in, you keep putting money. So I think that's why that's part of the reason why, like Charlemagne as an example, and even I can't remember his name right now. He was on the Joe Budden podcast. Lamont Hill, Dr. Lamont Hill, even him defending Umar. I think that's part of it because they've defended Umar in the past, but it's not intellect. That's not an intellectual thing. I also think it's an ego thing, wherein people just don't want to admit that they were wrong about someone. See, I think that's the case with Mark Lamont Hill. And Mark Lamont Hill, if you ever want to come on and debate me on Umar, you're welcome to do so. You're welcome to do so. Same thing with Father David. I think just instead of admitting the truth, the ego gets involved way too much, and they don't have the research. I have a video where Umar disrespecting. I could pull it up too, where he's disrespecting Mark Lamont Hill. I have a video where it's way long time ago, of Umar and Lamont Hill. They were on this panel together, and Umar was talking about the school back then. You should hear what Mark Lamont Hill said back then. That's why I think even back then Umar didn't like Dr. Lamont Hill. I think part of it is an ego thing. They continue. I also think it's an issue of lacking courage to tell the truth. It's easy to sit back and just let someone like Umar do what he does and not call him out for it. I think that's the easy thing to do. And the research isn't there. Lamont Hill, he had 2 other brothers on there, and they didn't know they shit about Umar. They hadn't done the research. They're speaking on something that they simply do not know. See? So I think there's different aspects of this, but I think that ego is a big one, because people who have defended someone like Umar, it's harder for them to say, hey, listen, I was wrong about him. I think that's the noble thing to do. I think that's the honorable thing to do. To say, hey, listen, I thought this person was this way. It turned out that he's not, and I'm not going to defend him anymore. And that's it. It's that simple. Thank you, user 225. John the Professional says, modern day pro-blackness is nothing more than pathological backstabbing. Elder David and Umar embody that. Yeah. A lot of the so-called black conscious space is internet-based. I remember when I first started speaking on this, I called it internet-based leaders many years ago. And I wasn't even focusing on Umar back then, but I did bring him up. But there's other people too that it's just internet-based. It's not grassroots per se, not boots on the ground. That's not what we see. When I was coming up in the black conscious space, that's what it was. And most information was distributed either when there were meetings that people would get together, or there were books. There was a whole big movement of black conscious books coming out back in the day. Ivan Van Sertima, someone that brought this brother up, Ashra Crazy on the West Coast. There was other people too, but someone like Browder. I think Dr. Browder. He did some fantastic work back then. Even Dr. Kwana Kunjufu, if I'm saying his name correctly, he passed away recently, so rest in peace. But the point is that back then it was a lot different than what it is now. Now it's basically internet based. It's mainly internet based, and so you get anyone who can come onto the scene like a Polite or Umar or Jay Morrison, and they can present themselves however they want to. But it's not grassroots whatsoever. So it's different these days. Yeah, what people call pro-blackness is very much different. Thank you, John, the professional, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Dr. and Mrs. Phoebes says, without Umar, Baba David would be back to playing oldies but goodies for an audience of 5 on a good day. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't get views, and I can tell why. No disrespect, but he knows that he's going to get some viewership, and it's still not going to be a lot because his station is not known like that. And Umar can promote it, but it's not like there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of people tuning in. It's not what's going to happen. But he does know that Father David does know, or Baba David. He knows that if he has Umar on, even if Umar's a scammer, that he's going to get more views than he had before. So he'll cape for Umar. And it's just not the manly thing to do. I don't mean to put it in those terms, but it just shows a lack of courage. If you know what the truth is about Umar, then you should be willing to admit that truth with courage as a man. It's that simple. Now, if you don't know the truth and you're in a state of ignorance, then you shouldn't be speaking on it anyway. And I can tell there are people who speak on Umar, they haven't done the research. You know, I can tell right away. You know, they're saying things, they're quoting things, that the dates aren't right, that anytime they start talking about any type of digits, like, you know, the money aspect or timeline, St. Paul's, when that took place, or, you know, when did Umar first start talking about FDMG? When did he conceptualize it back in 2004, 2005? You know, there's people say, oh, well, he came up with this in 2019. No, they haven't done the research. And for the record, Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2004. He said that he started working on it in 2005, which correlates to him putting in his resignation letter with the UNIA back in 2005. That's online. And back then, one of the reasons why they were going to kick him out anyway, but one of the reasons why he put in his resignation letter is because he was trying to run a scam on them for a building fund. Sound familiar? See, so the point is that a lot of these people, they haven't done the research, but they'll have Umar on, just like the Breakfast Club. They'll have Umar on because they know that they're going to get more views than they would normally get. And that's what it comes down to. Shout out to Dr. and Mrs. Fee. They've been around for a really long time. They've been around when I was really struggling. So thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. What's up, Smitty Boy? Says, oucho. Hashtag Umar crack sneeze. Happy Labor Day, Uncle Lenon. PSA, that Elder and Umar both full. Yeah, I said it. I said I shouldn't have done that to start off the show. I try to be nice, at least to start. I can't help it. It's just, you know, it's just such a, it's foolishness. And the thing is that it's been going on for such a long time. And Father David, he knows better. So it's one thing if you don't know, as people say, you don't know no better. But if you know better, you got to do better. And he know better than this. Charlemagne know better. DJ Envy, he know better. See, the Breakfast Club, they know better. But they have him on because they're gonna have, they'll defend him, and there's nothing to defend. Charlemagne, if you ever want to come on and debate me on Umar, we can have at it. I'll win, but we can have at it. Umar, if your ass ever want to get on here and debate me on your ass, you welcome too. That'd be a quick wrap up right there. All right. All right. Thanks, Smitty Boy. Corruption Point says, in my opinion, Charlemagne doesn't want to admit to forming a racist predator who exploited Black people numerous times. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, and that's the ego part. They don't want to come admit the truth. They know, and he knows it. See, if someone, if Charlemagne, if he ever debated on Umar, I'll simply ask, okay, well, how much money did you donate this month to Umar's school, or not even school, to this school scam? Let's be real about it. How much did you donate the previous month? How much did you? And I'll go all the way down the line. So, and then after we go back 3 or 4 years, because he's been on Breakfast Club, what, been about 5 years, 6 years now, right? Over that now, 7. Okay, it's been over 7 years, if memory serves me correctly. He's been on there about 6 times, maybe 6 times, I believe, maybe 5. But then we'll go all the way back and say, okay, well, let's add up how much money you've donated, and it'd be very apparent right away. I said, well, why haven't you donated anything, or why is such little? Why is that the case? Do you really believe in this? See. And let me pull this up right here. Do you know he's had other school scams? Not just the Wilmington school scam, not just a St. Paul school scam. He had one in New York. He had one down in Florida. He had one in Atlanta. He even had one over in Africa, in Ghana. Y'all know that? Charlemagne don't know that because he hadn't done the research. The other thing, though, too, is they don't want to admit that they were wrong about Umar. And there's a lot of people, they just don't want to admit it. And you see, the thing, I've said it many times before, that it's better to know the truth and live in that truth than to believe in a lie and live in that lie, regardless of what your ego say. Yeah, Charlemagne know that, but he doesn't have the courage to admit it. I think it's an ego thing too. Thank you, question point for the super chat. Laurie says David doesn't have to pay Umar Johnson for his appearances. No, I highly doubt he does. Where's he going to? I mean, the platform it's not like a successful platform, not by any stretch of the imagination. They don't even have many followers from last time I checked. Maybe they didn't have this from now. I don't know. I have to go look again. I'm talking about on their Facebook page. So no, would he pay Umar out of pocket? I guess he could, but I don't think Umar's going on there to get paid. I don't think he's making any money off of going off on what is it, Word Radio. Okay. The other thing too is Umar, he doesn't show himself in the video. Well, it's probably because he's in his mama closet. You notice he ain't live streamed in his mama closet since I did that one video to talk about how he's living in mama closet. They got 28,000 followers. And if you look on their social media and what they're posting, they're getting 15 engagements, 10 engagements, 10, 13, 24, 11, 7. This is what you call the social media desert. Okay, 15. And no disrespect, it is what it is. Another 16 engagement, 7, 10, 17. So it's not widely successful to any stretch of the imagination. So Umar, he goes on there and he gets more. He's going to bring more people to watch than what they're doing. Okay, but it still doesn't make it right because Umar, he's a scam artist. Thank you, Laurie. And then RG says, Word is desperately looking for listeners. David Barnes tried to paint him as a victim of Wilmington, LNI. Said he is requesting a meeting with Mayor Carney. Yeah, people have been talking about that. I haven't watched the video. We're going to get back into the interview now, but again, Umar always tries to paint himself out as a victim because that's the narcissist aspect of it. And everyone who holds themselves accountable, it's always someone else's fault. Umar's favorite word, besides month and Cash App and PayPal, and is sabotage. You guys look at his UNIA letter back from 2005. He was using that terminology back then. So what kind of man uses that type of terminology for 20 years? It can't be everybody else's fault. No, but because of Umar in a narcissism, he thinks that he can't make a mistake, even though all he does is fail over and over again. This FDMG project is a failure. So instead of holding himself accountable as a man and make changes, he has to blame other people. And he says other people are trying to sabotage him. But then guess what? Then what does David Barnes do, Father David? He does the same thing in defense of Umar. He tries to defend Umar. See, that's not how men should operate. See, we hold each other accountable to help us to elevate. And then once we elevate, we give props. Good job. And we keep it moving. But it's that simple. But Father David, that's not what he's doing. It's actually an embarrassment. He's not an elder by any stretch of the imagination. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. And thanks for the super chat, RG. We're gonna get further into this because people have been talking about it. I haven't watched the whole thing, but again, Umar has to blame someone, the city of Wilmington, LNI, license and inspection, the mayor, whatever. Thank you, RG, for super chat. Information Man says Umar goes on Word to create a narrative of life. Yeah, but what's fascinating, and this is so true. He does that. See, he doesn't have the courage to get on his Instagram page. That's really what this issue is. I think one of the fundamental issues. It's not the main issue. See, yesterday we had a brother come on to your show with courage. But then when we look at Umar, he goes on to Word Radio because of a lack of courage. Now, I'm going to explain why. But then also David Barnes, Father David, he defends Umar because of a lack of courage. He knows the truth. Now, what do I mean by Umar by him going on there, as you're saying, this is true, to paint this false narrative. Okay. Why does he do that? Well, because Umar right now, he's under so much fire from people all throughout the internet, and including people on his Instagram page. He knows that if he goes live today or goes live yesterday or the day before or going all the way back since he was talking about Lenon and all that crazy sex talk he was talking, he knows that when he goes live, his own followers are going to roast him. And that's what they've been doing. So it's an act of cowardice because Umar, he's unwilling to even go live on his own Instagram page at this point. He has to go over to Father David like a punk so that he feels protected. Isn't that deep? By Father David in that platform. But Umar can't even go on his own platform. So that's part of the theme for today, just a lack of courage. And it's true. Umar, he goes on there to create this narrative. Well, that's perfectly said. Perfectly said. Thank you for super chat, sir. Corruption Point says victimhood is social capital for Umar because he can use it to push his con. Absolutely. Even the idea, Umar's whole conceptualization of that it's a hypothetical reality. I know that's a contradiction, but that's what Umar, he operates in hypothetical realities. But this whole hypothetical reality of opening up a school, it has a lot to do with spreading this narrative of Black disempowerment in the first place. And also that Black people, that Black folk are ill-equipped to take care of their own kids, even though Umar don't take care of his own. See, that Umar is the savior. He's going to be the one to take care of your kids. And he's talked like this about Black parents. Said, why I want the kids going, we're going to have a boarding school and the girls and boys, they're going to stay with me. This is what he said. And why I want them coming back home to you for you part of the problem. You got Willie Lynch all in your system. He's talking to the Black parents. So part of what I'm getting at is that in order to push this con, the social capital is the victimhood, but not just that Black people are the victim, but that also that the Black parents are victimizing their own children, that Umar is a savior that's going to come to save these kids, even though he don't take care of his own. He ain't putting out 1 foot forward to try to save his daughter. See, how could a man platform Umar if it's an honorable man and a man of integrity? How could they platform Umar when that fact alone? That's all that everybody know that what's going on right now. I don't like speaking on it. I really don't, because the daughter's involved. But why would you platform someone like that, Charlemagne? Father David. Why would you platform someone like that? But see, the reason why Umar is able to run this con, the premise is that Black people ain't shit and Black parents ain't shit. And then he also says stuff like, yeah, you know, the school to prison pipeline, etc. Okay. Yeah. But see, you can't just perpetuate Black victimhood and Black inferiority, because even the notion that somehow Black parents can't be good parents, where's that coming from? Umar has a very negative view about Black people. See, that they're inferior to him. That he's the Messiah. That's why he calls himself the Black Messiah, the Black Christ, and that he's coming to save the day because you Black people ain't shit, especially you Black parents. That's why he don't want your kids coming back home to you, because you're part of the problem. You got Willie Lynch all in your system. That's what he said. Thank you, Corruption Point. And then Andromeda, like the name. Andromeda 92 says, simple and direct. He, Umar, has a doctorate in psychology, but it's a professional degree focused on clinical practice, not a research degree. Yes. But he's not a clinician either. He tells people that. Okay, he's never held a license. Currently, he holds no professional certifications either. Nothing's up to date with this guy. You guys realize Umar was claiming to be a doctor, that he had a doctorate back in 2007. Y'all know that? 2007. Yeah, 2007. Yeah, 2007. I mean, the guy's a con man. When he was working at Compare Charter School, because Brother Muhammad brought this up yesterday, he part of the issue was that he was misrepresenting himself. In fact, there were court cases that he was part of where he was going against diagnoses, and what he was doing, he was misdiagnosing children who had already been diagnosed. He's always been like that. He goes against. But that's double dipping, because he was functioning as a school psychologist, but then he was also doing this extra work to re-diagnose these children, and then coming back and saying that the initial diagnoses that other people gave, other school psychologists gave, that they were incorrect. And he got paid again. And there's court cases dealing with this and litigation associated with this. But even back then, he was misrepresenting his credentials. I mean, truth be told, he's still misrepresenting his credentials these days. He was never licensed. And the certification, he hasn't been certified at any professional degree for many years now. But, you know, if you guys go onto his Instagram page, he's still claiming to be a school psychologist. When and where? He's still claiming to be a nationally certified school psychologist. When? No, and I have it on record where he explains he gave that up years ago. I should pull that up right now. He lies so much. So the point that I'm getting at is that Umar, even with the PsyD, he's not operating and using that degree as a side as a clinician. That's not what he's doing. Okay, he will tell people that he's a school psychologist, which he's not. And they're not how Umar frames it as if he's doing all this work that has not, school psychology. That's totally different. He says he's a child psychologist. He's not a child psychologist. He says he's a family therapist. He's not a family therapist, and a whole host of other things that he's not. But the point is that here in 2025, he holds no professional certifications, and he's never been licensed to practice on his own. But he talks to people as if he does. See, well, he's something else. Thank you, Andromeda, for the super chat. And then Gary says we should revisit Umar's resignation letter from 2005 to see if his excuses from back then are the same excuses he's using today in 2025. We'll do that during this live stream. Okay, and so we'll get through this, and we'll pull up the 2005 UNIA resignation letter. Okay, I know one thing, Gary, sabotage, because he always uses sabotage. Anytime you have someone, and I just have to say, anytime you have a man that all they can do is make excuses as to why things aren't working out or why they're a failure and whatever. Well, this is excuse making. You're not dealing with a man, you're dealing with a boy. That's what boys do. But see, if you have men around to hold the boys accountable, they're going to learn very quickly that they can't run through life and live their life just making excuses all the time and blaming everybody else. No, you hold yourself accountable. See, I'll give you an example. My failings in life ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. It had everything to do with me. I hold myself accountable. And what did I do? Some of you guys were around back then. I got my shit together. I worked my ass off. I'm still working my ass. I'm tired right now. Went, picked up a degree, got a better job, making good money at the job, doing good money on YouTube. But I work hard on YouTube too. This I consider it to be like a part-time job. And just, I recognize there's steps that I had to take. And I worked hard for that degree, for years. But see, if I just simply said it's everybody else's fault, I'm not going to make progressions in life. But see, that's what Umar, that's all he's done. But if you look at the trajectory of his life, it's just downward spiral. Why? Because he always blamed other people. He never holds himself accountable. See, Umar never had a man around to set him straight. He never had that in his life. My dad wasn't around either, but I had uncles. I had cousins. See? And other family members that'll call you out. They don't play no games. Some of them still like that. I'm like that too, to be honest with you. Okay. But the point is that if you have that, and even if you screw up later in life where I screwed up big time, okay, hold myself accountable. Let me take the steps and let me get to work and let me get working. And I'm where I'm at today because of a lot of hard work, a lot of support, including here on YouTube. I appreciate it. But at the end of the day, I have to hold myself accountable and recognize that it was me. It was my fault, and I was the one that's fucking up. See, but Umar, he doesn't do that. What does he do? He makes excuses. And he was doing it, Gary. He was doing it back in 2005 with UNIA, and he's still doing it in 2025 on Father David's podcast. Okay, so I got the note right here. We'll get to that for sure during this live stream because it's a mini marathon. We're taking our time today. We got 1,700 people in the building. If at any point you enjoyed this show, go on and hit that like button. I'd appreciate that. And there is a poll question dealing with this FDMG school scam. The poll question is, and we already got 496 likes. Okay, our goal is always 500, so we'll smash that. I'm sure at 498 now. We have 12,040 votes so far. How much longer can Umar Johnson continue with this FDMG school scam? 59% said 1 or 2 more years. 11% said 3 or 4 more years. 4% said 5 or 6 more years. Wow. 25% says 7 years or more. All right. I'm going to think about this a little bit further. I will say this, that Brother Muhammad, one thing he said yesterday, which was like, yeah, he was like, people have to understand, I'm paraphrasing, that you can't be playing around with the alphabet boys. And Umar been playing around with these alphabet boys, especially the IRS. So it may not be 7 years down the line. It may not be 5 or 6 years down. I mean, it could be next month. so I'm going to think about it. I'll give you guys my vote at the end of the live stream. Okay. All right. Make sure you get your vote in. I appreciate it. And look at the likes went all the way up to 545. Just quick test on the video. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Gary. And then Daxter sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much for that as well. Thank you guys so much for all of the support. Like I said, last month was by far my best month on YouTube, all the way across the board. And then the month before, that was my best month. This month, I don't think we're going to be doing those types of numbers unless Umar really act up. But also because I've been working really, really hard on YouTube. And I'm too old. Okay, I'm too old. Okay, let's get back. And thanks again, Dax, everyone else too for who sent their super chats. Let's get back to the video. So I had pulled this up just to show you guys that the starting bid was $2.5 million. And here's the auction. I have other things. There's one thing I want to show you all, and just to goes to show how delusional Umar is. If you guys look on what I'm showing there, look at the acreage. It says the entire 137-acre academic campus plus 434 acres. Okay, so it's over 500 acres altogether. But I want you guys to see that even before this auction flyer came out, Umar had conceptualized, and I think he already knew, and he knew about the St. Paul's College prior to this auction actually taking place, because he actually tells a story in the past. He was part of a think tank and blah, blah, blah. He was down, not at this college, but down in, what city is this? I want to say Virginia. Yeah, it's Lawrenceville, Virginia, but he was down in Virginia, but and people have been talking about this. But let me show you what Umar conceptualized initially. Again, you see how it's over 500 acres. It's this right here. It just goes to show you how delusional Umar is. This is March 26, 2014, prior to Umar even speaking about the St. Paul's College, at least publicly. March 26, 2014. It says this is the area view of a preliminary Heaven on Earth Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy 500-acre campus. See where he gets to 500 acre, because we go back over here. You see, he's basically trying to calculate, okay, we can get both of this. It's going to be about 500 acres, a little over 500 acres. But he's talking about a 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River. So they're going to build this man-made river around this 500 acres in the shape of Mother Africa. There's going to be an ancestors park in the center of the campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, a farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, a greenhouse, zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. And there's a whole lot more. Okay, there's a track and field facility. There is a health, what does he call this? It looks like it says a health center or something to that effect, but there's also a hospital. Okay, there's these massive dormitories. There's seven of these massive dormitories. There's a baseball field. There's two schools. There's a middle school and an elementary school. There's also a NASA building and a military building. There's also an airstrip, for airplanes to land, and hangars, helicopters, etc. Okay, he has no money. He's not working as a school psychologist. He's not working anywhere in 2014. So where does he come up with the money for this? He was a broke bum then. He's a broke bum now. Even before raising money, this is what he conceptualized. Real quick, I have to show one other thing, just to show you how grandiose Umar is and how over the top and ridiculous all of this is. There's a lot I can show you guys from this time period that a lot of people don't know about. But here, this right here, this is FDMG Future Redemptive Campus dormitory photos. Aerial, vertical, and lobby photos. This is a long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire St. Paul's College, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Look at the date, June 7, 2014. So by this time, he's talking about St. Paul's. But if we go back to this post, this is in March 26. See, and if you guys look, he's talking about these dormitories. Okay, follow me on this. He's talking about these dormitories. Okay, well, what do these dormitories look like? Exactly. Okay, well, let me go ahead and pull one up. This goes to show you how diabolical Umar is. As a matter of fact, there's two views. Let me pull up both of them. This is a marathon, so I'm taking my time. Let me go back to this. You guys look at where you see inside of the shape of Africa. Let's go down to the lower part. And if you look at there's these structures, and there's two circles with a square in the middle. Hit the one. Okay, so there's four circles and then a square. Hit the one. Just want to make sure people see what I'm seeing. And if you look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if you look towards the top next to the track and field facility, you'll see 2 more. So there's 7 of these. Okay. All right. So there's 7 of these, and he posts this June 7th. But then he posts this. You see the 4 circles in the square in the middle. These are the dormitories. Look at this. Massive complex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors on each. Think about it. 7 floors on each. If there's 4 of those, That's 28 floors. And then the middle part, it's about 6 floors. So 30 floors altogether. And there's not just going to be one of these. There's going to be 7 of these. This is this could be a multi-billion-dollar project. And I'm not just talking about those buildings. I'm talking about also there's going to be an airstrip. There's going to be a traffic control tower. Yeah. A NASA building and buildings for all 33 things. He said 33 trades. A zoo. He said a hospital. You gonna build a whole hospital and you ain't got a dime to you. What are you talking about? And you gonna build a man-made lake around 500 acres, or man-made FDMG river? Who thinks like that? He probably put crocodiles and shit in there. How you gonna keep the crocodiles from eating the kids? He said we're gonna put some hippos. We're gonna put some hippos. some big black hippos. We're gonna, you know how Umar is. Yeah. We're gonna get some big black hippos. We're gonna train them to keep the crocodiles away from the kids. So what's gonna be the mascot? It's gonna be an alligator with a hippo body. So what you mean? It's gonna be a head of a crocodile. And the alligator too. Alligator, crocodile. It's gonna have a hippo body. We're gonna train the hippo to keep the kids safe from crocodiles. Umar, he crazy. I'm trying to tell you. He wild. Look at this. All right. Anyway, so this is before he even we're gonna have a moat family. We're gonna have granny arches on the roof to keep the crocodiles. each alligator gonna have a different name. We're gonna paint their tails red, black, green. We're gonna sedate them. We're gonna, he'll be sniffing this shit. We're gonna sedate them, and then we're gonna paint their tails black, red, black, green. Boy, that's crazy. Okay, let's get back to it. I don't even know how we got blowed off on this, because I was talking about this right here, and the starting bid was $2.5 million. All right, let's go get back to the bullshit. Here we go.
Wasn't able to raise enough money anyway, so ultimately St. Paul's campus. And from the very beginning, struggle streamers from YouTube.
So these crocodiles, we're gonna get the crocodiles. They're gonna have raggedy beards. We're gonna give them testosterone shots and testosterone pills. They grow their beards out. African alligators only ones from Africa. Right. We're not doing nothing from Florida. We're not doing nothing from nothing down there. All right. Oh man. Each one of the hippos, we're gonna name each one of the hippos. One of them named out Fanny Lou. Don't do that. Don't do that. Say what's that one name? What's that one's name? Okay, let me get out this. One of them named Diddy. We're gonna name him Little Diddy. Okay, all right. Let's get focused. As an African, we don't want. Right. Okay. Let me quit playing. We're gonna have a Rosa Park reptile facility where we keep all of our snakes, because I'm gonna get a tank. Yeah, I'm gonna give me another snake. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. I know this is wild. That's why I love kicking it with y'all. We have such a good time. We have such a good I'm talking about the hippogators. I'm talking family. I'm talking about the hippogators. We're going to have a hippogators. We're going to have a black farm. We're going to clone the hippogators. We're going to crossbreed the hippos. We're going to crossbreed family, the hippos with the alligators. We're going to create hippogators. Some of the hippogrators going to be red. Some of the hippogrators going to be green. And some of the hippogrators going to be black. I said some of the hippogrators going to be red. I said so. You know, you got to say it 3 times. Oh, man, he got so float off. That's one of the funniest things I've seen in a long time. Shout out to Last Call. Umar, he going to have scientists in there and shit. They're going to be crossbreeding shit, trying to make new animals. Okay. All right. Shout out to FDMG. Wow. Okay. The Prince of Panda Express is back at it again. My kids, they like Panda, or at least a couple of them. They like the Panda Express. I'm trying to tell y'all, we was kids, we didn't eat out. You know what I'm saying? We just do every once in a while on a blue moon, we could have a McDonald's. They called them Happy Meals back then. They probably don't got them anymore. But kids these days, they be ordering DoorDash because they didn't have DoorDash back in the day. They didn't have that. All right. Thanks, Luna Son, for the super chat. Brandon says, so Hotep saw. You're right about this, though. So Hotep Sauron wanted to build his own version of an Afrocentric Mordor. I got to pull it up. This right here, family, listen. Okay, I don't know who Frodo is, but we trying to get the ring to the center. Okay, let's say Shay is a hobbit. Okay, Shay, your job, ma'am. Your job, ma'am, is to get that ring to the center and throw it down into the fire. Okay. But we gotta come up with a different name that sounds like Mordor, but it's this campus. Okay, I don't know. We gotta figure this up now. Okay, that's hilarious. Who said that? Yeah, that was Brandon. Okay, Hotep Sauron and Afrocentric Mordor. That's too much. All right, thank you, Brandon. Darth Derp, that's great. He says only use African gators. We don't need them snow gators. Yeah. We need the ones from Africa. The meanest ones though are I shouldn't say the meanest one, but the most aggressive are what they call the in the Nile, the Nile croc or whatever. Those are considered to be the baddest ones. I don't like that. That's the thing off of that. Crocodiles and alligators. Well, because they've been around a long. They was back in the dinosaur age. They've been around a long time. There's a reason why, because they're savage. Okay. Thanks, Darth, for the super chat. And then Lewis Suck says his favorite cartoon must have been Fat Albert because he went and found Mudfoot to complain to. Yeah, Fat Albert. That was because a lot of people don't know about that. So younger people. That was a cartoon from way back. I think that was in the 70s, right? I think it was in the 70s. Bill Cosby put that together, but it was one of the first. It may have been the first. One of the first. I should at least say that cartoons that featured black cartoon characters. That was a long time ago. That was in the 70s, though. Yeah, I remember that. Thanks, Louis, for super chat. All right, okay, let's get back to the video. We got blowed off big time. I don't even know how we got that far blowed off. Here we go.
Disgruntled former associates, black bourgeoisies, rainbow gangers, everybody. They contacted the auction company and they tried to prevent them from accepting our bid. We wasn't able to raise enough money anyway, so it ultimately didn't matter one way or the other, but I'm just bringing it up.
Mm-hmm. He's lying there too. He never put it in the bid.
To let you know that the hate is as old as the project.
I used to watch that back in the day. Yep.
I think in some respects has gotten worse because the closer we get to the finish line, the more intense
what's
the
up
opposition becomes. But I always like to keep it in perspective by saying that for every enemy of the program, there's a million supporters. The difference between the haters and the congratulators are that the congratulators are mature people with emotional intelligence.
No, that's not true at all, Umar. The first episode of Fat Albert, it was September 9th of 1972. And it was on for, well, I didn't know that it was on for 8 seasons. Yep. All right, here we go.
Intelligence and self-control. The haters are immature people without emotional intelligence.
Yeah, you see this? This is what I mean by master manipulator. It's actually the opposite. And Umar, you lack emotional control. That's why you're always wilding out. Lene, the rant that you did against Seti, the rant you did against Lene, the rant that you did against Zora. This is what you call projecting. And let's keep going.
Intelligence and without self-control. The congratulators, the supporters, and the donors, they have a life. They have things to do. So they're not consumed with the day-to-day happenings of FDMG because they trust in our team. And
first of all, there is no team, Umar. What are you talking about? It's just you. You don't even have a board of directors. There is no team. Secondarily, Umar, understand that I do research, because this is really Umar, his way of kind of taking a shot at me. See, that's what I mean by the courage aspect of this. See, Umar lacks the courage to actually say my name. He'll call me other names, but he's not going to say LenonHonor. But when he was big and bad, he sure was back in the day. Y'all remember that? So why doesn't he do it now? Because he lacks courage. And he knows that what's going to happen is people are going to look me up and they're going to come up over here and they're going to start watching these videos and they're going to see very clearly that, listen, I present facts. I don't lie on the guy. Never have. He's lied on me. Never have. Not necessary. But you need me to back up something I'll say, I'll pull it up and I'll show it to you guys. I have the receipts. See? So part of the issue is Umar, he lacks courage. So instead of addressing me directly, he'll do it in a passive aggressive way. But that's how he is. He's like that with people he can't intimidate and he can't bully. So he gets real passive and sissy-like, real talk. But that just goes to speak to the lack of courage and the lack of manhood. See? Furthermore, he knows, again, if he said LenonHonor like he used to when he was big and bad, threatening me and all this other bullshit, talking. Real ones don't do all that talking where I come from. You're going to handle something, you would just handle it. That would be the end of it. You ain't going to talk. Ain't going to be much talking going on. But he knows that people are going to come look it up. They're going to come up over here and they're going to see the truth. And there's people in the chat room that's exactly what took place. I see comments every once in a while. I say, yeah, I didn't even know who you were, but Umar said such and such as Pastor B. And the people I was asked, who was that? And someone posted your name. I came over there and I used to be a Umar Johnson supporter. Now I'm not. Well, here we go. Let's go.
They trust in me, as opposed to the detractors. They don't have anything to do except make YouTube videos. They have no life. They have no goals. They have no agenda for themselves, no purpose.
Okay, check this out, Umar. You're the one who got too much time on your hands, homeboy, because you're lazy. See, I have a job. I have a family. I have family responsibilities. Got my day job and I got YouTube, which I consider to be a part-time job because I run it as a business. I make good money on YouTube. So, Umar, you're the one who has too much time on your hands. That's why you traveling all over the world. Sometimes you a live stream, you don't even say shit. Who got time? You're just looking at the camera. There's times you live stream laying in the bed, lazy. You lazy. It's not manly. It's not manly at all to be that lazy and have people, you living off of the people and getting high off the people too, according to you. You said that. So see, the point is that when you have master manipulators like Sauron, Umar, that they spin these narratives where a lot of it is just projecting themselves onto other people. They say that his critics aren't intelligent. Listen, I'm not the brightest bulb in the drawer, but I guarantee you this, that I'll run circles, intellectually speaking, around any Umar Johnson follower at any given point. Easy. See, because you can't have proper intellectual process and intellectual fortitude if you can defend Umar. There's something lacking there. You definitely can't have critical thinking skills. See, part of critical thinking skills is to be able to ascertain and determine whether or not someone is lying to you. And all Umar do is lie. He said the grand opening was going to be September 11, 2013. He said that back in 2010. That was a lie. He said it was going to open in 2014, 2015, 16. These are all lies. 2017, lie. 18 lie, 19 lie, 20 lie, 21. Lie 2022, lie 2023, lie 2024, lie 2025, lie. Now you're saying 2026, it ain't gonna happen. That's another lie in advance. See, if you have proper intellectual process and critical thinking skills, at some point you say, okay, wait a minute, this guy, he keep lying to me. He said that the floors and doors were going to be done on Monday. He said on the Breakfast Club about 4 years ago that there's only three weeks left of work that needs to be done. How does it, what do you mean 3 weeks? You can't get 3 weeks worth of work done in 4 years? Something ain't right. It's not adding up now, is it? He's telling people in 2025, you Umar Johnson, he's telling you all that he hasn't even raised $1 million. But if you just look at his IRS filings, you'll see that from 2019 to 2024, he's raised bare minimum 1.67 million. See, critical thinking skills is to say, hey, wait a minute, something's not right here. This guy's lying to me. And if he continues to lie like this, why am I following this? And that's what I'm saying, intellectually speaking, not one of you guys can fuck with me. You Umar Johnson followers. Because the very fact that you still follow and run behind Umar's skirt says that there's something that's not operating up here. That would cause any rational thinking person to simply say, hey, wait a minute, this guy's a charlatan. Umar, he's a liar. He's a pathological liar. So why am I following behind his skirt? It's not deep. It's not deep. When Umar says that I hacked, me and Lene hacked his bank accounts, that's a lie. What are you talking about? Someone with critical thinking, they was like, wait a minute, okay, where's the receipt on this? There is no receipt because it's not true. Well, then why is he lying like this? You know, the real question is, why are you following behind and defending and supporting a liar? That's the real question. See? But there has to be something going on up here that doesn't allow a person to look at things for what they really are with critical thinking. And that's all it is. It's not deep at all. Right? Let's keep going. Yeah, it is. It's common sense. That's all it is. All right. Let's go.
So they can spend all day, every day, talking about FDMG slash.
And let me be clear about something, because this is really Umar. He's trying to take a shot at me. I don't spend every day. This is another thing that you guys can look out for with these people who try to spin false narratives. This is what you call pathological lying. You want to spin a narrative. So you'll say something, and this is a way to kind of discredit people, but it really doesn't work if people think about it. You know, someone will say, well, you know, all he does is he just spends all his time doing Umar videos. No, that's not the case at all. Most of my time is at my job, my day job. Secondarily is for dealing with my family. Tertiary is on YouTube, and it's a business. And the way I look at it, it's a business. There are people that say things. He does video every single day on Umar, 5-hour videos every single day. That's impossible. What do you mean? I've even seen people say that he's done thousands of videos on Umar. That's not accurate either. Because how many to get to thousands, that would at least be 2,000 a day. How many years would you have to go through every single day live streaming on Umar? Let me get this calculated. That's why I'm saying false narratives and misrepresenting the facts. It's very deceitful, and his followers, they'll eat it up. Okay, so 2,000. We're going to divide that by 365 days in a year. We're talking for 5.47 years, 5.5 years, a person would have to live stream for 5.5 years and every single day live stream about Umar. Okay, that's not factual when it comes to my output. Now, this last month I did a lot, yeah. But what I'm saying, and it was with intent. But the point is that one would have to do what I did last month every single day for 5.5 years. There's no way. So why make those types of assertions? Well, it's a way of discrediting people who have a legitimate criticism. And so Umar does the same thing. It's something to look out for with these master manipulators. They'll say things like, well, all they do is this, or, you know, they're always talking about, no, that's not the case. It's a fraction of what I do throughout the week or what I do throughout the month. But he'll misrepresent it because he wants to discredit the information. Now, see, the truth is that even that doesn't discredit. Even if I was doing videos for 5.5 years every single day straight, 5.5 years, it still wouldn't discredit the information that I have on Umar. So, but what he does as a master manipulator, he creates this false narrative to attempt to discredit the criticism, but it doesn't actually discredit the criticism. Let's keep going. Here we go. See, again, Umar is the one who has all the time on his hand. See, he's the one traveling when he has speaking engagements. Outside of that, he's at his mama house. Or he's up there with these trap bandos doing nothing, sitting around. I've actually seen Umar laying in the bed eating Twizzlers, live streaming. He don't have a job. He don't have a family to take care of. He got baby mama, but he don't take care of no kids. He's not an active participant in his children's life. Who got the time? Umar got the time. See? Let's keep going.
I've heard more lies from people this month than I've heard in 11 years. Like the clips that people send me, because I don't watch the stuff. I can't watch it because it'll force me.
Okay, he lying there too. He watches everything. He does, because that's what a narcissist is going to do that. Whether it's people praising him or people criticize, he watches everything. Let's go. Yeah, he does. The ad hominem, he does that a lot. And again, when it comes to debating, Umar, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He wouldn't be able to handle it. I would shut him down so quickly. See, what Umar does is he goes to the ad hominem because he does not want to deal with the facts. This deflection. That's what he does. And he wouldn't do it he does that in general. He does that to people all the time. Thanks for being a member too, by the way. I appreciate it. Umar won't address the facts straight on. As an example, let me give a quick example. Then we got to get on. Umar, how much money have you raised? We haven't raised $1 million. That's what he's telling people in 2025. Okay, well, Umar, if we look at your IRS filings and you add up what you stated for 2020, including the non-interest bearing account of over $500,000 plus in 2019 person in the trap bandos for you said over $400,000. We're going to go $400,000, and you add up your IRS filings and what you're reporting to the IRS, you're at $1.67 million from 2019 to through 2024. Well, then how, therefore, sir, is it possible that you haven't raised $1 million yet in 2025? You're a hater. You're lying. You're making up false narratives. No, this is your own IRS filings. Well, all you do is do videos on me. You're gay. See, here we go. You see? But see, that's what I'm saying. That in a true debate format, Umar, he wouldn't be able to deal with that because I have the receipts and I would present it to him factually. And you guys will see he'll go to the ad hominem. He'll get belligerent. He gets all angry and start yelling and screaming. That's just what he does. He lacks emotional security, emotional and maturity. He lacks it. Okay. Let's get going here. Thank you for being a member. Here we go.
So, Dr. Johnson, I don't know if you read my post that I put on Facebook today to all of those doubting Thomas and doubting Thomasinas that call themselves trying to kick a brother while they thought that he was down. And I said to myself, it cannot be nothing but brainwashing.
I'm sorry, I initially went to work to try to raise the funds. CSU St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia, when it was put up for auction back in April of 2014. And so when I heard about that, I initially went to work to try to raise the funds to secure the HBCU St.
Listen, begging for money is not going to work, and you're still begging for money 11 years later.
Paul's campus. And from the very beginning, struggle streamers from YouTube, other haters, disgruntled former associates, black bourgeoisies, rainbow gangers, everybody, they they contacted the auction company.
That's crazy.
And they tried to prevent them from accepting our bid. We wasn't able to raise enough money anyway, so it ultimately didn't matter one way or the other, but I'm just bringing it up to let you know that the hate is as old as the project. It's not a new thing.
Yeah, let me skip through. I already got through this. Hold on.
People with emotional intelligence and self-control. The haters are immature people without emotional intelligence and without self-control. The congratulators, the supporters, and the donors, they have a life. They have things to do. So they're not consumed.
You know, it's interesting because he berates and demeans his own the people who donate to him. So it's fascinating that he would in this case. Anyway, let's go.
With the day-to-day happenings of FDMG, because they trust in our team and they trust in me, as opposed to the detractors. They don't have anything to do except make YouTube videos. They have no life. They have no goals. They have no agenda for themselves. No purpose.
So it's fascinating. He's talking like this. If you even look at the trajectory of my life, where I was at, let's say when I first started doing Umar videos, and I wasn't making any money doing Umar videos back then, to where I'm at today, that's a goal to get to where I'm at today. I picked up a degree as well. That was a goal picked up a better job. That was a goal. You guys see what I'm saying? But if we look at Umar in the trajectory of his life, even if we're going to go back to 2014, what do we see with Umar? We see the degradation. See, Umar, the reason why he can get online, he's always online, he's posting online all the time, is because he has the time to do that. He doesn't have a job, he doesn't have a family. But you see how he tried to turn this and flip it around? It's a manipulative ploy. That in and of itself, for you Umar Johnson followers, if you think critically about that, you'll see that he's trying to manipulate you into believing something that is simply not true. He's the one that has the time. He's the one that doesn't have any goal. What, to open up FDMG? That's not a goal. The goal is to get money. See, if you have a goal and you're real about it, you're going to make it happen. You're not going to make excuses. You're not going to blame other people. That's not what you're going to do. It's not sabotage everyone else's fault. If you have a goal, you're going to see it to the end. Remember, Umar conceptualized FDMG in 2004. That was his goal. We're in 2025. He's lying to you about putting in a bid. He never put in a bid. So you just put the pieces together and you see very quickly what he's doing is he's spinning a false narrative and he's really projecting himself and his own situation. He likes to sit around at his mama house and watch movies. He likes to eat. They just sloth, lazy, gluttonous. That's Umar. You look at his life. In 2019, he had his own place. He had been there for at least a decade because he had a previous at least 9 years, because his previous eviction was in 2000. A complaint against the tenant, which was Umar. He's a tenant at the time. He had been there for 9 years. But the previous time was 2010. He was able to resolve that issue. But in 2019, he wasn't able to resolve it. There wasn't a lot of money either. But look what has happened since that time. You look at where Umar was at in 2010, he was working. You look at where he's at in 2025. 2010, he had his own place. 2025, he doesn't have his own place. He's been homeless since 2019. That's a long time to be homeless for someone who's collected millions of dollars since $1.6 million since 2019, from 2019 to 2024. Look at the trajectory of Umar's life. He used to have certifications. He doesn't hold any certifications. He used to have a job. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have his own vehicle. He had his own place. He used to have his own place. Now he's been living in the mama closet since 2019. So look at the trajectory. So what I'm getting at is that one could even just do a comparative analysis in terms of where I was at when I first started covering Umar and where I'm at today versus where Umar was at. Let's say we can go back to 2010 to where he's at today. Sniffing and blinking all the time, looking on the shelf, standing outside, yelling and screaming, acting like a fool, smoked out. Yeah, real talk, cracked out. I don't want to say cracked out, but smoked out. We'll just say that. Okay. Popping pills, dealing with strippers, sexually exploiting women all over the world, baby mamas. Listen, my wife and I, we have 5 kids, and those 5 kids are my kids. Umar, on the other hand, what he got going on in terms of a wife or a girlfriend? I'm talking about a traditional relationship, a committed relationship. What does he have going on in terms of taking care of his kids? And I ain't never been on child support. And if you're on child support, just pay the shit. Don't complain and whine and blame other people like Umar does. You guys realize that he's been arrested for non-payment for child support? What kind of man? You guys realize he's had his driver's license revoked due to non-payment and not coming to court. 3 baby mamas at least, 3 child support. So Umar, but let's be clear about this. You can paint false narratives as to people who criticize you and how they this and they that. But the truth of the matter is that you've fallen so low. If you want to go from 2010 to 2025, or you can go from 2014 when you started raising money specifically for the St. Paul's College to 2025, you broke and busted, homeboy. That's why you have to get online and concoct this story about how your bank accounts were frozen and how you needed people to send you money for you and your mama. So what you talking about, homeboy? See, but this is what master manipulators do. They'll spin these narratives. And a lot of it is projecting. They want to project their own inadequacies and their own failures on other people. Meanwhile, other people who criticize them are doing way better than what they're doing. And if you go back in time, you can see that they've progressed in life much further along in a positive direction, while Umar, he's regressed.
So they can spend all day, every day, talking about FDMG, slandering. I've heard more lies from people this month than I've heard in 11 years. Like the clips that people send me, because I don't watch the stuff. I can't watch it because it'll force me to respond. If I watch a hater's video, Baba, I'll be forced to respond. It's hard to sit.
No, you're a coward. See, Umar, I want you to respond in your next video. Let's see how much of let's see how cowardice you are. Okay? In your next video that you do, I want you to address this one question. Why is it that in 2025 you are telling people that you have not raised $1 million, even though your IRS filings show that you have raised over $1.6 million from 2019 to 2024? The IRS filings are 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, which show that you've raised over $1 million. So why is it that in 2025 you're telling people that you haven't raised $1 million? Now, Umar, in your next video, address that. And show me the lie. Because I can pull up the receipts and show that you were lying about how much money you collected. Will he do it? No.
There and just hear lie after lie after lie and not say anything. So I don't listen, but people do send me clips that they think are very important for me to take note of. But just getting back to my point, I'm so used to it that that's not the issue for me. The issue for me, Baba, today, as we sit here on the final day of Black August 2025, which August the 31st was declared by the Right Excellent Most Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey in the UNIA, in Harlem, New York City, August of 1920, August the 31st, the final day of Black August was declared an international holiday for all African people throughout the entire world. And so this is a day that we celebrate being African. This is the day we celebrate being proud to be African, as this day was set aside by the Garveyites of August of 1920 as an international holiday. Mm-hmm. Now, with that being said,
what that got to do with anything? Umar, are you funny?
I want to briefly, Baba, give you a summary of the war. I'm going to call it a war.
Umar about to lie like crazy. User 225 said the FDMG LenonHonor truck stop bathroom. What are you talking? Listen, don't put my name to FDMG under any circumstances, sir. Okay, if you don't mind, don't put my name next to anything that say FDMG on it. Thank you for the super chat. His favorite cartoon must have been Fat Albert because okay, I got that one. Thanks, Louis. User 225 says peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism. Where's my Hobbit African queen at 3'5", thick of the thighs, chocolate caramel footing? Oh no, that's too much. All right, thank you, User 225. What's up, Lene? Lene sent shout out to Lene. Sent the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've got to turn some lights on too. He loves using yeah, I got that one earlier. Yeah, he does that a lot. Lewis X says, I want to see Umar on a spin off of the Love and Hip Hop called Love and Hotep. Yeah, Love and Hotep. The female contestants would be Zaza Ali, Gloria, Glorilla. I don't even know who that is. Sharon, Sprinkle Lady, and Saucy Santana filmed. I don't even know who these people are. Gloria? I don't know. Or maybe that's a character. Is that a character in the Love and Hip Hop? So Zaza Ali would be Gloria. Sharon would be Sprinkle Lady. And Saucy Santana filmed at the I don't even know who Saucy Santana is. That sounds a little okay. Thanks, Leslie. You guys can tell I don't watch those shows. I didn't watch none of that stuff. Umar was on and I have the video. He was on Desperate Housewives, I think. Was that what it was? I can't remember what it was. Let me see if I thought it was Desperate. I don't know. Desperate Housewives. No, that's not coming up. He was on one of them shows, but they cut him out of it though. One of those reality shows, the ghetto type show back in the day. I have it. I just can't remember what that show was called. Thanks, Louis, for a super chat. And then T says, "You are a servant of God. You are protecting others." Well, thank you for the kind words. I think that's one of the reasons why this analysis of Umar, the criticism of Umar, but then also to archive. I think it's important because it actually sets. I don't think this has ever been done. I don't, but I think it sets a precedence. And Umar, he's not the only one. He's not isolated. There's other people that are doing similar stuff with the Umar, and there are going to be other people going to come down the line in the future. And this type of work is important because people, not only do we do the criticism, but we develop the skill set needed to be able to analyze properly. because that's really what it comes down to. It's critical analysis. You know, like I said, I give the financial aspect of it. Okay, why isn't in 2025 Umar is saying that he hasn't raised $1 million, but his IRS filings show that he's raised since 2019. He's raised a bare minimum $1.67 million. That's a shut and closed case. Okay, well, that same type of analysis, and it's not that deep either. That could be applied to other people that are out there doing similar stuff to Umar, but then also people are going to come down the line. So I think it's important. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that, T. Yeah, someone said it was the Real Housewives of Atlanta. So let me see if so let me try. Oh, I know why. Probably I'm in the wrong folder. Let me type in Housewives. Yeah, here we go, right here. And then he disparages the show later, but that's probably because they kicked. Oh, it's not coming up because it's in a different. The codex is in a different codex. I would have to convert it in Handbrake, but I do have it. Okay, y'all just have to trust me on it. This was 2015, 2016, one of those two. It's season 8. Season 8. Oh, it's coming up now because I have 2 versions of it. So this is it right here. I'll just play. Let me just show the part where Umar. Where they show Umar. We should be doing while we're healing. Yeah, here we go right here. So, yeah, see Umar. Yeah, but they end up cutting him out of the show, and then he started talking mess about the show. Anyway, it just goes to show where Umar's priorities are and have been. Okay, let's get back to the video. Here we go. And
I believe the city government of Wilmington and the Negro bureaucracy has declared war on the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. I absolutely believe that.
That's a lot.
Let me give you a quick timeline. In October of 2024, I emailed the Secretary for Vacant Properties for the city of Wilmington, Delaware. I was requesting a waiver because in the city of Wilmington, if you are a 501 nonprofit organization, you can get a one-time 4-year waiver, so you don't have to pay.
Okay, that's not how it works. We've already covered this, and this also ties to there's a group, there's a time period where you would have to put in, but what happens if you put in that waiver, it's not retroactive. And actually, I have the document. Let me show it to you guys right now. So that's what I'm saying. Umar, he lies so much and he represents things. It's amazing that he's coming back after he's been exposed as a liar with all of this, that he's coming back with this narrative, you know, that somehow they're out to get him. Well, that's what he tends to do anyway. But let me show you guys this real quick. So let me do a screen share. All right, here you go. So this is the City of Wilmington Department of Licenses and Inspections. Okay, we've already covered this, but I want you guys to see right here. Here's the waiver. Past due fees are not subjected to request for a waiver. All past due balances must be paid in order to receive a waiver of the current year's fee. Additionally, all properties must be registered to receive a waiver of registration fee. I have not seen any evidence that Umar has registered this property. I haven't seen it. Now, maybe he has, but I haven't seen it. In all my research, I haven't seen it. If anyone has a receipt on that, please send it to me. Right. So the point is that past due fees are not subjected to request for a waiver. It can only be applied, all past due balances, it must be paid in order to receive a waiver. It can only be applied to the current years of fees. Does that make sense? So Umar, he's lying here too, but that's what he does. He's a pathological liar. Let's get back to it.
Property registration fee, which is $5,000 for the city of Wilmington, Delaware. I was requesting a waiver because in the city of Wilmington, if you are a 501 nonprofit organization, you can get a one-time 4-year waiver, so you don't have to pay the vacant property registration fee, which is $5,000 per year.
Okay, and it becomes $5,000. See, that's also a misrepresentation of the facts. Let me show you guys what I mean by that. I mean, this again, Umar, he lies so much. We covered this, and he's seen the video where we covered this. This is the schedule. So what happens is that if your building is abandos like Umar's building, they're vacant and they're on the vacant property list, less than a year, for less than a year, it's $0. At least 1 year, but less than 2 years, is $500. At least 2 years, but less than 3 years, is $2,500. At least 3 years, but less than 4 years, is $5,000. You see what I'm saying? Umar, he goes straight to 5,000 as if he had been paying for all these years, the previous years. At least 4 years, but less than 5 years, is $10,000. And then at least 5 years or more, it becomes $12,000. Okay, Umar, he's had these properties since 2019. So it's been 6.5 years. So next year, he's going to have to pay $12,000 if he doesn't get these bandos off of the vacant property list. Does this make sense? But again, Umar, he misrepresents things. Sometimes I wonder if maybe he just doesn't understand. You know, sometimes I think that, but he lies so much. I think he does. He just wants to spin, again, he's a master manipulator. He wants to spin this narrative. Okay, we got 1,900 people in the building. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. If you enjoyed the show at any point during this live stream, it's a mini marathon. Make sure you hit that like button. And there is a poll question. Make sure you get your vote in on the poll question. Thank you all again. Coach, that's undefeated. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Requested a waiver on October the 14th of 2024. The Secretary for Vacant Properties responded, and she said, if you get a bill on November the 1st, which is...
Okay, real quick, what is the timeline? What do you say, October?
Secretary for Vacant Property...
I'm sorry, hold on.
...for the city of Wilmington, Delaware, declared war on the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. I want
to be clear about his timeline.
Let me give you a quick timeline. In October of 2024.
Okay, so he's saying October of 2024. I'm just going to be writing this down as we progress.
I emailed the Secretary for Vacant Properties for the city of Wilmington, Delaware. I was requesting a waiver because in the city of Wilmington, if you are a 501 nonprofit organization, you can get a one-time 4-year waiver, so you don't have to pay the vacant property registration fee, which is $5,000 per year. So I requested.
Okay, again, it's not $5,000 per year. I just showed you guys the schedule. It starts off 1 year, but less than 2 years. It's $500. This guy, he lies so much. It's incredible to me. You guys see this? It's 500 1 year, but less than 2 years. It goes up to 2,500 when it's 2 years, but less than 3 years. When it's 3 years, but less than 4 years, it goes up to $5,000. But he's saying that it's $5,000 per year. He lies so much, it's incredible. All right, here we go.
On October the 14th of 2024, the Secretary for Vacant Properties responded, and she said, if you get a bill on November the 1st, which is 2 weeks later, October 14th, she says on November the 1st, if you get a bill, you can apply for the waiver, and you need to include the bill number, the bill amount, and any evidence that you are working on this building. Well, Baba, on October 14th, I already asked for the waiver. I already asked for it. So there's no need for me to submit a new one on November the 1st because you have it right here, right now.
Okay, so he wants to blame them. That's what it sounds like he's doing here. Let's keep going.
But because she didn't want to process my waiver, she didn't want to put it through, so she says, you have to do it again, basically.
He's making this shit up on the spot. I've researched Umar long enough. I've seen the next of him line. He's making this shit up. The thing is that why didn't Umar tell this story when he was telling that other story about how they didn't tell him anything, how they didn't give him any correspondence? Remember? Why didn't he share this story then? Well, that's because he hadn't concocted this story yet. He's a pathological liar. That's what Umar does. Let's keep going.
And add the bill number and the amount and any evidence that you're working on the school. Now, to the evidence, Baba, the electricity, the plumbing in the HVAC has already been repaired.
No. Listen, there's still exposed wires all throughout that building. So it hasn't been repaired. There's been so many videos we've watched where you can see wires hanging out of the ceiling. What are you talking about, Umar? The HVAC, you said that the HVAC, you didn't have controls for it. You have to still get controls. So what are you talking about? Umar, what you should do is on Monday, where today's Monday, you ain't got shit to do anyway, probably inside your mama closet right now, watching this live stream, eating and shit, eating zebra cakes and shit. What you should do is get up off your lazy ass and go on down the street and go on to these trap bandos and live stream and then go turn these shits on. Go turn on the HVAC and show people you turning it on. And then go over there to the vent to show that it's blowing. And then it's blowing, I don't know how you would show that it's blowing cold air, but just go show people. But and furthermore, even if they turn on, that doesn't mean that they've passed inspection. It doesn't mean that they're fully functional, because there's a whole lot more work that needs to be done that you've never mentioned in terms of the ductwork. All that needs to be inspected and to make sure there's no holes or gaps in between or any of that kind of stuff. Have you done any of that, Umar? No. So stop with the cap and all this stuff and renovations. And no, you said the renovations were done in 2023, but you also said that we're renovating in 2025. So which one is it? This guy, he lies so much, it's incredible. Let's go.
Inspected and approved by L&I for more than a year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, where's the paperwork on that, Umar? Where's the inspection? When did this inspection take place? For more than a year? Well, if this has happened for over a year ago, wouldn't you have shown that to people? Wouldn't you have talked about that to people? Hit the one. I have you in 2025 saying that you got to get inspections. I have you in 2024 saying that you still, but you said over a year and a half ago, or over, what do you say, over a year ago? So which one is it? It's not, the math ain't mathing, homeboy. Now, you best believe that if Umar had inspectors come out to inspect anything and stuff passed, you best believe he's going to live stream and talk about it. He'd be talking about it for a month and his followers be going crazy. Yeah, haters, what you going to say now, right? But he didn't do that. Why? Because it didn't happen. Show us the paperwork, Umar. And if it did happen, good. Show us the paperwork. Let's keep going.
So when she's asking for proof of renovation, the renovations are done.
You lie so fucking much. You said renovations are done. Hold on a second. Here we go. What video was it? Because I played it recently I posted it. See, you getting me frustrated. You see, now I gotta go find the video that I showed where you was lying about that. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get it. We working today. Because I showed this a couple of days ago this month. Let me see. I think it's this one right here from 3 days ago. Let me check and I'm gonna pull it up because this guy, he lies so much. Yeah, here it go. All right, let me pull this up. It's part 10. It's in my export folder. I can't believe this guy gets on here, and I just uploaded this video on the 28th, and then on the 31st, he's lying and telling I was gonna say Lord Jamar. He's up here telling Father David that renovations are complete. All right, let's see here. This is, what is it? Part 10. Yes, this one right here. All right, since it's a marathon, we taking our time. But you guys, did y'all heard what Umar just said, right? Here, let me play it again.
Already been repaired, inspected and approved by L&I for more than a year.
Mm-hmm.
So when she's asking for proof of renovation, the renovations are done, the major ones.
Now he says the major ones. No, that's not how that works. Either renovations are done or they're not done, Umar. And no, renovations, the major ones aren't done. No, because the brother went out there and showed video footage 2 days ago, I think it was, and it looks deplorable out there. Matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna see if I can live stream while I'm exporting it. That's why we started late today, because I was trying to get that other thing exported. Y'all let me know if it's still, if my video quality and everything else, it should be fine. Let me open up my Premiere Pro and I'm gonna export it while we're live streaming. Because the video that we're playing now, I exported and I didn't time it right, and it took a couple of hours. I'm gonna say Taylor to start a line like Umar. It took months. It took a year, and that's why we started late, because I was waiting for it to export. But let me go ahead and see if I can export this while we're live streaming, and I can show you where the brother went up there and he did a full tour of the exterior, and obviously renovations, the major. There's all kind of stuff that needs to be done up there. So Umar, he lies so much. While I do this, though, let me pull this. This is something that I premiered a couple of days ago, and this is dealing with the renovations. Let me just find the part that I want to share with you guys.
Declares his I can't wait until he declares his candidacy.
Okay, so this is 2022 where Umar's talking about renovations. Here's 2021. He's talking about renovations. Here's 2020 where he starts the renovations. We're going to go to 2023, and here's the video right here. Check this out. So I'm saying Umar lies so much. I think sometimes he forgets his lies. Here we go.
Woo! I can't wait to eat tonight. I'm hungry, but I'm sacrificing for the Most High God. Maybe the Lord will make a way for me. Coming to you with the announcement we've been waiting for since we bought this school. On February the 7th of 2019, that was 4 years, 6 months, and 4 days ago, brothers and sisters. 4 years, 6 months, and 4 days. 4 years ago, 6 months, and 4 days we bought this school. Y'all know what we've been through. We've been through the vandalism. We've been through the hate. We've been through the slander, the sabotage, the scamming of the black contractors. We've been through all of it. The YouTubian distractors, we've been through all of it. But today, Black August, where my Leos at one time? Where my Leos at one time? Where my lions and my lionesses right now? If you was born in August, whether you a Leo or whether you are a Virgo, make some noise right now. Whether you a Leo or Black August birthday, this is for us right now. But you know what? I want to say thank you to all my donors. Where are my donors at? How many of y'all been donating since the first fundraiser, April the 14th, St. Louis 2014? How many been donating since 2015? How many been donating since 16, 17? Who been donating since 18 and 19? Who been donating since 2020 COVID and 2021 and 2022? Where are my donors at from around the world? We wouldn't be here without the donors right now. We would not be here without the donors. My African donors, thank you. South American donors, thank you. Central American African donors, Caribbean donors, my donors in Asia, my donors in Australia, and of course, all my donors from across the United States, Los Angeles, Oakland, brothers and sisters, my Georgia, my Carolina, my Maryland, my DC, my Philly, my Jersey, my Boston donors, my Kentucky donors, my Tennessee donors, my Minnesota donors, my Illinois donors, my Michigan, where my Ohio donors at right now. Brothers and sisters, I am proud and I am pleased to announce to you at this moment.
Okay, here you go. Again, look at the date, August 11th of 2023. Over 2 years ago, this is the announcement that he gives. I'm exporting this file to you guys. Let me know if everything's okay with the stream. Okay. And if it is, I'll just cancel out the export. It should be fine, but I'm going to be upgrading my computer. I'm going to go for i9. That's what I'm going to end up doing. And I'll give this computer to my son because he uses this computer more than I do. Okay, listen to what he says. This is 2 years ago. We got 2,000 people in the building too. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning on. That's on the video. Let's go.
Black August 11th of 2023.
Okay, thanks, y'all.
I'm live, King. Black August 11th of 2023.
What's up, Taryn?
I'm on a live stream, King. I'm here for a minute, though. Swing back around.
Yeah, I think that's the plug, to be honest with you. I don't know for a fact. I'm speculating, but I think that's the plug.
Okay, I got you. That we have finally completed all of the renovations for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. I'm going to say it again.
No, you don't have to say it again. He said all. What did he say, Cook or Chat? Did he say the major? All the major renovations were done 2 years ago, 2023? That's not what he said. What did he say, Domo? The guy said, he said all. Got him. See, I got the receipts. You, Umar Johnson, follows you. Listen, no animosity whatsoever. I try my best. There's been times where I've slipped up and I apologize. Where I've probably said things about y'all that I shouldn't have said. Okay, it probably was true. I'm sure it was true, but I don't want to berate you or demean you because Umar does that to you guys. It's wrong. Okay, there's been times where I've slipped up. I apologize. So when I say this to you guys, this is not disrespect. I don't have any animosity towards you guys whatsoever. None, not at all. It's not really not that serious. Okay? You believe in someone who is a master manipulator. You believe in someone who's a pathological liar. He's lying right here. You believe in someone who's a narcissistic personality trait. You believe in someone who's exploiting Black people for money and for sex. Okay, you're believing in someone who lies to you over and over and over again. So what I'm getting at is that even right here, you should take a step back and say, wait a minute. In 2025, at the end of August of 2025, Umar says that all of the major renovations were done. But in the video from August of 2023, Umar says that all of the renovations were done. The math's not mathing, right? And so what you do is, as a critical thinker, you say, okay, either he's telling the truth in 2023 and he's lying in 2025, or he's telling the truth in 2025 and he lied in 2023. Either way, he lied. So the question then becomes, critical question, why are you believing and following and supporting a liar? That's all. Same thing with the financials. I dropped a video recently to talk about the financials and see, when you guys look at what he reports to people, when he updates people on how much money he raised, you'll see that he was talking about $1 million back in 2016, into 2016. But then when we get into 2020, he says, when we get into 2019, he's telling people $700,000. And then at some point, on Lord Jamar, he says $750,000. And in 2020, he says $800,000. Okay, wait a minute. How do you go from $1 million at the end of 2016 to down to 800,000 in 2020? 850,000 in 2020. See, I dropped the video. See, the math doesn't. Well, either he was lying when he said that he had $1 million, or in the same year, he said by the end of the summer, I can play it for you guys. He either he was lying then or he's lying now. Either way, he lied. Because he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't even raised $1 million. So all I'm saying is all. Umar said all in 2023. I'll play it again.
We have finally completed all of the renovations.
See that? So why is it that Umar says all in 2023, but then 2 days ago, or yesterday, August 31st of 2025, Umar, he says
Just
this.
dealing with
Look,
the super
listen, watch.
a year.
Mm-hmm.
So when she's asking for proof of renovation, the renovations are done, the major one.
But in 2023, he said they're all done. And see, it's not an either or. You can't say, okay, the renovations are done. Well, the major ones are done. You can't say all of the renovations are done. Oh, well, the major ones. No, it's either renovations are complete, all of them, or they're not. But you see how Umar lied? You know what? Let me. I'm gonna go find this other video too. Okay, I'm gonna pull that one up during this live stream. Here we go. Let's keep going.
We're just dealing with the superficials right now, and the only thing left is the floor. We got to retile the floor, Baba.
What about the doors?
So if I already sent you an application for a waiver, why did you not process it? Why did you tell me I got to resubmit it again on November the 1st with the bill number in the amount? You already know the bill number because the bill comes from you.
Mm-hmm.
You already know the amount. The amount comes from you.
What's up, Maddie?
So basically, Baba, she didn't want to process our waiver. And because she didn't want to process our waiver, she said it had to be resubmitted once I get a bill in the mail with the bill number and the bill amount, as opposed to just processing the waiver and adding the bill number and the bill amount to it.
See this? Shout out to Jesus Christ. All. He said all, right? Malika, he said all. plug 1,000%. That's what it sounds like to me. Anyway. Lene says Umar was with me before March 7th and August 5th was the cutoff. He did the Stank Cooch video and claimed he's a victim to get extension. Yeah. So you already knew about all this stuff in advance. He probably told you about it, but he want to act like they didn't tell him nothing. Okay, Umar be lying so much. Shout out to Lene. What's up? I am Essence. Thanks for tuning on in. I appreciate it. And Joshua and Ed, brother Ed is in the building. What's up, Ed? And Sean Pre and Joshua again. Yeah, he said all, not man-made. He didn't say some. Yeah, he said all. Johnny says, fact is, his most blind followers tend to overlook his fibs. Just saw a creator make a post today downplaying your coverage of FDMG. Well, that's fine. You know, the thing is that in terms of receipts, I have the receipts. See, I don't have to lie about Umar at all. And you see how I did that? We hear Umar say one thing, and then I said, my mind goes, okay, well, hold on a second. Let's go pull this receipt up, what he said in 2023. How do you argue that? You can't. So the point is, I will guarantee you this, Shawnee, that there are no Umar Johnson supporters who are pulling 2,050 people inside of their chat room during a live. They're not getting, and I'm not saying this to be arrogant, they're not getting 20,000 views on videos. They're not getting 30,000, 40, 57. One of these videos got 90,000 views. It's a shorter video. I said, what the frizzle? So listen, at the end of the day, what most people are looking for is the truth. Okay, and it could be about different things. And in particular, when we talk about Umar, listen, I have facts, I have receipts, I have the truth, and I can pull up everything that I said. I can back it up with a receipt. All right. So it is what it is. Thank you, Shawnee, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let me do these super chats real quick. We'll get back to the video because I'm getting behind in here. Let's see. Okay, I got that one from T. Okay, this is from Timmy. What's up, Timmy? Timmy Diamond says, Dr. Umar has a rather difficult and complicated relationship with the truth. Yeah, we were just talking about that, right? He effortlessly lies like an old Oriental rug. Yeah, it's incredible. The thing is that it is a skill set to be able to lie like that. But the thing is that Umar's been doing this for such a long time. I just think it's his default, how he functions on a default level. He just lies. You know, he spins narratives. He misrepresents the facts. You know, the thing I can say dealing with Umar is I've never done that. I've been wrong on things. See, I don't have an ego like that. When people say that I do have an ego when it comes to information where I have been incorrect, because I want to be factual and I pride myself and I want to be fair. I do my best to be fair with Umar, especially with Umar. The thing is that there are times where they will say, hey, listen, your information is correct. And I'll say, okay, well, provide me with a receipt. And they never provide it. But it's an ego thing for me because I've done so much research and I know my shit. So when people say stuff or they say that it is incorrect or they present something to me that I knew 5 years ago, you know, to me, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. Okay, that's an ego thing. I shouldn't even be tripping off of that. It's not major, but I recognize that. However, on the other hand, that if someone has information that I don't know, please Or if I'm incorrect about something, correct me, please, because I want to be actual and factual and fair. Okay. Again, I'm not up here trying to say that everything that I say is 100%, because there's been times, like I said, there was a time where I thought that this FDMG school scam started in 2014. That's not true. And then I thought it was started in 2010. That's not true either. Right. And then I realized, based upon Umar, and I have the video, he was in Cleveland. He said that he conceptualized this in 2004. So this really starts in 2004. So it doesn't help benefit. It doesn't benefit Umar that it started in 2004. It doesn't help me, him, in terms of him trying to figure out ways to dispel my criticism, obviously, because I thought it was 2019. No, it's 2004. So things like that, research points like that, there's been times where I've been incorrect, and I asked for corrections. If I ever say anything on here that you guys know that you have paperwork that can back it up, okay, provide it. But I've put in so much work and I've done due diligence that there is some ego involved in that. Okay, I would like for people to have information and send me information that I don't know. But I will say this, based upon my research, that most of the time, overwhelmingly, when people say that they have this information, there's stuff that I already knew about, or I already know that it's not factual because I've already done my due diligence. So the point that I want to get to here is Umar. The thing that I've learned as I've dealt with Umar over the years is that he lies all the time. It's incredible how much he lies, and it's a skill set. But Umar, that's his baseline. His baseline is to lie. So he lies about being a school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist. He lies about being a therapist. He's not a therapist. He's never had a certification to be a therapist either. See, a school psychologist and a therapist, that's two separate things. He said he's a family therapist. He's not a family therapist. Most requested scholar. How do you quantify that? You can't. Well, this goes on and on and on. The point is that I've never lied on Umar. Umar's lied on me. But that's because I'm more interested in the truth, including corrections that people can provide me so that I get closer to the truth when needed. Well, Umar, he's not interested in truth. What he's interested in is spinning narratives and lying so that he can continue to manipulate black people to get money out of them. That's all it comes down to. Thank you, Timmy, for super chat. Appreciate it. Shadow Zach09 says, according to the chat GPT, he never filed for permits to remodel any of the buildings. He did pull some permits. This is years ago. I want to say back in, if memory serves me correctly, this was 2020. KKC would know better than me because he's done more research in this area than I have. And I haven't looked at those because all this is online. There's documents online dealing with the bills and all that stuff. I just haven't looked at it. It hasn't been my focus over the years. But I know how to access, and there was a time where I was focused on that, but that was years ago. But he knows more about that than I do. There were some permits that were pulled. But based upon what Umar is saying in terms of the work that has been done, no, professional permits have not been pulled for everything, including the doors. A brother that was on Information Man show yesterday, there was a huge point he made that it's simple stuff that laymen, we won't even know about. But this brother, he's in construction. He broke all that down. And just how the doors, the doors, I don't know what they call those types of doors. They fold both ways. Those types of doors, there's rules and regulations. They have to be balanced on the top. And I already showed video footage when we were covering that. First of all, Umar said that those doors were new. He said that they were new, brand new. Okay, those were not brand new. That's another lie we caught him in. Okay. But those doors, you can tell how one was higher than the other. So it's not going to pass inspection. Furthermore, there's a huge gap in between the doors. And I think he said that the gap can be no more than 1/4 of an inch. Well, that gap was way more than 1/4 of an inch, a couple of inches, the bare minimum. So stuff like that, laymen's like ourselves, we wouldn't be able to put that together, that basic piece together. But someone who's in construction, they'll be able to recognize that right away. Well, that right there, him saying that, it clicked in my mind. It's just another example that Umar did not get a professional to pull the permits in order to do that work to actually hang those doors. Because if they did, then they would have been in compliance with the gap, right? The gap can only be, it could be no more than 1/4 of an inch, and they would be in compliance with the leveling of the doors. Furthermore, the front door, they would have to have been in compliance with that too. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ike who had pointed this out while we were watching the video. When Umar closed that front door, it was supposed to be a new door. There was a massive gap in between where you saw sunlight coming through after the door is closed. Okay, that's not in compliance. That's not professional work that was done, and there were no receipts that were pulled for that work. So the point is that the vast majority of the work that Umar has had done on these buildings, he's not pulling permits, and that's another reason why they're never going to pass inspection. Okay, but he did get some permits for a couple of things. I do remember that years ago. Thank you, Shadows, Zach, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Lewis Luck says, you know he listens to you. Don't tell him to turn on the HVAC. They might blow up and Jamal will accuse you of setting up. No, Jamal got off of social media. He got off of social media. And you guys know one of the reasons why was because Umar Johnson's daughter, he tried to get her to stop talking about Umar. But it was more like Jamal trying to save face. Okay, it was more about his reputation and blah, blah, blah. He's always been like that. Okay, bugaboo. So he takes his social media page. He goes off of social media. Remember, he was big and bad. Another one of them people was big and bad, all talking, all to running their mouth and all this stuff. I think he even did a video more recently. He was telling me not to keep his name out my mouth and all. Yeah, but then he goes offline. Okay, here we go. All right. But I think though, Lewis Sluck, because I thought about this, that another reason why Jamal got off of the internet was because Umar had said some things about Jamal, and he said that Jamal was emotionally abusive towards Umar. But from what I understand, it was much more than just emotional abuse. And see, once Umar said that about Jamal, and Umar had never, in all of my research with Umar, I've never heard him say that about his father, that he was abusive on any level. I never heard him say that. But for him to say that, what it did was it just put a little crack in the door. And I think when Jamal heard that, he was like, oh shit, let me get off of social media, because he fears that Umar will open up even further and tell the whole truth about Jamal. See, so if Jamal can get offline in advance of that actually taking place, then in terms of the backlash that Jamal will receive, it would be much lessened than what it would have been if he had been on social media, because people would have been going in on him. See, some things to think about, right? Thanks, Ursula. Shawnee says, fact is, his most blind followers tend to look over. Yeah, okay, we got this one earlier. Thank you so much, Shawnee. I appreciate that. Yeah, people can downplay my coverage as much as they want to, but not one of them can fuck with me intellectually, and they can't deal with the receipts either, because I have all the receipts. Okay, and that's just a statement of fact. I've done my research. Okay, still doing research, but I've done my research. Right. I would even say that even Umar's most staunch supporters, they know less than 1/100th of what I know about Umar, based upon my research. Okay. Thank you again, Johnny. RDW Creations became a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Giannis says, father still drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah, you're talking about Father David. Yeah, for whatever reason. I think there's a couple of reasons, but I also think it's just him. He's clout chasing. I think that's a huge part of it. He wants to get views because again, his show it's trash. Real talk. Okay, it's a social media desert. Thanks, Giannis, for being a member for 5 months. Sean Pre says, Lene said, check your email. Okay, I will do that in just a moment. Give me 1 second. Let me get to this. Lene sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Lene. Okay, I'll check my email. Let's keep going here with this video. We have over 2,000 people in the building. Thank you guys so much. This is a mini marathon today, so I'm taking my time and pulling up whatever I want to today. Okay. Also, there is a poll question. Make sure you get your vote in on the poll question if you haven't voted already. I appreciate it. And if at any point you are enjoying this show, go and hit that like button. It only take you about 2 seconds, but it'll help with the algorithm, and they get more people to see what we're doing here. And hopefully they'll come on over and we'll continue to expand here with the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, I'll check my email now. Thanks, Lene. Thanks everyone else who sent in super chats. I appreciate it. All right, so let's get back to the main video. Here we go.
Keep in mind, Baba, all city offices are in the same building. Mm-hmm. All of them. So if she needed to get something from finance, she could go downstairs, or just pick up the phone. So this is what you call being difficult. So anyway, let's continue.
So now he's trying to paint a narrative that the city, they're being difficult with them, but this is his way of absconding. Let me take that back. This is his way of deflecting responsibility away from him as to why everything has failed to such a massive degree. So now he said this, he alluded to this before, that it's the city's fault. And so here he is, he's trying to repaint that narrative. Again, he doesn't have any receipt for any of this whatsoever. Also, RDW sent in a Cash App, and the question was why doesn't he ever do videos inside the building? Yeah, that's a question that a lot of people have asked that question in the past. I think that there's a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is that in terms of the optics, see, Umar's been talking about renovations, but if he goes up there on the interior and he walks around, people will see very quickly that not much has changed up in there. In fact, it looks worse when it comes to the paint job. The paint job is all over the place. It's horrible in point of fact. Now, it looks a lot better in terms of cleanup because there's a lot of trash that was in there well, there's still trash in there, but that he's gotten rid of. And I don't even think he got rid of most. I think most of it he just moved over to the other side of the street. The point is that I think that in terms of the optics, it's better optics to show the exterior with the sign in the background. It's painted a little bit out there. The doors are painted red, black, and green. So I guess that's progress too. So it gives the illusion of progress. It gives more of the illusion of progress on the exterior, in my opinion. I could be wrong about that. You guys let me know in the chat room. If you think the inside gives more credence to the notion that Umar is progressing, say inside. If you think the outside gives more, I mean, either one is bullshit. But if you think the outside gives more credence to the notion that Umar he's progressing in this project, type in the chat room outside. In my opinion, the outside gives more credence to this notion, or more legitimacy, I guess, to the notion that he's making progress. And the reason why is because the renovations in terms of the what needs to take place is largely on the inside. And you can take a video from 2025 where he's showing the inside, and then you can go back to a video from 2021 and let's say 2022, and you show the inside. There's not much difference. There's not much difference at all. So the idea again of that there's being progress is taking place. It's harder to sell that to people. However, if you show the exterior, they did do some painting out there. There are places that look a little bit better. He got the mural put back up there. He has the doors that are painted, which look better than how they looked before. Again, the sign, I think the sign is that's his big card that he pulls out on people. It's all a bunch of bullshit. But the point is, I think that gives the illusion that more progress is taking place, even though really nothing has really changed. So that's why I think that he does videos outside more than he does on the inside. Now, here's the thing. If Umar was serious about this, and I've talked about this in the past, February 2019, when he makes that school announcement, the following day, he starts this campaign to live stream every single day, working on the inside. He would have raked up millions and millions and millions of dollars if he did that consistently from 2019 and live stream, let's say from 2019 to 2021. But see, then he would have to show progress, right? And he's actually getting closer to the goal. You'll see real, not just painting, because that's cosmetic. It's totally irrelevant in the bigger scheme of things. You still see wires hanging all over the place. You know, you see broken up doors, floor, no flooring. There's all types of issues with mold. I mean, the list goes on and on. The point is that on the interior, if people look on the interior and you compare it, comparative analysis to last year, the year before, there's not much change. So for Umar, I think it's more convenient for him just to do it outside because the optics look better, even though it still looks like shit. Okay, thank you for the Cash App. I do have my Cash App information listed down below in the description, but I don't promote it, but it is down there. Okay, I got that email. Okay, let me download this and I'll take a look at this. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you say I got to Philly and he had time to speak with them, talking about the city. He had time to speak with them on March 7th through August 5th. But he was with you at the hotel instead of handling business. He even had time to the day after while you had his mother. Yeah, he wasn't handling business and he knew. So what you're saying is that he knew going all the way back to March 7th of this would have been 2025. Yeah, but Umar, he tells us, he paints a narrative that they didn't let him know and he didn't know about it. Okay. All right. And let me download these two. I'll take a look at these two. Okay, let's get back to the video. Thanks, everyone. Yellow Man also says, you didn't even read my Cash App from. I'm sorry. Let me get on my Cash App. Thanks, Yellow Man. I'll get on my Cash App. I apologize. Damn. Why you got to put me on blast like that, bro? Where's my Cash App at anyway? I can't even see the thing. So that's why I don't like using my phone, because I can't even see nothing. Hold on a second. Why you gonna put me on blast? I'm live streaming. Let me stop. Okay. Oh, this ain't the thing. I'm on. Hold on a second. Oh, here it is. Okay, here it go right here. I remember this because I was laughing. He says, it's Yellow Man, turn that MF and AC on. Okay, yeah. So the last time, I think it was the last time I live streamed. Yeah, this was funny. The last time I live streamed, I didn't want to turn the air conditioning on because that air conditioning bill was like, I can't remember if it was like 250 or 280, something like that. Not the air conditioning, but the power bill was crazy. And when you got on them kids, that's the thing. They'll be in their room with sweats on and a jacket, and they hot. They turn on the air conditioner to cool down the whole other house. Ain't nobody else in here, right? Then the whole house, but they just in their room. It don't make those sense. And I got everybody fans too. Fans to put in their room and everything. They don't want to do that. Anyway, so I didn't turn it on. I was sweating and stuff. And so I remember you sent me that. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's on right now though. I heard it turn on. Thanks, Yellow Man, for the super chat, and also thanks for the Cash App as well. You put me on blast on the show. Okay, thank you. And Yana says I was talking about my father. Oh, okay. Let me go back and see. You were talking about your father. Yeah, I'm not seeing that other super chat that you put in here. Let me see. Yeah, I read it, but I don't see it anymore. Was it from way earlier? Let me see. I'm going all the way up to the top. Yeah, Giannis, I don't see it anymore. Excuse me. I'm just looking real quick. I'm going through it another second time here. Yeah, I don't see your first one in here. It just disappeared for some reason. I apologize. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for another one as well. Cherry Flesh says Umar would be better suited as a sanitation worker. Yeah, the thing though is Umar, he's lazy, and he's been living off of black people now since at least 2011. That's a long time. So I don't even think in his own mind he sees himself doing anything different because he's so used to this lifestyle. He's been living like this for such a long time, and he doesn't. Remember how he was saying that people don't have goals, who criticize him? That's simply not true. He doesn't have any tangible goals that are real that moves his life forward. It's all about getting money out of people, and that doesn't move his life forward. If Umar got a job, he would be fired very quickly because he's lazy. He'd just be sitting around. He wouldn't show up on time. He'd just not come to work when he didn't feel like doing it because he's just lazy like that. Would a job be in Umar's best interest? Absolutely. Absolutely. It would be, but he's not that type of a person. Again, he's been living off of people for such a long time. It's easy. It's easy life, even though it's a struggle. He doesn't realize that, and his fathers don't realize that by supporting him, especially financially, you've actually enabled him to be lazier and lazier and lazier into self-destruct. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to the video. I thought I was going to pull something else up. I forgot what I was going to pull up, but that's okay. Let's go.
That's October. On March the 7th, I get a letter saying that we may sell your property. We may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a share of lien and possible share.
You said March the 7th, Umar. I thought you said they didn't communicate with you about this. He said that he didn't have any knowledge about this, that they were going to they're trying to sell these buildings from under him. Hit the one. So now he's telling a totally different story. Y'all see this? It's a total contradiction, what he's saying here. Yeah, y'all see this? Let me play that again.
We may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a share of lien number in the bill amount to it. Keep in mind, Baba, all city offices are in the same building. Mm-hmm. All of them. So if she needed to get something from finance, she could go downstairs or just pick up the phone. So this is what you call being difficult. So anyway, let's continue. That's October.
5 months ago.
On March the 7th, I get a letter saying that we may sell your property. We may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a share of lien and possible sheriff sale against your property if you don't satisfy this amount that you owe us. The amount at...
See, the other video, Umar was saying that they didn't contact him about this, that they were trying to sell it from under him. See this? Here's another lie. Y'all see this? I'm gonna play that other video later on too. Yeah, sounds good to somebody. Yeah, but you see how Umar, he spins these narratives, and he actually he's lying on top of his other lie now. Just like he said that the renovations were all complete. Then he says the major renovations they're complete. Now you hear him here. He's talking about how they did notify him on March 7th, 2025. But then in the other video, he tells people that they were trying to sell it from under him. They didn't contact him and blah, blah, blah. We'll get to that video again. Here we go.
The time, Baba, was about $70,000.
Wow.
Let me tell you what it was for.
$70,000? What in the world?
Let me tell you what it was for. $30,000 was for water. Baba, we don't use no water because nobody is in the school.
Hey, wait a minute, Umar. What in the world? So there must have been other bills that's separate from the ones that we covered where I broke that story. Because from what I remember, that was 36,000, 33,000, something like that. Now he's saying that it was 70,000 and that it was 30,000 just for the water. Now, let me explain something to you all too. This how you know Umar don't know what he's doing. If you purchase a property, and even if it's whether you have, if you're living in it or not, or if you have someone living in it or not, there's still going to be bills that you're going to have to pay. And I'm not talking about your taxes, property tax. I'm talking about storm drainage bills, that kind of stuff. You're still going to have to pay the bills. And Umar did get water cut on, so you have an account. So just by having an account, even if you don't even turn the water on not one time, you still got bills that's going to need to be paid. Remember, he's had these trap banners now for 6.5 years. He didn't get the water turned on until, I believe, 2020. I believe, remember, serves me correctly. Well, that's still 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2020. That can't be right. My goodness. Yeah, 2025. So we're still talking 6 years, about 6 years. Let's leave them benefit out. We're talking about 5 years where Umar's not paying on any of the bills. And so that's why it gets to 30,000 after 5 years. So about $6,000, $6,000 a year, right? Which is what, about $500 a month? Where's my calculator at? Let's do some math on this one. 6,000, hold on one second, 60,000. And we're saying 2020, but even still, when he purchased the abandoned buildings, he still had those bills accruing, even though he didn't have the water, an account yet. It's just by owning the properties, you have to pay these bills. You have to pay, even if they're not picking up trash. It's called sewage, water, and trash. They use a different term for trash, but I'm talking about trash. Even if you don't put out a bin, you still got to pay that per month. You guys understand what I'm saying here? So the point is that from the jump, Umar, you have to pay the bills, even if it's vacant, like they've been vacant for 6.5 years. A deeper question is, what type of businessman purchased these trap bandos in the conditions that they were in 2019 and sits on them for 6.5 years and have all of these bills accrue and not even use the facility for what it was intended what the intent was to use it in terms of educating Black boys? It's a waste of money. It's a money pit. It's not good business. And the longer you hold on to, don't complain about it either, Umar. You don't complain about it. Be a fucking adult. You purchased these trap bundles in February of 2019, and the bill started accruing just by owning. It's called ownership, you clown. And you don't pay on shit, so the things keep going up every single month for 6.5 years. Yeah, you're going to get up there into the tens of thousands of dollars. Don't complain about it now in 2025. You should have been handling that shit. Real talk, you should have been smart enough and had some business sense, goofy, to understand that these bills are going to accrue as soon as you purchase these trap bandos. And so the sooner you get these shits renovated and working and functional, so you can start turning a profit, even though it's not even profitable, it's not even financially, it's not even viable. But the sooner you allegedly get this done, then it makes sense to have these trap bandos, and you're not burning money just having these buildings sit here and still be on the hook for all your donors being on the hook for all this money for these bills that you ain't even paying. And then you want to get up on here in 2025 and cry about it like a bitch. What kind of man? Don't cry about it now. And I can't believe we got to pay this water and we ain't even using. That's not the point. But it's called ownership. What you talking about, you big old crybaby huffing and puffing panda bear? What you crying about for? Anyway. Let me see what he said. I thought he said 80,000. I don't know. Let's 60,000.
And possible sheriff sale against your property if you don't satisfy this amount that you owe us. The amount at the time, Baba, was about $70,000.
Wow.
70,000.
Let me tell you what it was for.
This don't even make no sense. I don't believe it. He be lying.
$30,000 was for water. Baba, we don't use no water.
Are you sure it was showing that water though back in the day? Cookie Chris said hit the one. We got the water on. What you haters gonna say? You remember you was braggadocious back then. Hit the one. Y'all remember that? I can pull it up. Yeah. The water's working, family. Look, and what the haters, we got the water now. Now look at you in 2020. I can't believe we gotta pay this water bill. Come on, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Because back in the day, y'all remember this? What kind of bum? Shout out to Jonathan. Y'all remember this back in the day? He was flossing. That's what he's calling it. He was flossing so bad. I'm from Southern California. He was flossing so bad when he got that water cut on. That's what he said. He said 30K, right? Let's do some math this month. So we're going to take 30,000 and we're going to divide that by 6.5 years. That gets to $4,615 per year. We're going to divide that by 12. It's $384 a month. Umar, what you crying about? You done raised millions of dollars. What you crying about $384? That's what I'm saying. This guy, he's a bum. You not, why don't you just start paying that? Well, no, but you busy traveling and going over to Africa, going over here, hither there, over to the Shire, over there to Sauron, all this Middle Earth, Mordor. You doing all these crushing cookies here, left and right. You crushing cookies left and right, homeboy. There's crushing cookie here, crushing cookie there. I'm gonna go over here, crushing cookie. See, what you should have been doing is handling business. $384 a month. See, why not get a job and just pay these bills? And then while you're doing that, you'd be working on these trap bandos. No, not Umar. See, I think what gets lost in the sauce is how long this shit's been going on. See, if someone said your water bill is $30,000, you're like, what the fuck? You're like, where's my water for this month? No, for the last 6.5 years, you ain't paid on it. It's okay. Let me do some math. It's really $384 a month. Okay, I guess. Again, now, real talk. If you have a small little residence, your water bill shouldn't be $384. You know, you got a couple of kids. I got a gang of them. You know, it ain't. But the water bill ain't no $384. I think it's like $160. It's like half of that, $160, $150. But that includes the bill for they pick up the trash and the lawn care and all that. All that's included on that bill. So it's not a lot. But if you have these trap bandos, Umar, they're commercial properties, Umar, and you purchase them, and there's stormwater drain fees and all this other shit, and then you finally get the water turned on, I'm assuming legally, you're going to have some bills to pay. And $384 in the bigger scheme of things, that ain't shit, Umar. So what you crying about it? Why don't you handle this each month for the last 6.5 years? Why don't you ask one of your followers just to give you, can you commit to $384 so I can pay this water bill? And there would have been someone who would have come out and done it for you. You could have said, okay, I need 10 people to come up with $38. Let's round it up, $40 a month. I just need 10 people to commit to $40 just for this water bill. And if you guys can do that for the next 6.5 years, even though we're not educating any black boys, even though there is no school, even though these are trap bandos, there's mold on the wall, even though I'm traveling around the world crushing cookies, even though I'm living in my own closet, even though I don't have my own place to stay, even though I don't have a job, even though I don't have my own vehicle, even though I be sniffing and blinking all the time, you know, even though I'm scamming and scheming, if I can get 10 people to donate $40 a month, so we can pay this water bill on time. Then he would have got 10 people to do it. I wouldn't have done it. Ollie B probably wouldn't have done it either. But he could have got 10 people and then handle the business, but he don't handle the business. Now he want to complain about it. Anyway. Where were we? I kind of got blown off again. But Dia says, how can a school open with no desks, lockers, etc.? Where are the staff? Where are the dorms for the boys? Yeah. So initially, Umar conceptualized this as, what did he call this? It was supposed to be a boarding school for boys and girls. So boys and girls are supposed to be attending. Now he has these trap bandos all these years later, and not one black boy has been educated, not one black girl has been educated. But what he's telling people now is that it's not a boarding school. But if you want to have your child to come to attend, there's going to be a bus that's going to go to your state to drive your child back to FDMG. See how ridiculous this is? So there's no dorms at this point. That's not what he's focusing on. But even deeper still, what about furnishing the school? Where's he going to come up with the money for that? There's still no IT infrastructure. How are you going to say renovations are complete, but back in 2023, but there's no IT infrastructure? And then in 2025, you up here lying on Father David's show talking about how all the major renovations, well, guess what? The IT would be part of the major renovations. Trust me. But there's still no IT infrastructure. So how's he going to pay for all that? How's he going to pay for desk? How's he going to pay for Chromebooks? How's he going to pay for, books or supplies, teacher supplies, desk? The list goes on and on and on. How's he going to pay for these children to eat? So no, there is no school. These are abandoned buildings. They have been for the last 6.5 years. In fact, they were there for 4 years prior to Umar acquiring. So over the last decade, they've been abandoned buildings. They're still abandoned buildings to this day. So no, there will never be a functional accredited school opening up under Umar. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Thanks, Abadia, for the super chat. Jessica Maya says he said his water bill was $3,000 a month, paid $30,000. The sewage annual flat fees are on the NCC. Yeah, you're right, government site, but I didn't understand how to calculate the EDU value. The highest annual fee was $11,500. Yeah, but again, Umar may be lying about how much that he had to pay on the water bill. Again, he lies so much. There's no telling. He doesn't show any receipts to back up what he's saying. I'll propose that one of the most important things that people can do, that anytime Umar brings up figures, anything dealing with money or dates, even dates dealing with FDMG, that if Umar doesn't provide a receipt to back it up, you shouldn't take it at face value. So the point is, Jessica, who knows? We don't know. We just have to go based on what he's a pathological liar. We have to go on based on what Umar is saying. If he's saying that it's $30,000, but then altogether it was $70,000, that math doesn't make sense either. He's all over the place with it. But even still, it's not a good look for Umar. No matter how we slice it, it's not a good look, because it goes to show you that this is all wasted money. It's not his money. He has no skin in the game. He's not donating to the cause. This is donors, and they're wasting money in this money pit. That's what it is. It's a money pit. All of the taxes, the property taxes that were due because Umar didn't have tax exempt status in 2019 and 2020, those, from memory, it was about $160,000. That's wasted money. Donation money, donors' money. Can you imagine? You're going to acquire these abandoned buildings, and simply because you didn't have your paperwork in order, you ain't handling business, that you're going to waste $160,000, I think it was $160,000 just like that of other people's money, and it serves no purpose in terms of a functional school and educating black boys. It's wasted money. Yeah. Again, Jessica, I don't know with this guy. The math is never be mathing because he lies so much. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Keisha says, "Preach, Lenon. What kind of man? What kind of scam?" Yeah. Real talk. Thank you, Keisha, for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here, everybody. I've been getting blowed off. Here we go. Oh, okay. And this other video, it finished exporting, so I'll pull that up too. But there was something else I was going to pull up, and that was the video of, okay, there we go. And then the tour video. Yeah, I won't play the tour. What I'll do is I'll skip through the show. You give you guys some examples of the tour video. But for now, let's get back to this one right here.
Body is in the school. I want the listeners to understand me.
Thanks, Keisha for the super chat, and thanks Jessica for the super chat and Badia. All right, I appreciate it. Here we go.
Wilmington is trying to defunct our school through nonsense fees. I'm gonna say it again.
Ridiculous. Umar, you're not the only person that has to pay bills with property ownership. Everyone has to. That's like complaining about property tax. Well, that's part of the deal, right? Well, he just making up all kinds. Anyway.
The city government of Wilmington, Delaware, and the Negro bureaucracy. And I'm saying the Negro bureaucracy because most of the people who are sabotaging us look just like us.
Oh my God.
There we go.
I want to be very clear about this.
See, I told people to sabotage, right? Here we go.
Even though the mayor is Caucasian, he don't really have nothing to do with this.
So
this
it's not the white man.
Negro.
It's
Now,
black
the
people.
LNI commissioner, I believe he's a Latino gentleman. He's the only person involved in this who's not black. Everybody else sabotaging us is black. So let's look at this, Baba. 30,000 in water. We get our water bill every month for both schools because remember we got two.
Mm-hmm.
Our water bill combined every month is about $3,000.
Okay. For both schools, so each one is $1,500. Yeah, the math ain't mathing. So yeah, he says it's about $3,000. See, because if it's about $3,000 and we multiply that by 12, we're talking 30. No, this can't be right. No, there's no way. $3,000 multiply it by 12, $36,000 a year. But I thought he said it was $30,000 a year. Even still, it's a waste of money. And no matter how you spend this, Umar, it's a waste of black people's money. Now, if it is $3,000 a month, which I don't think it is, because you always exaggerate the expenses and then you understate how much money you collected. Such a scammer. But let's say that it is $3,000 a month. Why would you purchase these abandoned buildings and then sit on them for 6.5 years and accrue that type of debt? It's just a waste of money. And then now you want to complain about it in 2025 because you ain't been paying on it? Let's keep going. Here we go.
Baba, we don't use no water.
Mm-mm.
We don't use no water. But I'm being told you still have to pay this because of sewage and rain.
Yeah. I told you that back in 2019. We were pulling up those receipts. Sewer, water, and rain. I can't remember the term right now. Rain, I know what it is. Rainwater bill, but this is the thing that takes the water down into the, down into the pipe work. Anyway, I told Umar that back in 2000, because we were covering those receipts back then. Why are you complaining about it in 2025, 6.5 years later?
In other words, when it rains and the water runs off of our building into the drain, we got to pay for that.
Mm.
You know, but the truth is, based upon Famer Tube, you don't even have the pipe work connected right to get the water up on top of the roof to get down on. Anyway, I have the video pulled up. We probably not gonna get to it today, though. Here we go.
So 30,000. So they said you got to satisfy this bill, Baba. This is a letter dated March the 7th. You got to satisfy this bill, or we're going to get a judgment against you in Superior Court, and we're going to do a sheriff lien and sale. Right,
Mm-hmm.
March 7th. So guess what I do, Baba?
What do you
We
do?
pay off the $30,000 in water that we should not owe because we don't use any water.
No, that's not how that works, Umar. You see how much he lies? He lies so much. You have to pay these bills because you own the properties, and whether you have tenants in the property, or if you're in the property, or if they're vacant, it doesn't matter. No matter what, you have to pay these bills. There's standard bills that come with property ownership, Umar. So stop saying that even though we don't use any water, it ain't got nothing to do with that. Whatever bill you have in terms of water usage, that's something separate. And again, these bills start to accrue from day one, February of 2019, simply because you own the properties.
We pay it off. The whole thing. Boom. That's out. So what are we left with, Baba? We're left with vacant property registration fees, which are $5,000 a year, and we owe them for 3 years.
Okay, again, it's not $5,000 a year. I've already showed the receipt on that. Umar, he lies so much.
So that's $15,000 for the Frederick Douglass High School. That's $15,000 for the Marcus Garvey Elementary School. So that's $30,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever was left after that, Baba, that's just little hit and miss fees. That ain't nothing. So basically, you were dealing with water and vacant property, neither of which we should owe. Why? Because we don't use no water. And as far as vacant property goes, Baba, they should have retroactively applied our 4-year vacant property registration fee.
That's not how that works, Umar. I've already showed the receipts. This guy, I don't know. I mean, he lies, but it almost sounds as if he's dumb. Like he just doesn't get it. Like something's not computing in his brain to where he understands everything that's taking place. I don't mean to say it like that, but I'm starting to think that Umar is just stupid, right? That the receipts, I mean, someone can show him, excuse me, something like this. Hold on one second. Someone can show him something like this. This is what he's referring to. He says it's $5,000 a year. No, it's $5,000 if it's been at least 3 years, but less than 4 years that they're probably on vacant property list. This is the fee that you have to pay is $5,000. But the previous year it would have been $2,500, and the previous year would have been $500 a year. And then if it's 4 years but less than 5 years, it's $10,000. And then next year, Umar, you're going to owe, because it's going to be 5 years or more, you're going to owe $12,000. Okay. So, and if you don't pay this up here, you can't up. And let's say you're at the 5-year mark where you owe $12,000, you can't retroactively get this waiver to cover these. And that's where it says, it's highlighted right here. It says past due fees are not subject to request for a waiver. All past due balances must be paid. All this has to be paid first, Umar, must be paid in order to receive a waiver for the current year's fees. And if this was the current fee, then in order to qualify for this waiver for this year, you would have to have paid off all of these previous years. It's not retroactive. See, all past due balances must be paid in order to receive a waiver of the current year's fees. Additionally, all properties must be registered to receive a waiver of registration fee. Okay, and this receipt is from the Department of Licenses and Inspections, City of Wilmington.
And if they would have retroactive, Baba, we would have owed zero. We would so we just paid the city of Wilmington, Delaware, $70,000 in nonsense fees.
No. Now, let me be clear about something. When I did my presentation, I'm not counting all of that water shit he's talking about, if it's even true, because you know how this guy lies. I'm counting specifically what was presented in the paperwork that was posted on the door. I was the one who broke that story. So Umar, he's saying that there's another $30,000 dealing with the water. Okay, it may not even be true. He could just be making that shit up. The point is that either way, it's not a good look for Umar, because it shows he's not handling basic business. And for him to be in this position in the first place, and then his donors have to make up the difference, it's a waste of money. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Now, it gets worse, Baba. Guess what they decided in 2023? The City Council of Wilmington in 2023 decided to raise the vacant property registration fee. If your building has been vacant for 5 years, they decided in 2023 to raise the vacant property registration fee from $5,000 to $12,000.
Wow. Okay, that's not how this works. Umar, he's lying again. See, here it is right here. He's saying they're going from 5,000 all the way up to 12,000. No. See, when Umar is talking about this, he's stuck on this 5,000. That's why I think he's stupid. I really think he's stupid. Okay, I don't mean to say it that way, but that's the. I mean, I could say he's just lying about it, but there's, I don't know. Maybe I'm being convinced by the lie, and because I'm being convinced, I have to say he has to be stupid to get to this point. He's focused on this 5,000. But see, this is at least 3 years, but less than 4 years. But he's had these properties for 6.5 years. So the first year, it doesn't count. So we can take out of the 6.5 years, we can take off a year. And so it's over the last 5.5 years where he's on the hook for these bills, right? So this would be year one. This would be, I'm talking, well, let me go back. If we start in 2019 for that first year, it's nothing. Okay, let's do it this way. 2019, this would be for 2020. This would be for 2021. This would be for 2022, where she's stuck on. This would be for 2023. And this would be for 2024. See this? Why is he stuck on 2022, skipping over 2023 and going all the way up to 2024? See, the way you look at this is all wasted money. But the point is he's painting a false narrative as is they're persecuting Umar and Umar alone, and they're bumping it up from $5,000 all up to $12,000. See, Umar, you shouldn't be in this position in the first place after 6.5 years. See, you can't blame the city for that. You can't blame the city for why you have renovations aren't complete and you haven't passed inspection, all this stuff. We know you said you passed inspection. Okay. You can't blame anyone else for that. See, what you're trying to blame people for is the bills that are associated with ownership. See, but that's being an adult. If you own shit, you got to pay shit to own shit. Property. But no, Umar has to spin a narrative that they're persecuting him because he wants to be present this as if he's being persecuted by the city of Wilmington, et cetera, et cetera. Ain't got nothing to do with that. You're not special, Umar. You sound, well, let me stop. If anybody else, if you live in Wilmington, you have a property, whether it's commercial or otherwise, and you ain't paying these basic bills, these are going to, and on vacant property, all this, et cetera, you ain't doing shit, you're going to have to pay this shit too over time. It ain't got nothing to do with racism or the city of Wilmington trying to persecute you. Ain't got nothing to do with none of that. So cut it out, Umar.
So what that means, Bob, don't get a waiver. And I'm telling y'all right now, if we don't get a waiver, we're going to have to march. This is going to have to be a protest. Because what they're doing to us is unfair and it's unjust. And we'll get to that in a minute. But if we don't get the vacant property registration fee waiver for 2025, and that bill comes out November the 1st, that's $12,000 for the Garvey building. That's $12,000 for the Douglas.
Ooh, damn. Whoa. And he said on November 1st, damn, homeboy, you better get busy. You've had 6.5 years. November 1st of 2025, it's going to be another $24,000 of black people's money wasted. Yeah, because Umar ain't handling business.
Baba, that's $24,000 more dollars.
Wow.
On top of the 70. Do you know what that means? In 1 year, we would have paid the city of Wilmington government almost $100,000 on nonsense fees, Baba.
No, it's not nonsense fees. And so what? And it's not over 1 year. All those bills have been accruing since 2019. You see how much this guy lies? And that first year doesn't count because it's less than 1 year, which is $0 based upon the scale here, the payment scale, the schedule. So we would have to say from 2020 through 2025, it's the accumulation of all of these bills, not just for 2025. See, that's what I'm saying when we talk about Umar as a master manipulator. He wants to present it as if all of these bills are all of a sudden they're trying to persecute him, et cetera, and that it's going to be close to $100,000, so forth and so on. But no, this is because of Umar's negligence going all the way back really to 2019, but specifically dealing with the vacant property fees. We're talking, they start to accrue in 2020, but he doesn't handle business. And he's been sitting on these properties and it's still on vacant property list for 6.5 years. This is the consequence of that. See, that's what I mean by Umar. I think he's stupid when it comes to understanding basic business, because even if once he gets these trap vandals off of the vacant property list, he's still going to have bills to pay associated with these abandoned buildings. Well, there wouldn't be abandoned at that point. He still has bills to pay, including the water storm bill, whatever you want to call it. He's still going to have to pay that shit, Umar.
Nonsense. And I'm calling them nonsense because we shouldn't have to pay them at all as a nonprofit building a school to improve a neighborhood that is impoverished.
That's not how that works, Umar. It doesn't work that way. And if the school is, if it's a neighborhood that's impoverished, like I've been telling people, why are you going to charge these people $500 a month for their children to attend?
This is crazy. $30,000 in water. We don't use no water. $30,000 on back vacant property registration. We should have had our waiver.
Again, the $30,000, Umar, it's not like that's just for the year of 2025. It's just you have been paying that bill for years and it's gotten up to $30,000. Like I said, my water bill is like 150 or something like that. If I didn't pay it, let me see. If I didn't pay my water bill, I'm saying $150. This is just ridiculous. If I don't pay it for a year, it's going to be $1,800. Now, if I don't pay it, let's say for 5 years, it's going to be $9,000. Okay, but you got a commercial property and you have all these other fees associated with the storage, the rain thing, and all this other stuff. What are you talking about, crybaby? All right. It's crazy. Umar don't pay no bills, then want to complain about him not paying bills. Don't complain about it. Be an adult.
And now y'all jump the price up from $5,000 a year to $12,000 a year going forward, which means we will owe $25,000 at the end of this year for vacant property. That's 70 and 25. That's $95,000.
First he said, I thought he said 90 the first time. Now he's saying 95. I could be wrong. Umar, next he gonna say this shit again. They're gonna say, and you know, with the additional penalties, it's gonna be probably about 140,000. And in a year from now, you know, now it's 250. They done bumped to the $250
we just threw away on nonsense fees.
Didn't nobody? No, it ain't we. We didn't throw away no money. I don't play that. I don't be wasting money. I got too many kids. I'm so frugal. It's sad. Okay. And it ain't we. I ain't throwing away no money. That's you, Umar. You threw it away because you've been sitting on these abandoned buildings for 6.5 years and ain't paying the basic bills that go back to 2019. In some cases, to 2020. There are also bills that go back to, I can't remember what it was, 2016 that you were on the hook for once you purchased these trap bandos. See? So that's why I think that I don't mean to say that. It sounds like you stupid. It sounds like that. Now you may have, book smarts or whatever and 15 degrees, but I'm talking about basic common sense. You sound real stupid right now. I apologize. I don't mean to be rude, but that's the only thing I can. Now you be lying too. That's part of it too. But even still, because it sounds like shit's not computing in your mind how life works, Umar. That's what it sounds like to me. Like you living in a delusional state and you sound stupid. It's the price to own property. There's going to be bills that are going to accrue whether you have that property rented or leased and you have tenants, or if they're vacant. Or if you're living there, you're still going to have bills. It's not going to matter one way or the other. You're still going to have bills associated with ownership. And you should have known that before you purchased these bandos, Umar. And if you didn't, that just goes to show everybody that you were stupid then and you stupid now. Don't mean to be rude, but damn. How can you get up here and complain? See, meanwhile, you done collected millions of dollars. If you take $1.6 million that you've raised since 2019, and the purchase price is $400,000 in 2019, you subtract the $400,000, today you should be sitting on about $1.2 million if you hadn't paid for any other shit. See, if you got and we're not talking about 2014, 15, 16, 17, or 18, all the money you collected then. We're just talking about from 2019 to current. So why didn't you just pay these shits off, Umar, in February of 2019 and pay what was past due because you had bills associated from the previous owner because you didn't do your due diligence, goofy. And then once these bills come up each month, you just pay them off. And he wasn't paying them back in 2019. Where the rest of this money go? See, it don't even make any sense for you to be complaining about this because you had more than enough money to pay these basic bills. It's just basic bills. We all have bills that we got to pay, basic shit. When I was with Sprint, my phone bill for all these kids, they had that, they went up to like $425. And I was like, man, what the fuck? I said, I remember it was like $200 and $280. I said, what happened? Because they merged with the, and then I said, what's going on here? So I changed carrier. Now the bill's like $240. That's manageable. That's cool out there. I got to save about $200 a month. Get better cell phone service too. Plus they gave us free phones. But I know every single month because I got all these kids, I got to drop that money on these phones. Electric bill, yeah. Internet, yeah. Even StreamYard, yeah. I got to pay the StreamYard bill. I ain't gonna complain about it. They bumped they shit up. It was before it was telling me complaining. It was $20. It went up to $40-something, just like that. If no good excuse. There's a lot of people, they got the logo because they can't afford. They said shit. I don't mean to say like that, but they can't afford to pay that price. That's too much. It's still too much, but I do it because I love the good chat. I don't complain about it because I look at it's a business expense, but I also look at it as part of ownership on the YouTube page. So we know as adults, we have bills that come. You may have a mortgage payment. You may have the rents that you pay the shit off. You don't be traveling all around and chasing after cookies and I'm a strong alpha male. That's not what you ain't wasting your time on. You handling business as a man. And if you need to, you go get a job. You need to go get a second job to pay shit off and make sure stuff's not accumulating and fees on top of that and interest. You all know what I'm talking about. But not Umar. As adults, we have basic bills that we know school fees. I'm tired of school fees because when I was growing up, there wasn't no school fees. How they gonna send? I paid the taxes. How they gonna send me a bill because one of my kids is in a science class and they need to get something? What are you talking about? I said, the bill come out and said, what do you mean? I pay my taxes. Why I got to pay another $240 so they could be in these 3 or 4 classes? That's crazy. But at this point, I know as an adult, as a parent, I got to pay these shits. I'm not going to, it's wrong in my opinion because I already paid the taxes. But it's just the price of doing business with the school system. Anyway, when I was growing up, my mama didn't have to pay no fees. What in the world? What's going on here today? School fees. Y'all must be crazy. All right. Anyway, Maddie says, how come Umar never mentions the electric bill? Things that make you go, Yeah, he didn't say nothing about the electric bill. He sure didn't. And years ago, when I called the electric companies, there's 3 of them out there, but the one that serviced those buildings, well, I think it's called Delmarva. Years ago, I called them when Umar had got electricity turned on, and I asked him, is there any service to these addresses? And they looked them up, both sides of the street. It says no. So listen, Maddie, I mean, it's possible that Umar, he doesn't even have an active account. I mean, I would like to think that by now he has an active account, but he could be stealing electricity the way that Umar be operating. No telling. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying that it was real suspect when he had electricity on, and I called up there and they gave me information to 411. It said he didn't have no active accounts. So however he getting electricity, and I remember I asked him, I said, are you sure you service them? What about these other power companies? No, they said, no, we service that area. And there's no active accounts for those addresses, 610 and on the other side of Street 611. But yeah, he ain't said nothing about no electric bill. See, when you're dealing with someone like Umar who don't pay bills, when he's talking about the water bill, you best believe he ain't paying other bills either. So why ain't he mentioning the water? Why ain't he mentioning the electric bill? Things that make you go, yeah. Thank you, Matt. Good point too. Thank you for the super chat. Ajalil says, where did you get that shirt from? See, what, my shirt? I got this. If you're asking about my shirt, I got this off of Old Navy. A couple of months ago, my wife, she made me. I say she made me because she been trying to get me to get new clothes for a long time. But they had a sale, and at first I think it was like 40% off, and then they said it ended on a certain point, and it went down to 50 right before it ended. And then it went down. And then after they said it was over, they extended it. I was like, I got to get me something. I got to get me something. So I got some clothes off of Old Navy. They have a shop for linen fabric. And I got a whole bunch of linen stuff because I like how it feels and it's breathable and it reminds me of myself, just smooth and silky. Smooth, silky, and breathable. Yes. All right. Okay. I don't know. You might have been talking about Father David's shirt. He has on one of those FDMG block parties. I mean, real talk. Father David, he's a fanboy. Look at him. He really is. I ain't gonna call you groupie because you're too old. But you a fanboy. Second annual unapologetic African family fest. Umar don't know nothing about no family, so cut it out. Anyway, yeah, thanks, Angelo, for the super chat. I just also say thank you for covering this. I was watching this video. Okay, yeah, cool. We'll get further into it. We got time to this, a mini marathon. We're already 3 hours in. We still got 1,941 people in the building. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. There is a poll question. Make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. Marsha says, if the school will not be accredited, what are those parents going to do after they finish those 2 grades he claims he will start with? Send their kids back to those grades in public school? Yeah. This is what I mean in terms of conceptually speaking, it's not tenable and it makes no sense. So Umar has admitted, and I have the receipt where the schools, they will not be accredited. So what that means, and it also filters into where he talks about the hiring process that people can teach even if you're not certified to teach. Okay, this is all kinds of problems we're dealing with here. All types of issues, even legal issues, to be quite honest with you, that Umar would have to be dealing with if he's trying to run something. He calls it an independent school, but that just means, it's like a cult. They do whatever the hell you want to. The point being is that if you have if the school's not accredited, and here's the other thing, Marsha, that Umar, it's going to take before he even graduates his first graduating class, it's going to take about 8 years. Because he's going to start with the 3rd and 4th grade, and he's going to scale each year. He's going to go to 5th, and then he's going to start the 2nd grade. He goes to 6th, and he starts the 1st grade. He goes, and it just goes up in both directions, all the way down to where he has not just kindergarten, but he has preschool. What do they call that? He has a daycare. So it expands out. So what's going to happen is that if he starts with the 4th, let's say he starts with 5th grade on the top end, 5th grade and 4th grade. He starts in 5th grade, first year, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. It's going to take about 8 years before he has the first graduating class. Furthermore, that means that these children, their parents going to have to pay $500 a month, assuming that they start in the 5th grade. They're going to have to pay, or 4th grade, they're going to have to pay $500 a month for about 8 years. For the school years, I should say, the school year, for about 8 years of school year time, which is about 9 months, could be 10 months. And then after they do that for 8 years, their child graduates, and the diploma that they receive it's useless in the real world. And so the question becomes, what do they do then? Well, I've talked about this. So there's different things. There's different options. What they could do is they can get into another high. They can go back to high school. Man, a high school that's accredited, and then get a diploma there. I guess they could just go just for the 12th grade. There's testing that they could also take. They can do GED. They can go and get their GED. Okay, well, there's study and testing that they can take for that too. These are some of the options, but why would someone? It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you put your child through all of that and then be paying $500 a month in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. So this is one of the big issues with this whole school scam, is that Umar, he's told it, and he said it publicly. I can pull up the receipt where he says that the schools will not. He said, I have 2 videos where he states it, at least 2 videos where he states that the school, they will not be accredited, and therefore, what's the point? I'm going to tell you what I think, Marsha. I think that for Umar, he knows that he's never going to get to that point anyway. There will never be a graduating class. Okay, I'm going to put that in quotations, graduating class. And his mind is, let me extend this scam as long as possible through these renovations. Even though I said renovations were all complete back in, remember, he said all back in 2023, and now here in 2025, yesterday, he says that all the major renovations are complete, which means not all. So he lied about that one way or the other. But this is his way of extending the scam indefinitely. So I don't think he's thought about once these children graduate and what they're going to do. I don't think he's thought about it. I don't think he even cares, because he knows that he's never going to get to that point anyway, because it's going to take 8 years after even opening for him to have that first graduating class. Yeah. So yeah, they can send them back to public school for, I guess, their senior year over, or 11th grade into 12th grade, because you have to do it. It depends on state, I think, but I think you got to get it done by 21 or something like that. Be 20 years old, 21 years old in high school, which happens. They can do that, or they can go get their GED. That's another option. But why put children to that? This doesn't make any sense. Thanks, Marcel, for the super chat. That's a question I've asked many times in the past. His fathers, they should be asking him that question, in my opinion. Thank you for the super chat. Adilo says, thank you for, okay, I got this one earlier. Thank you so much. I got this one as well. Maddie says, how come? Yeah, I got this one as well. Thank you. Kareem, I apologize. I know. Kareem, it may be Kareem Francis, sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Peace out to you. Look like you out in the woods. Be safe. You never know. Might be some alligators in there. Might be some hippos and alligators in there. Thank you for the super chat. Vincent the God 36 says, I think Umar eats pork chop. I agree. No, I don't think he eats pork. I don't think he does. All right, bacon, yeah. Thank you for the super chat. I meant seriously, not see that autocorrect. Oh, okay. So you said I meant seriously, not see. Okay, let me go back and look at what you posted. Where did you get that shirt from? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, if you talk about this shirt, I got a whole bunch of linen shirts and stuff off of Old Navy. They got another sale. My wife, she mentioned it too, because I need to get some jeans, but I didn't want to spend the money. They got a sale going on right now. Okay, thank you for all of the super chats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Was the water being metered?
The water is metered, and when you look at the meter, Baba, because we're not in there, it shows no usage. It shows no usage.
It doesn't matter. You still got bills just because you own the property. I have video of you turning the water on. So what are you talking about? Hit the one. I have videos of you turning the water on. So you can't say that you're not using water. But it's a commercial building, and there's going to be bills. I already said it. Let's keep going.
But again, I was told when it rains, the water runs off your building into the drain. You have to pay for storm water, and
that's what it's called. Wow. That's what it's called. I said this earlier: stormwater bill and sewage bills. I already knew about that. I knew about that back in February of 2009. Not February, but back in early 2019. Umar, why are you acting surprised about it now, Goofy?
We don't have no sewage.
But how do they measure that?
It's a set. I think it's a set amount. I don't know how they do it. It is a.
That's what I'm saying. He sounds so stupid. Do I have to repeat it again? Yes, these are commercial. Thank you. These are commercial expectations, Umar. If you have a commercial, and these buildings, they're actually coded as light industrial. Understand that once you take ownership, you're going to have bills that you're going to have to pay that's associated with ownership, period. Yeah, stormwater, yes. Sewage, yes. You're going to pay it. Even if they're still on a vacant property list, you got to pay it. If you're living in there, you're going to have to pay it. If someone else is living in there, you're going to have to. If Pookie and Ray Ray's up there smoking crack, you're still going to have I can just imagine the Pookie Ray Ray in there smoking crack and shit. The point that I'm making, Umar, is you still got to pay these bills. All right, even if Pookie and Ray Ray, after they smoke crack, they don't turn the water on. You still got to pay these bills, Umar. All right. Heavenly Father, if we can. All right. Here we go.
Mystery. I still don't understand.
Yeah.
It is a mystery.
He sounds stupid.
How can you owe that much money for water and y'all don't even use any water.
Wow.
Complete mystery.
Let me explain something else, Umar. I mean, you really do. You sound stupid. The commercial expectations and the bills that accrue, that's separate from your actual water bill that you go into contract with whoever services water. It's that simple. The sewage and the water drainage from the rain, that's something separate from water usage. They call it culinary water. Hit the one. That's what I'm saying. You sound so stupid, but I think it's because you're lying and you're trying, and the lie is so ridiculous. It really is. But it's like you're trying to play it off as if none of this is expected and you don't know what's going on and I don't understand. No. It's called culinary water. That's the water that runs through the pipes that you receive into your building, sir. That could be for the toilet. That could be for the kitchen sink. That could be for the shower, right? Right? Well, that's separate than the sewage bill, sir. That's separate. In fact, even on the thing I pay, you'll see they break it all down. But in this case, Umar, if you have water service, you're still going to have to pay bills just to have the service, even if you don't turn the faucet on not one time that month. And that water bill is separate from your sewage, and it's separate from your storm drain bill. I ain't going to say it again. I'm going to leave it right there. I done said it about 10 times.
The vacant property registration fee, why y'all raise that up? Why y'all raise that up from $5,000 to $12,000?
Quit complaining, man. Damn. You're such a crybaby. And why you gotta do me like this? Come on now, Queen. Why you gotta take my bank account information? Why you gotta do me like? Why you gotta take my car keys? Come on, why can't you make me a sandwich? Why can't?
Tell you why they raised it up. Because they're trying to gentrify the city. They're trying to take as many properties from black people as they possibly can and give them to Caucasians. That's why. And I want the brothers and sisters in Wilmington, Delaware, if there's any movement in that city to fight against gentrification, to stop black people from getting their property stolen, count me in. Mm-hmm. Count me in. Mm-hmm. I can't get involved as the head of FDMG, but I can definitely get involved as an activist because what they did to us is wrong. So let me give you the rest of this, Baba, and I'm going to be quick on this.
Take your time.
So we get the letter March the 7th. I automatically contact the secretary for delinquent accounts. I contact the secretary for delinquent accounts. I say, yo, I got this letter. Are y'all about to sheriff sell our school? I said, listen, I'm going to try to get the vacant property registration fee waiver retroactively applied. She said, we haven't moved on this yet. You still got some time. Do what you can.
But I thought you said that they wouldn't contact. They never did stop. Anyway, let me.
So I call up to the Secretary of Vacant Property, which is an LNI. Vacant property is within LNI. I asked her, I say, is there any way y'all can make an exception for us and retroactively apply this vacant property registration fee? Because we just paid $30,000 in water. This is going to be another $30,000.
See, that's separate. That's why I'm saying, boy, he's wasted so much money. That's what I was saying earlier. That's separate. That's not what I reported on this other $30,000. See, I was specifically talking about all these other fees. Yeah, this is nuts. Just waste. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, this guy, he has 6 degrees.
In vacant property registration fee, our money comes from the people. We don't accept government funding. We do not accept funding from outside the community, and this is draining us of money we need for repairs, operations, so forth and so on.
Well, you should have been handling business from February 2019, Umar. There's no excuse.
Send me what you can. Send me some pictures of the school showing that the work has been done. She said, I'm going to see if we can do anything about this. This is what she tells me on.
No, he lying. That's not how this shit works. Just send pictures. That's not how this works. There's paperwork you got to file. They have to be able to pull the permits. That's why they do the permits. That's not how this shit works. You just gonna arbitrarily send some pictures. Anyone can send any pictures. And how they, real quick, and this is what I mean by critical thinking. What reference point are they gonna have to be able to compare the pictures to, Umar? What the fuck are you talking about? Now, starting to sound like you get a high-pitched voice. I can't believe they did this to me. They don't under 20,000, 30,000 now. No, what are they going to compare it? Because they got to do a comparative analysis to see, okay, well, yeah, there's work that's been done here. But what are they going to compare that to, Umar? What are you talking about? This guy, he lies so much, it's ridiculous. No, there's going to be paperwork that's going to need to be put in. They're going to, on Umar's part, they're going to probably send someone out to do an inspection to make sure, and they're going to pull permits before they go out there, and they're going to go out there and they're going to look at these trap banners and look at how they look, and they're going to know right away that it's a shit show. Send them some pictures. He said something else that was real crafty too. He said if they can make an exception. No, they're not going to make an exception for you, Umar. It's not how this works. Y'all want to hook up.
The phone, Bob. She doesn't call me back, so I'll call her back. In fact, I was harassing her. I probably called her at least 6 times. I emailed her April the 1st. She did not respond. I emailed her April the 4th. She did not respond. I emailed her April the 7th. She did not respond. I emailed her April the 16th. She did not respond. And after every email, I called her to get an update on the status of the possibility of them retroactively applying our.
Well, you're acting like a pookie. You want to hook up. Okay, even if the story is true, they're probably tired of dealing with your ass because you just need to pay the money. Stop trying to get a hookup or take your lazy ass down there and go talk to somebody. Anyway, let's keep going.
Vacant property registration fee, 4-year waiver for nonprofits. Are you with me?
Listen, you can't use a 4-year waiver. It said it on there, Umar, that you can't apply it to the previous years. You also have to anyway.
I'm following it.
Okay. On the phone, Baba, she's telling me she's going to get me an answer. But she's never calling me back. And she doesn't respond to a single email. I want to say something right now, Baba, that is key to this whole story. And I need your listeners to understand this. Because the deputy chief of staff for the city of Wilmington responded to a random YouTuber who doesn't even live in Delaware.
A YouTuber?
The deputy chief of staff responded to an inquiry from a random YouTube hater of mine who doesn't even live in the state of Delaware.
But would respond to you?
Yes, he responded to the YouTuber, not to me. And he told her he lied on me. He lied on me. He told the YouTuber that what I had said with regard to how the city was handling us was not true. He also told the YouTuber that between April and August, that the Department of Finance had followed up with me, Baba, on multiple attempts.
Wow.
Multiple attempts from the Finance Department to collect the debt. Baba, listen to me. We received no correspondence from anybody or any department in the city of Wilmington, Delaware. We heard from nobody from that March the 7th letter until the sheriff put that monition on our door August the 8th.
Again, who are you going to believe? An official who works in that specific department or Umar who lies pathologically? Okay.
That is 5 months, Baba.
5 months. But again, remember, Umar said that he knew about all of this going back to March 7th of 2025. So there's still no excuse.
March the 7th to August the 8th. That is 5 months exactly.
If they had responded, they would have had a paper trail.
Nobody. Say that again.
If they had responded, they would have had a paper trail.
Yeah, but see, if Umar put in all this work to try to contact him, where's his paper trail? Did he show you the receipts, Father David? Did he show the emails that he sent? He said he had emails, right? I'm going to stop calling you Father David because at this point, it's a disgrace. Another host who knows Umar is full of it. Yeah, again, I think that David Barnes knows that Umar's full of shit, but he placates because he wants him on his show. That's what I think. But it also speaks to character. That's one thing I don't get. If you so-called black conscious, then why do you Why do you platform someone like Umar, who's been ripping off the black community for decades now with different scams? Why would you do that? So yeah, SH Play. I think that Father David, he knows, but he wants to play the game. Charlemagne knows too, but he wants to play the game because he knows it's going to get them some views. But that shows a lack of character on their part. If you have integrity, you're not going to operate like that. Thank you, SH Play. Super chat. Bilderberg Boy says Umar speaks to the poor and lame of black society. If you have water flowing your toilets or urinals, you will get billed. Yes. He thinks you have to use a faucet to get a bill. He's a goofy, no businesses. Yeah. As long as you have water service, whether you're turning on the faucet or not, you're going to receive a bill. If the meter doesn't even change, you're still going to receive a bill, just as an operating expense. Let me put this another way. You people with your cell phone, if you don't make one phone call for that whole month, are you not going to receive a bill for your phone? You see what I'm saying? What about if let's say if you have a mortgage and you don't live in that house for that month, do you still got to pay your mortgage? Let's say if you're renting and you go stay with somebody for a month and you don't, that means you don't have to pay rent that month at your residence. Your landlord calls you, says, "Oh, I'm not going to pay it because I wasn't living in there that month." No, it doesn't work like that. You see, so same thing with the phone, same thing with the water. And see, I don't even know. He's a goofy, no business sense. I don't know how else I could say this. It almost sounds like Umar, he's so detached from reality that when he's spinning these lies, he'll even forego basic common sense and basic business practice to spin false narratives. Now that's deep. But it also speaks to the issue as a businessman, he doesn't know what he's doing, because if you're truly about the business, you're not going to purchase abandoned buildings that are in a dilapidated state and sit on them for 6.5 years and have all of these bills accrue because of ownership, right? And then complain about it after 6.5 years of not paying bills that you should have been paying from day one. In point of fact, as a business person, it actually benefits you to get these shits up and operational sooner than later, which he could have done if he was serious and he wasn't tricking off all of his money. He could have done it. There's no excuse. See, but you're right. Again, he's a goofy and he has no business sense, none whatsoever. But again, he wants to spin this narrative that he's being persecuted in all these bills. He ain't said nothing about these bills earlier this year. He didn't say nothing. It's not until we've exposed him. He didn't say nothing about these bills in 2024. Why not? He didn't say nothing about these bills in 2023. Why not? He didn't say nothing about these bills in 2022. Why not? 2021. Why not? 2020. Why not? Well, because I broke the story. And it opened up the water, the floodgates. So now he has to speak about it because it's damage control. But what he doesn't understand and what he doesn't recognize is that he looks straight stupid and goofy, and it shows and it proves that Umar doesn't have any business sense whatsoever, none. Thank you, Bilderberg Boy. Well, Sukat Aisha says all we hear from Umar is wah 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 womp womp womp, as my kids be saying, womp womp womp. I know he just all the time. See, he's 51. It makes no sense. If you're 51, you can't just be going around living like that, just womp 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 all the time, complaining on wah wah wah. We don't want to, people don't want to hear that. And he has no excuse because he's received more than enough money to get something started. But here we are, since St. Paul's school scam 11 years later, and he's still crying and whining about basic bills. And not one black child's been educated. So, real quick, Aisha, sometimes I wonder if Umar Johnson fathers, if they get tired of this shit. Because I know there's times I'd be like, man, I'm so tired of this shit. I wonder if these Umar Johnson fathers, at a certain point, they say, you know what? I'm just tired of him coming up with excuse after excuse and blaming everybody else. When is he going to say that it was his fault? And mean it. Now, thanks, Aisha, for super chat. Tiny says he say everything is ready except tiles and doors. Yeah, that's what he say now. So the thing is that he says floors and doors, but he's been saying that for a long time, but then he has to still pick out tiles. Remember, there's stuff that's missing on the ceiling. There's no IT infrastructure. That's part of renovation too, because he's going to have to, well, I go in and I tell you. It don't even make sense to paint if you don't have your IT infrastructure first. Prior, it makes no sense whatsoever. If you have any drywall work, it makes no sense to do any drywall work before IT work is done. The infrastructure, the backbone is put into place. It makes no sense whatsoever. That should also be part of the electric. A lot of the work that needs to go into these buildings, it should be simultaneous, the electricity and the IT infrastructure. See, Umar don't even know. He doesn't even know what type of voltage is going to be pulled, that's going to be needed in order to not only light the lights inside of the building, but also operate, people plugging in their phone, people plugging in their Chromebook, the kids, the IT infrastructure, all the different servers that he's going to need, so forth and so on. He ain't even thought about any of that stuff. This is to say that at your residence right now, you can only plug so much into your power sockets and draw so much voltage before circuit breakers they're gonna start tripping. You guys understand what I'm talking about? Well, can you imagine if you had a whole IT infrastructure inside your residence? Has Umar even thought about that? But he said everything except tiles and doors. You don't even make no sense. Thank you, Tiny. MBSSS says, if Umar care about black boys, then why does he only talk about helping himself to their mother's cookies? Where's one video of Umar helping black boys? I haven't seen it. Now, I do have videos of Umar talking at black boys, but helping them, no. Teaching them, no. Haven't seen it. I said this recently, that if Umar was serious about educating black boys, then he would be educating black boys to some degree. But that's not what he does. He talks more about sex these days than he does about educating black boys. Or quote unquote saving black boys. He's never educating them. Even he's never been a teacher, certified or otherwise. But if he was serious about it, at this point, at some point in this long con, he would have been educating black boys. But he's not serious about it. That's not what his goal is. His goal is to get money and to crush cookies. And that's what it comes down to. So listen, I have not seen one video of Umar where he's helping black boys. I've seen him talking at black boys. I've seen him yelling at black boys. I've seen him talk about black boys and how they need to be exterminated and all this other shit. But I'm talking about him actually sitting down and helping them. I haven't seen it. Okay? And him running his mouth and going, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about doing something that's tangible and real. Haven't seen it. Thank you, MBSSM. Let's see, did I get to everybody? Lewis Suck says, Lenon, leave this man alone. You done froze his account. Now you got Delaware messing with the bando, water, and taxes. You doing too much, Lenon. See, he can't blame any of this on me either, because this goes back years. This isn't something Umar tries to spin it as if all of a sudden he's having these problems. No, he could have talked about this in 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020. He could have been talking about all of this stuff because this is how long this stuff has been going on. It's been accruing. He ain't been paying these basic bills. So he can't blame me for that. This is negligence on his part and being irresponsible. Umar is extremely irresponsible, not just in terms of the school scam project, in quotations project, but also in his personal life. He don't handle business. And that's why he's where he's at, not only in his personal life these days, but then also with this school scam. And more people are waking up and they're realizing you should see, again, that's why he's not live streaming on his Instagram page, because he knows that his followers, they've been going in on him when he tries to live stream or even when he posts stuff, they'll be like, okay, well, his bank account's been unfrozen, blah, blah, blah. You need to go get a job, etc., which is true. And so Umar, he's scared. What he does, he just recoils and he gonna let it all build up, and he probably gonna come out with a rant video. This is the closest thing that he can do on this, but this is a cowardice act on his part. He's scared to go in front of his own followers and share this information, which is a bunch of bullshit and lies. He's afraid to do that. So he goes over to a place that's more comfortable that he can do it. And that's on Father David's bullshit podcast. See, that ain't getting no views, many views anyway. All right. Anyway, thanks, Louis Duck, for Super Channel. What's up, Enterprise? Says Baba and Breakfast Club should be blacklisted. Sad. Yeah, what they need to do is have Father David on the Breakfast Club. Now that would be a sight to see. Shout out to Enterprise. Thank you for that. Embrace Change says he brushed off operating cost warnings, bought the buildings anyway, and now spends bills as sabotage. This is basic bills, and an excuse years in the making. Excuse of this never ending. Yeah, he could stretch this out for years. The excuse making, he can do this for years. The truth is, he's been making up excuses going all the way back to 2014 with the St. Paul's. That's all he does. He makes excuses. He doesn't want to hold himself accountable, and he doesn't want to admit. Really, it's at least two things. One, that he doesn't know what he's doing, and then that's why he always has to come up with excuses. But then also, two, that he's not serious about opening up a school, which is why he has to come up with excuses. And then the longer he can carry this out, the more money he can get. See, even the bills that Umar's talking about, this is other people's money. And people have given Umar millions of dollars at this point. So it doesn't really matter to Umar how much longer this goes. And as long as I can continue to make excuse, scream sabotage over and over again, the longer I can keep collecting money. So what's the goal? The goal is not to open up a school. The goal is simply to collect money. And that's precisely what he's been doing. And not one black boy has been educated in all these years. That's crazy. See, so he can spend this for years. That's why I put the poll question up there about how much longer you think he can run with this school scam. Make sure you get your vote in. I think you embrace change for super chat. Jessica Mai says you saved FDMG. He owes you a thank you. He said he found out about the paper from the YouTube video. Yeah, that was my video. So if we are to believe Umar's story, this is a good point. If we're to believe Umar's story that they stopped communicating with him, even though he said that he knew about it on March 7th of 2025, even in the other video, though, he said they didn't let him know. If we are to believe Umar's story, then that means that what saved FDMG at the end of the day was LenonHonor and the Cookie Crush chat. Because I'm the struggle streamer who broke the story about the potential for the city of Wilmington selling these trap bundles at auction. And then once Umar finds out about that, he has to scramble to come up with the money or the payment plan so that he can save these trap bundles. So the irony of all of this, you Umar Johnson followers, don't be mad at me because I saved FDMG. Hit the one. Yeah, there should be a mural of my face on these traps. Just make sure it ain't the error with the mold. I don't appreciate that. Okay. They should have a picture of my face and then CCC under it because we saved that shit. Y'all better be thankful that you Umar Johnson follow. Get on your Cash App, get on your PayPal. All right, thank you. That's a good point, though. That's a really good point. Thanks, Jessica, for the super chat. Bilderberg Boy says you can't even have a home vacant. The city will vacant. The city will fine you even if the house is in good condition. You are doing an awesome job. Umar must be stopped. Yeah, that's true. Even if a house is vacant, there's still going to be fees. And see if they're vacant long enough, they're going to be put on the vacant property list. And then that schedule that I showed, there's going to be fees that are going to accrue over time. And the other thing too, like I was saying before, even if it is a house, there's still going to be bills that are going to be associated with home ownership. That could be property tax. That could be even if you keep the water on. Let's say even if because there are people that they will do that. Maybe they're still showing the property because they want to get the property. They want to get a new tenant in. They still have the electricity on. Sometimes they have the water turned off, but sometimes they have the water turned on because they want the people who come to be able to see the water. You know, everything's flowing. They want to see what the water pressure is. You know, yeah, check out the shower. You know, yeah, here's the living room. Blah blah blah. So there are people that they'll do that. They'll have the electricity on. They have the water on. Sometimes they have the gas cut off. They say, no, we don't have the gas on right now. But the point is that those are still bills that are going to accrue even if the properties are vacant, meaning that there's no one who's actually living inside of that property. It's just part of the experience of home ownership. And if we can even take it a step forward, let's say that the properties are actually vacant and that the owner is not trying to try to get tenants in there, and they just kind of sitting for a month or two or three, or for a year or two or three. In Umar's case, 6.5 years. There's still going to be bills that are going to need to be paid that's associated with those properties or that property. Okay. Thank you, Bilderberg, for the kind words and for the super chat. I appreciate it. Your kids will see this says his internet is going to be T-Mobile home 5G. That ain't gonna cut it. It ain't gonna cut it because the bandwidth ain't gonna be enough. You know, if you're gonna have all these kids and they're gonna have Chromebooks, the kids gonna be on their smartphones. You know, he's gonna have to have IT infrastructure. There's no way he's actually gonna have to go into contract with the ISP, and they're gonna have to be able to service a certain a cap in terms of bandwidth that. You know, the bandwidth you get at your home, that's not going to be enough. It's crazy. It's crazy. Thank you, your kids. We'll see. I hope you're doing all right, too. I appreciate your support. Mr. I don't give a shizzle says, Umar isn't the first, nor will be the last. We are too desperate for leaders and fall for this over and over again. Thanks for shedding light, Mr. Oh, you're so welcome. And thank you for the kind words. And you're right. I think we can look at Nature Boy. We can look at Polite, but I think another person is Jay Morrison. Umar and Jay Morrison. Well, there's so many other people, but Umar and Jay Morrison, they have commonalities. And let me give you one. If you ask Umar a direct question, and that's what I mean by if you can look for these types of things, then you can keep yourself protected from these types of charlatans. If you ask Umar a direct question dealing with the money, he starts talking in circles. He just doesn't say yes or no or give you a one sentence answer. What he does is he goes back to April of 2014. He starts talking about how he started raising money for the St. Paul's College. And then he starts telling the narrative, you know, and then the Chinese, they were trying to get it in the sabotage from I think he said the FBI, they were trying to. I have the video. I can't remember if FBI or CIA. I think it was FBI. They're the government trying to get the buildings, and they weren't even interested until they saw that I was trying to get it. That's what Umar said. Okay. So he doesn't answer right away. He starts going into this mode of telling this whole narrative. And what it does over time is that people forget about what the original question was. So look for this shit with these types of people. And then he'll tell the story from 2014. He gets in 2015. He starts talking about 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. Excuse me. He gets to 2019. He said, we finally, it was such and such, and the moon was on Pisces, and the duck was looking out the window. All kind of shit he say, because he's spinning. And by that time, he's like, I don't even know what he's talking about, because I remember there was a question there about the money, but now he's talking about the duck on the pond that was smoking a crack pipe or whatever he said. And then he'll tell that story, and then he'll keep telling stories and keep telling stories. And he doesn't actually answer the question directly. And in some cases, he doesn't answer the question at all. Well, Jay Morrison used to do the same thing. They talk in circles. It's slick talking. They don't answer directly. And it's about keeping your attention long enough to confuse you, and then also so that you forget about what the initial question was. This is something you can look for with these charlatans. See, someone who's really on the up and up, if someone asks them a critical question, whether it's about money or otherwise, they're going to give you a direct answer. It's not going to be too much talking. Hey, this is what it is. It's blah, 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 such and such, and that's that. But not with Umar, not with people like Jay Morrison. That's not what you get. See? So, it's unfortunate because the levels of desperation that people, some people experience, wherein they can accept someone like Umar, it has to be extreme. Because all of the red flags are there, all of the information is out there, and it's been archived. And I've done my best to archive it. Like I said, 5 years from now, people, they can watch these videos and they're going to be able to see, because there may be another Umar 5 years from now. Because Umar ain't going to be able to do this for a long time, for the rest of his life. Again, I haven't voted on the poll, but I've thought about this. This can't really go past 3 more years. There's no way. I don't see how this can go 3 more years. I just can't. So my vote would be 1 to 2 more years. 3 years. Maybe close, but past that, I don't see it. But that doesn't mean that, let's say in 2028, that another Umar appears, because there's always going to be someone. It's a group of people. And then there's new people who come onto the scene, they start scamming, and then they disappear. And then other people come back on and they start scamming and they disappear. But to have it archived with a preeminent example, in my opinion, with Umar, because this scam has been going on for such a long time. To have it archived, I think that's important, because people are going to be able to come back to these videos in the future and be able to look at this and say, hey, wait a minute, this person right here, A, B, or C, whoever this person is, they're using the same tactics that Umar was using. This person is a scammer just like Umar. Right? All right, and thank you for the kind words too. I appreciate that. And then Lewis Suck says, I wonder why he needs supervised visitation. I hope it doesn't have to do with what Umar started to reveal about Jamal and he didn't continue it. What I will say is that Umar is unhinged and he lacks emotional discipline. And he has an abusive personality in the first place. He abuses his donors. He calls y'all out your name and he tells y'all that y'all, you know, it's you guys, you ain't doing enough and don't question him about the money. And he goes off. And then he'll say something like, I only have to answer to the donors. And yeah, but he's not giving you guys any updates. No real updates. When's the last time you donors he updated you guys and gave you a figure, a clear-cut figure in terms of how much money he raised and let's say how much money he needs in order to finish renovations. He hasn't done that because he doesn't know. And yeah, he don't even know how much money he's raised. The last update he gave was in 2020, 5 years ago. And he said he had raised $850,000. That's the last time Umar gave an update. 5 years ago, $850,000. And yet in 2025, he says he hasn't raised $1 million. So that means that after 5 years, Umar hasn't raised $150,000. Well, that's crazy because on his IRS paperwork for one of those years, he had raised over $200,000. So getting back to your statement here, Lewis Luck, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is that Umar is unhinged and he's a threat. That's why he gets online and he doxes one of his baby's mama, the address and the baby mama's grandmama. He doxes his daughter's school. Who does that? It's very extremely dangerous to do stuff like that. He told his followers to go up and confront his baby mama and the baby mama's mama. And by proxy, the child, because his child could have been there. He don't take care of the child. But the child could have been there if one of these crazy ass Umar Johnson followers step to the mama and the grandmama at their place of business. Ain't no telling. So if y'all just look at Umar's behavior, and you should be able to see that he has no business being around children in the first place. And as Umar has told it, that he can't even see back then, at least he couldn't see his child. He was upset about it unless he sat on the grandmama's couch because he had to be supervised. He couldn't see the child by himself. And he actually said that too. Because I remember he said something to the effect, I'm paraphrasing, you remember this, Lewis. He said something like, I haven't even seen my child. I haven't been able to take my child any place by myself in whatever it was, 6 years back then. So now it's probably closer to a decade, over a decade. Yeah, I'm saying. Thanks, Lewis Suck, for super chat. Okay, let's get back to the videos. Cookie Crush chat. I hope y'all enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, go on, hit that like button. Still got about 900 people in the building. 927. 1,900. I apologize. 1,927 people in the building. Yeah, so make sure if you're enjoying the show, hit that like button, and there's a poll question. Go on and vote on that poll question as well. Let's get back to the video. Here we go.
Thank you. Show me where y'all responded. Baba, they basically ignored us for 5 months. Completely ignored us. We got no follow-up letter or email. We got no follow-up bill or email. We got no follow-up threat or email. We got no 90-day notice, no 60-day notice, no 30-day notice. Nobody said we're going to Superior Court or Sheriff on August the 5th. No.
Wait a minute, Umar. You said that on March 7th, 2025, that they told you that this was going to happen. Okay, so he's saying this at the 18, what he's saying right here is 18-minute, 46-second mark. Let's go to the 8-minute and 10-second mark. Let's go back. Here we go.
All of them. So if she needed to get something from finance, she could go downstairs, or just pick up the phone. So this is what you call being difficult. So anyway, let's continue. That's October. On March the 7th, I get a letter saying that we may sell your property. We may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a sheriff lien and possible sheriff sale against your property if you don't satisfy this amount that you owe us.
All right. You see what he said? This would be March 7th of 2025. He says that in the video. Now let's go back to the 18-minute and 46-second mark and listen to what Umar says.
And she doesn't respond to a single email. I want to say something right now, Baba, that is key to this whole story. And I need your listeners to understand this. Because the deputy chief of staff for the city of Wilmington responded to a random YouTuber who doesn't even live in Delaware.
A
The
YouTuber.
deputy chief of staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. 18 minutes and 46 seconds. I went to the 16 minute and I got it twisted. Here we go.
Got no 90-day notice, no 60-day notice, no 30-day notice. Nobody said we're going to Superior Court or sheriff on August the 5th. Nobody, Baba.
No, they did say that. Let's go back. It was on March 7th. Let's go back to 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
All of them. So if she needed to get something from finance, she could walk down, go downstairs, or just pick up the phone. So this is what you call being difficult. So anyway, let's continue. That's October. On March the 7th, I get a letter saying that we may sell your property. We may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a sheriff lien and possible sheriff sale against your property if you don't satisfy this amount that you owe us.
Wait, the one. Yeah, Jesus Christ. March 7th, he received a notice. Didn't he claim his accounts were frozen when he was in Africa in July? Umar was already setting this play up. Absolutely. He already knew what the deal was. He knew, like I said, he knew what was coming down. What's up, Radiant Shadow? And GQ? And user 225, too cool. Here we go. Why can't we be focused, Aaron? Brother Aaron Blackwood, if we can stay focused, please. He's trying to put up the black power fine too. You need to cut it out. He said, Lisa Johnson, you so fine. Black power. You need to cut it out. Yeah, I got a little princess. You see how this guy be lying? What's up, Duran? He be lying, Ginger Spice. He be lying so much. Francisca says, in 5 years of non-payment of bills, I think he didn't even tell the city he bought the buildings, and they had to find out. They had to find out through the sale, and then they only had to name the name of the school and the PO. But ain't no telling with this guy. The point is, he ain't. Anyway, all right. Yeah, blinding lights and Captivat and a lady. How's it going, lady? Ike is in the building as well. Manny Ben Rock, etc. So you guys see my point? Yeah, he does. He lies so much. He can't get his lies straight because he starts fumbling over his lies. And just in this video, anyone can go to the 8 minute and 20 second. Well, this is my video because I edited it down. 8 minutes and 20 second mark in the video that I have edited down. These timestamps won't correlate to anything else that you find online. And then you can go to the 18 minute and 46 second mark, and he totally contradicts himself. But that's because he's lying. All right? Okay. Yeah, y'all see what the deal is. Y'all see what the deal is. Jonathan Kidd says, Umar's bumpy lip Johnson has his Germaniacs follow him regardless of what he says or does, just like a coach. Yeah, that's what it's become. It's like what I was saying towards the beginning of this live stream, that if you think critically about any of this and you have discernment, you would just simply ask the question, okay, and it's really it's an internalized question, something that you should ask yourself. Why would I follow and defend someone or even believe in someone who's lying about these things? And Umar lies so much, it's incredible. But I think that when you're caught up in the mix of all of this, in the cult aspect of this in particular, that you dismiss what's right there in plain sight. Again, Umar said that in April that the city had informed him about the potential of these buildings going up for sheriff sale. But then in later on in the same video, he says that they never told him that, and that he first found out, I guess, I don't even know. The story doesn't make sense one way or the other. But again, if you're wrapped up in the code aspect of this, and not all Umar Johnson followers are, but if you are, you're going to dismiss these clear signs of deception and these clear lies that he's telling, whether it's about the renovations or about the situation of him, quote unquote, not knowing. He knew about this a long time ago, or that he wasn't informed. No, they informed him a long time ago. If you have critical thinking, you would look at that and say, hey, wait a minute, something's not quite right with this guy. and I need to reassess my commitment to supporting him, whether that's financially or otherwise. It's really that simple. That's all. But when you're wrapped up in the code, you're not thinking like that. You know, Umar, he can go and take a shit out in front of FDMG and live stream it, and then it goes viral, and then you go to Umar Johnson follow, you say something wrong with him, and they say why? Because he live streamed himself taking a shit in front of these buildings, and they'll sit and they'll say, no, he wasn't taking the shit. What you mean? No, he was, you know, he was tired. He wanted to sit down, and there was shit down there. So he sat in it and said, yeah, you know, the haters probably did it and they sabotaged him. And, you know, that's just what happens. No. Umar took a shit out there. That's what they'll do. They'll do a whole other thing. All right. Thanks, Jonathan, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
I get a letter saying that I get a letter. Continue. That's October. On March the 7th, I get a letter saying that we may sell your property. You may go to Superior Court to get a judgment against you and put a sheriff lien and possible sheriff sale against your property if you don't satisfy this amount that you owe us.
Okay, now let's go back to the 18 where we were at before. 18 and then 46 second mark. Here we go.
For a sheriff on August the 5th. Nobody, Baba. We got no 90-day notice, no 60-day notice, no 30-day notice. Nobody said we're going to Superior Court or a sheriff on August the 5th. Nobody, Baba. We heard nothing from the city of Wilmington.
But they told you, though, that this was coming down. Anyway, we'll keep going.
For 5 straight months, but the deputy chief of staff goes and emails a YouTuber and lies on us, talking about there was multiple follow-up attempts from the finance department regarding the fee. That's a damn lie. There were no follow-up attempts because we heard from nobody. The only thing we got in the mail, Baba, from March the 7th until August the 8th, when the sheriff put that sign on our door, were the water bills.
Wow.
All we got was the automatically generated water bills. Nothing else about a sheriff sale, nothing else about a lien. Let me tell you what I thought was going on.
Can you hold that and tell us when we come back after this brief break? Because we got to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about more of this. I told people in the post, if you want to hear the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me Africa, tune in today to Dr. Umar Tunde Johnson.
Don't bring up Africa. Cut it out. And you want to hear the truth. Umar lying, just going off on these lies, rants, lie tangents, and you eating it up. You're supposed to be an elder. Shame on you. Real talk. Shame on you.
Hear straight from his mouth. Don't believe those naysayers. Don't believe those YouTubers and TikTokers. Just listen to what
Look at this. He over here playing with the chair and shit. You're supposed to be an elder. You was around back in Moses' day. You need to cut it out, sir. You tried to help Moses get to the top of the mountain. Let me stop.
Dr. Umar Johnson has to say. We'll be right back after this brief break. I'm David Barnes.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm disappointed in. This is the first time, y'all, that I've really been disappointed in David Barnes. Okay, I apologize for going off on him. Did he say the TikTokers? Yeah, the TikTokers. All right, here we go.
Photo man for you too on the phone line with us from an undisclosed location is Dr. Umar Tunde Johnson telling us about the situation going on there in Delaware, the war against black people. I thought that maybe Donald Trump was the only one waging the war against black people, but it seems like a lot of black people are waging the war against black people. I call them anti-black. I don't care what color you might be. You can still be anti-black. And it seems like there are a lot of anti-black people in Wilmington, Delaware. We're going to hear some more from Dr. Umar Tunde Johnson.
Now, check this out, Bob.
Here you go.
One of the reasons I took issue with the deputy chief of staff's email to this random YouTuber is not only did he lie and claim that there were multiple follow-ups with us when we heard from nobody about anything from March the 7th until August the 8th when the sheriff put that sign on our door, But this is also a pattern with the city of Wilmington with regard to the FDMG Academy, Baba. They give out our information to anybody who calls.
Wow.
There's no privacy. There's no confidentiality.
But Umar, it's a nonprofit. What are you talking about?
There's no discretion. Anybody who calls that city with questions.
You know, if the brother who emailed Basic Black Podcast the information about the city contacting Umar and trying to work with him, if that brother ever wanted to come on and do an interview, I would have him. He's a councilman, I believe. Right? He works with the mayor, because basically Umar, what Umar is doing here is this is what you call slander. But if that brother wanted to come on and speak to this, I would have him on for sure. You're not losing your mind says a CEO has a fiduciary responsibility to review the prior bills of a property and obtain comprehensive inspections before purchase to determine the commitment. Yet mainstream Charlemagne and Lamont Hill don't question this. And you're absolutely right. It's a bunch of BS. You're absolutely right about this. You're absolutely right. And see, Umar, in essence, he is the CEO because he's everything. He doesn't have a board of directors. He doesn't have an accountant, so he's the accountant. He's everything. So whose responsibility is to review the prior bills or to review the current bills? Well, that's Umar's responsibility. If he had an accountant, the accountant would be handling all of that, right? But he doesn't have that. Who's responsible for it? He's responsible for it. And see, we can even ask the question, and I've asked it in the past, whether or not Umar did he actually go through the process of getting a comprehensive inspection before purchasing these abandoned buildings? I don't think he did. He should have the paperwork for it if he did, right? There should be some sort of receipt for that, right? I don't think he did. See, it makes no sense to purchase abandoned buildings for $400,000, a little bit more than that, as Umar says, $400,000, and then have to pay millions of dollars to get them renovated in order to get them up to code. It makes no sense whatsoever. And it's going to be millions. He still needs millions of dollars to make this, just to get the renovations complete, up to code, get the buildings up to code. It makes no sense. Why not take $10,000 a month and get a ready-made storefront building that you can teach classes in, have offices in there and all of that stuff, and teach 20 kids? He could have done a community center and had people come in and teach the kids after school. Take $10,000 and have volunteers come through. But not Umar. And you're right, Charlemagne and Lamont Hill, they know. See, I'm tempted to pull up the video where Umar took a shot at Lamont Hill, but I don't want to be petty. But actually, I do want to be petty, but let me think about it. let me at least pull up my receipt on here to see what am I looking for? I'm looking for just the donations time. This one right here. This is it. Yeah, this is it right here. Y'all want me to do it? Hit the one. This is a marathon, so I'm not rushing. All right, let's go to 2014. Let's be petty and go to 2000. Since you brought it up, you're not losing your mind. Let me pull this up. We're going to go to 2014 to start. And let me make sure I even have this video. Let me see. 12:20. Yeah, this is it right here. And let me do something. Actually, no, I'll leave that right there. All right, so let me pull this up. This is from 2014, December 20th of 2014. We're going to go to the 13-minute mark. This is an old video. Here we go. And thanks, you're not losing your mind for the super chat. I appreciate it. So, but since you brought it up, let's go ahead and do this real quick. Ain't going to take but a month.
And she just put it's Throwback Thursday on Instagram, and she put up
We have to love us enough to invest in us and to organize in us. There's a problem in the world today To me, the biggest problem, I always say this, the biggest problem in the world today is that there are too many people who don't do anything. And it's really that simple. They kill our children in the street and we don't do anything. They steal elections and we don't do anything. They put our children in prison and we don't do anything. And when we do, it's after it's already happened. So for me, in a very concrete way, what we can do tomorrow, this stuff we need more money for our schools, yes. But there are children right now whose reading levels drop in the summertime because we're not reading to them. And we know their parents got to work. We know their parents are in jail, but we not. We right here in this room. And when we leave here, we can read to people. We can be mentors to young men. Before we can build a school like Umar's, which we should be working to build, we can be role models and examples right now.
See that? Maybe that's why Umar don't like, because I actually think Mark Lamont Hill fears Umar. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why. Also, there's speculation that Mark Lamont Hill was dating one of Umar Johnson's baby mamas at a certain point. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because that sounds like some Desperate Housewives type of situation. So I don't want to get into the guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't want to be gossiping or nothing like that. So I don't know. I ain't verified none of that. But the point is that he kind of takes a shot at Umar, you know, because Umar, he speaks before this and he's talking about how he want to open up a school. He said, well, before we can even open up a school, because there ain't no school, there's a bunch of bull jive. Let me download this other one. Maybe that's why, because Umar, he took a shot at Mark Lamont Hill. I got the video. We'll do that one next. Anyway, let this play a little bit more.
We know that our children are more likely to go to jail if they don't have mentors and big brothers. We know our daughters are more likely to get pregnant and drop out of school and get HIV/AIDS if they don't have arts and music and dance. We can be mentors and coaches and teachers. We can do that work right now. It's not instead of the work we demand from the government. We citizens, we deserve all of that. But we can organize and do the work that I'm talking about right now. And the police, lastly,
let me see if I can find the part where Umar running his mouth. Oh, there he go over there.
We're going to ask each of our panelists, and we'll go right down this road.
The only we do to struggle.
Yeah, I think Umar does say something. Let me see. Here you go.
With Dr. Umar Johnson.
Before I get my recommendation, one thing I wanted to say as it relates to the homicide rate. I was in Chicago last night, and I spent quite a bit of time up there. There was an article that came out, I think it may have been Associated Press, that talked about the police in Chicago who were intentionally leaving armed guns on the subway trains. In Chicago as well as in Detroit, our brothers and sisters suspect that the police are actually behind the homicide.
There you go. There you go. Let me pull up the video where Umar takes a shot at Mark Lamont Hill. This is from 2019, June 24th of 2019. We're going to go to the 51-minute and 8-second mark. Here we go. And this interview is crazy too, by the way. One of these days we'll watch the whole thing. Well, I ain't gonna say that, but I'm just saying it will be hilarious. All right, here we go.
Leaders because they tend to be too real. So since there's no mainstream bougie Negroes they can make you leader, because nobody's gonna follow Cornel West, nobody's gonna follow Michael Eric Dyson, nobody's following Mark Lamont Hill. You follow.
Don't worry, I got the receipts. Ain't that something? See, how could you defend a man who talks recklessly about you? See, it's easy to go along with defending Umar. It's easy. But it takes courage to tell the truth. Furthermore, if you're a man of integrity, you're not going to be fucking with no dude that's talking shit about you. Real talk. Does this make sense? I don't mean to say it that way, but does this make sense? I've dealt with this too. You guys know this. I give grace. I've given a lot of grace to people who've talked shit. About me at a time period where it was very difficult to speak out about Umar because of all the what the Umar's backing back then. And some of these same people later on, they want to jump on the Umar Johnson bandwagon when everyone else is now talking about it. And they wanted, oh yeah, well, Lenon said that, yeah, but you was talking shit back in the day. I give grace. See, I give grace. But I ain't fucking with you. Make sense? See, the way I look at it is right is right, is wrong. And if you got a man disparaging you online, why would you defend that same man online for a school that does not exist? I'm talking to Mark Lemon Hill. And this ain't the only shot. He's taking other shots too. But this one right here, I think, is important because it goes to show you that Umar has no respect for Mark Lemon Hill. And yet Mark Lemon Hill he's caping for Umar on the Joe Budden podcast. Now, I can't tell another man what he needs to do. I guess I could, but it don't mean he got to do it. It'll make me, shit. You do what you want to do. You're your own man. But I'm talking about from the standpoint of being a man of principle, that if you got someone talking shit about you and they ain't come forward to apologize for it after all these years, then you should not be, in my opinion, as a man of integrity, be defending that same man that's disrespected you. But that's just me. See? And there's other people too. But I give grace. I really do. I give grace. What I mean by that is I ain't gonna take it personal. See? And I may even just play along like, oh, ain't no big. But at the back, my mom said, no, they are not to be trusted. Because a couple of years ago, they was talking mad shit. Now they want to be, they want to be cool. Come on back. And ain't even got to be public. Say, listen, I know I was talking shit about you back then. I just want to apologize, or for whatever reason you're talking shit. Okay, I'm good. Ain't no big deal. One more time.
Too far too much space between. Out of touch, right? This is the first time in Black America the white man don't have a leader he could go to sit the youth down. It's good and bad. It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because now we got an opportunity to bring forth fresh new leadership. But the white man don't want you to do that because the last time you brought forth fresh new leadership, you popped up with Huey P. Newton.
Y'all hearing
and H-Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael and Fred Hampton. They don't need you choosing your own leaders because they tend to be too real. So since there's no mainstream bougie Negroes they can make your leader, because nobody's going to follow Cornel West. Nobody's going to follow Michael Eric Dyson. Nobody's following Mark Lemon Hill. You follow what I'm saying? They don't have that type of
I don't know if you guys
street credit. Yeah. So they don't have no bougie leaders that they can put in charge of black youth. And they ain't got no church leaders they can put in charge of black youth. And they ain't got no established black leaders they can put in charge of black youth. Who's the white man going to put out front to be your spokesperson? I'm going to tell you, your football players, your basketball players, your actors, and your rappers. These same goofy rappers who everybody dancing to, they're going to be the ones who are going to be propped up and put on the pedestal to put black people back to sleep. In other words, our next war, not physical.
All right. Okay, audio was good on your guy? Okay, yeah, I couldn't even hear nothing. Let me just do one more thing real quick before we move on. Just want to make sure my earbuds are working. Let me go back.
They don't need you choosing your own leaders because they tend to be too real. So since there's no mainstream bougie Negroes they can make your leader, because nobody's going to follow Cornel West. Nobody's going to follow Michael Eric Dyson. Nobody's following Mark Lemon Hill. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay. So on one hand, he's saying that no one's following Mark Lamont Hill, but he also classifies Mark Lamont Hill as a bougie Negro. Y'all get this? Hit the one.
400 years. You don't have an identified black leader. Sharpton is not seen as a leader to millennials. Jesse Jackson is not seen as a leader to millennials. Minister Farrakhan is of age, still seen as a leader, but not necessarily to millennials. Too far.
See, that's him again taking shots. I told people, but he takes other shots at Farrakhan in other videos too. Meanwhile, Umar ain't done nothing.
And we ain't got no damn schools. All this money, we ain't got no hospitals. Now, let me tell you this.
Here we go.
This next election coming up for president, the Democratic Party gonna pull some of them goofy ass rappers up, and they gonna make them the spokespersons for the black elite. Hear me out.
They was already doing that.
See, you gotta remember, right now, this is the first time in American history, 400 years, you don't have an identified black leader. Sharpton is not seen as a leader to millennials. Jesse Jackson is not seen as a leader to millennials. Minister Farrakhan is of age, still seen as a leader, but not necessarily to millennials. Too much space between. Out of touch, right? This is the first time in Black America the white man don't have a leader he could go to sit the youth down. It's good and bad. It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because now we got an opportunity to bring forth fresh new leadership. But the white man don't want you to do that, because the last time you brought forth fresh new leadership, you popped up with Huey P. Newton and A-Trap Brown and Stokely Carmichael and Fred Hampton. They don't need you choosing your own leaders because they tell you too real. So since there's no mainstream bougie Negroes they can make you leader.
So according to Umar, Mark Lamont Hill is a mainstream bougie Negro.
Because nobody gonna follow Cornel West. Nobody's gonna follow Michael Eric Dyson. Nobody's following Mark Lamont Hill. You follow?
All right, and we're gonna leave it right there. See, again, if Mark Lamont Hill ever wants to come onto my platform and debate me on Umar Johnson, he's welcome to do so. He wouldn't win, but he's welcome to do so. I got all the receipts and I've done the research. See, Mark Lamont Hill is not educated when it comes to Umar. He hasn't done the research. See, he can go on Piers Morgan and talk about what's happening over there in the Middle East because he's knowledgeable and he's researched and he's done extensive research into that. He can talk. He's good, real good. But when it comes to Umar, he don't know shit. No disrespect intended. Furthermore, because he hasn't done the research. Furthermore, the fact that Mark, I think, is problematic for someone like Mark Lamont Hill, who's not educated about Umar in this school scam, but then also Umar in terms of as a person. He hasn't done the research for him to also defend Umar at the same time. And then defend someone who disrespected you in the past. We're going to leave it right there.
About the school, tell them all of our business. This is how most of the haters have gotten the school's information, because they voluntarily share information with people who don't even live in the city of Wilmington. They don't even live in the state of Delaware, and they just share our information.
It doesn't matter. You're a nonprofit, and there are people who have asked questions because, Umar, there's no transparency, and they've donated to this nonprofit.
Is it public information, though?
Say that again.
Is it public information?
Some of it is public, but not all of it is public.
No, all of it is public. What are you talking about?
You see. And in this case, Baba, he told a blatant lie. He told a blatant lie. He said from April to August, I'm quoting him from the YouTube video that somebody sent me, because I didn't even know that he was communicating with a YouTube hater. He said, quote, from April through August, multiple follow-up attempts from the finance department regarding the outstanding fees. Baba, we heard from nobody at all about anything from the city of Wilmington from March the 7th until August the 8th. 5 whole months.
So what? That's not a long time. And if you didn't hear anything, and they were talking about back in March, according to you, they were talking about how they were going to put this up for auction at a sheriff's sale. Well, why don't you go and handle the business? And if they're not replying to your emails, then you go down there, Umar, and you handle business in person. That's what an adult would have done. Okay. By the way, let me also thank you again for the super chat. You're not losing your mind. Thank you so much for that. Manny Ben Rock sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Marcia says, So why go on a month trip to Sweden in March if you were notified that the school was in trouble? I'm sick of Umar. I don't even have a response to that. I really don't. See, if Umar was serious, then why is he traveling all over the world and instead of handling business? So you got to be present to handle the business. It's a brick and mortar. Now, if he had an online virtual, that'd be different. But if it's a brick and mortar, which I would suggest he should have done in the beginning, he could have taken $20,000 to get everything set up, and this guy would have been a multi-millionaire in 2025, easy. Subscription-based website. Anyway, Umar, why are you traveling all over the world? Why don't you stop all of that and make sure you're handling basic bills and handling basic business? See, he's not doing that. But if you guys think about it, he's been traveling around the world as a so-called speaker since 2011, 2012. That's a long time. He's used to that lifestyle. But that's still not an excuse to not pay basic bills for 6.5 years. And see, if he was serious, instead of going on a trip to Sweden, or a month-long trip to Africa, or to go over to Africa for a couple of weeks, or to go or whatever, go to Chicago, or go to California, go to Texas, wherever. Instead of doing all this traveling, why aren't you handling basic business in the first place? That should be your priority. That's not his priority. I don't even think it's a priority, because you don't let bills sit and stack up for 6.5 years if you're serious and you're being responsible and it's a priority to pay these bills. Thanks, Marcel, for the super chat. And then Manny also says, Stride Inc. purchased the bandos in 2007. Umar paid $10. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the transfer, and I'm not the person. I actually have it. I'm the person that broke that story back in 2019. And that $10, let me see, what year? Okay, let me see, 2000. I think it's in here. That $10 is it's a placeholder. It's a way to where people won't be able to see what the actual purchase price was. But based upon my research, the purchase price was $400,000. Umar says a little bit more than that. It could actually be a lot less than that. I mean, could it be $10? It could be. But based upon my research, that has more to do. It's like a transfer deed where it's not coming up. I think I'm in the wrong. Yeah, I'm in the 2019 folder. That's why. It's a way to, and you can look this up. You can Google it. It's a way to keep the actual purchase price private so that people don't know, which Umar would want, because he doesn't want people to know how much he actually purchased trap bandos for. It could be $200,000. Because once people see how much he purchased these bandos for, then they'll be able to calculate, okay, how much money should he have left over? And that's what Umar did not want to happen. Yeah, it's not coming up right now, but I know what you're talking about. I broke that story back in February of 2019. And let me just real quick, just for the sake of, let me see if it comes up. No, it's not coming up under transfer deed. Let me just look up under deed. Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah, let me see if this comes up. Yeah, here you go. So these are the parcel numbers at the upper top corner. See that? And this was prepared, upper right corner, right-hand corner, prepared by Ward and Taylor. They were out of Wilmington, Delaware. And then FDMG, it says FSMG. It's just a typo. The S is next to the G. I remember I was trying to figure that out back in the day. And then it says this deed made 6th day of February in the year 2019 between K-12 Delaware and K-12. They've been involved with a lot of this for years too. K-12 LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, party of the first, and Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy, in a corporation in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, party of the second part. And it says witness, hold on one second. Wait, here we go. Witness it that the said party of the first part, which would be K-12 Delaware, for and in consideration of the sum of $10 and 0 cents, basically $10, and other good and valuable considerations. This is the part, it's like it's a legal term. Good and valuable consideration means that it's more than just the $10. Lawful money of the United States of America, the receipt whereof is hereby, the receipt whereof is hereby acknowledged, hereby grant and convey unto the said party of the second part, which would be Umar Johnson, its successors in assigns in fees simple. And then here's the street address right here, 1617 East 17th Street. All that certain lot, piece, or parcel of land, and this actually includes both parcels, with the improvement thereon erected, situated in the city of Wilmington, Newcastle, and state of Delaware, known as 610 East 17th Street. That's the address again. Beginning at a point in the southeasterly, but this is talking about the borders, so forth and so on. Yeah, but this is the receipt that you're referring to, and I've talked about this a lot in the past, especially back in 2019. But it doesn't mean that the purchase price was $10. Could it be $10? It could be, actually, because Umar never provided any receipt on purchase price. But if you look this up in terms of the $10, it's more like a placement. And it also shields these two entities from actually disclosing how much the actual purchase price was. And Umar didn't want to share that information because once people find out, it could be $100,000. Then people they're going to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, he should have had a whole lot more money left over. He's such a calm man. Anyway, thank you, many Ben Rock for the super chat. Jonathan Kidd says the guy who showed he badmouthed Lamont Hill is my homie player T Hollywood in the hood. Yeah. yeah. I think he's from LA. Here, let me pull that back up.
They don't have street
book, Black Parent Advocate.
Well, a lot of this is touched on in psychoacademic Holocaust. Okay. Diploma. I really understand what you're saying. That's determination. Yeah. You just on YouTube. You be international, the conscious movement. There you go. But they had not gotten to where I've gotten in 2 days, even though I've been working for 20.
See him lying?
20 years.
Right.
Yeah, he lying, working for 20 years. This is in 2019. He ain't worked since 2010, 2011. Anyway, thanks, Jonathan Kidd, for the super chat. And then Jam 7 Jack 5 says, you look rested, Lenon, just here for. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I did get some sleep last night. I went to bed early though, because the weekend was rough. I went to bed early. I didn't sleep in though, because I had to get up and get stuff done before the show. And I still was late for the show. But thank you so much. I am still tired though, I'll tell you that. Thanks up for the super chat. I appreciate it. See Jimi Hendrix right there. Shout out. Manny Ben Rock says K-12 Management Inc., now Stride Inc., paid $1.2 million in 2017. Check woman says, yeah, I'm familiar with that. There's also on that, in terms of the property history too, you'll see that there are other entities that purchase these abandoned buildings. It'll say $10 as well, but that's just a placeholder. The thing is that the property value, I've talked about this in the past, the property value, that the taxes, right? Because Umar didn't have tax exempt status in 2019 or 2020, so he had to pay, his donors had to pay property taxes because he didn't have his paperwork on. He don't handle business. I remember I was always asking, okay, well, why are the property taxes so high? If the purchase trap balance for $400,000, the property taxes actually got up to $160,000, somewhere around there. I always forget. I think it's under $6, it might be $170,000. And I was saying, well, how could it get that high just in 2 years on a property that's $400,000? Okay, so it's like, it's getting close to that. Half of the value in taxes. Well, the taxes that accrue, it's not based upon the purchase price. It's based upon the value of the property. And the valuation was, if memory serves me correctly, $2.5 million. If memory serves me correctly. I can go pull it up and go to see for sure. But you can actually see it on the paper for the tax paper. I can pull that up too. So then it clicked in my mind. I said, okay, well, the reason why these taxes are so high is because it's not based upon the purchase price of $400,000. It's actually it's based upon the value of the properties at the time where the taxes are assessed, and the property value was way more than $400,000. But that also speaks to the truth that if the value is 2.5 or whatever it was, then why would they sell these buildings to Umar Johnson for only $400,000 unless there were some serious issues with these properties? Does this make sense? I'm trying to see if it comes up, the tax documents. I have all these tax documents. It's also Umar's personal stuff too. I ain't gonna pull all that up. But the receipt that I'm actually looking for is not coming up here. Let me just try one other thing here, dealing with the tax bill. Let's see if it comes up here. Yeah, I think this is it right here. Okay, I actually have it in different places. I don't know which one this is. Let me see. Let me pull this one up right quick. And I got the one you're talking about too. I got that one too. Maybe I'll pull up both of them. All right, I haven't looked at this in a very long time. So just on this parcel number, you guys can see it had gotten up to $112,000. The total current tax, it says 0, but then it says the prior balance was $86,000, and then the penalty was almost $20,000. So you put everything together, including what's up at the top, the prior balance, because there's two different things. There's taxes and fees dealing with the county, but then there's also school tax because he didn't have his tax exempt status. It's $112,000 right there. This is wasted money, and it should show the assessed value. Maybe it's on a different document. Yeah, I don't see it on this document. Yeah, I think it's a different document, but it'll show the assessed value of the abandoned buildings for that year. Yeah, see, this is all wasted money. $112,000. Let me see if I can find, I'll leave this up, but let me see if I can find this other one. I think it's one of these two. Oh, this is a general building. We don't need to look at that one. You were referring to this right here. I have both of the parcels. So let's look at both of these parcels real quick. Again, this is early research that I did back in 2019. I haven't revisited this stuff in years. Let's check this one out. Oh, you can't even see this one. But let me just tell y'all, if you look on here, if you could see it, you'll see the different organizations that purchased these trap bandos, and you'll see the purchase price. And there are times where it'll say $10. It's not that it's $10. It's just that they're trying to keep secret how much the purchase price actually was. And I can't see this clearly enough. I can actually pull this up a different way and look at it too. But that's one. And then here's the other parcel right here. Anyway, I could pull this up and put it in my browser so we can see it more clearly. But I just want you to let you know that I'm familiar with this. So yeah, K-12 Management Inc. They paid $1.2 million in 2017, and then Umar, he comes around and they didn't do anything with the buildings. He comes around in 2019 and he purchased they allegedly for $400,000. How do you go from 1.2 and then 2 years later it goes down to $400,000? Yeah, and then the assessed value for both sides of the street, it was something like $2.5 million or $2.1 million, something like that. Don't quote me on that. I would have to go and pull up the receipt. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And then user 225 says, Lenore, you missed my earlier dono sad face emoji. I'm sorry. Let me go look real quick. Actually, let me go ahead and pull this video back up, and then I'll find it. Here we go.
Well, defamation, and a lot of people, not a lot, but some people have asked me, what about your legal counsel and advice? What have they been saying?
I'm working on that. And the reason I'm working on that, Baba, is I don't think this is going to stop until we
go. No, Umar, you ain't gonna do shit. Cut it out. User 225 says Umar Johnson takes a shit in front of FDMG peace and Pan Africanism. I'm giving back to the answers. Look at the dark. Oh, all right, that's too much. And now I know why I missed it. You be taking stuff too far. Thank you for the super chat, though. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Pushback. I think they're going to continue to play games with us. I think they're going to continue to be hostile towards us. They're going to continue to be negligent towards us. And they're going to continue to discriminate against us. So let me fast forward.
Negligence.
So March the 7th, I get the letter. Excuse me, the letter was mailed March the 7th. I probably got it the last week of March, first week of April. I immediately called the Secretary of Delinquent Accounts. She said, see what L&I has to say. It comes from them, not us. We just carry it out. I talked to the Secretary of Vacant Property. She tells me she's going to give me a call back. She's going to look into this and see what they can do. Now, what they're saying, Baba, is they don't retroactively apply vacant property registration fee waivers, right? I can understand that. But I asked for a one-time exemption.
No, it doesn't work like that.
You can't give it to me. Just say that so we can move on.
Right.
I want to make this point very clear about it. Because what they're leaving out, because they're saying, well, we don't apply it retroactively. The man asked you if you could do it this one time because they just paid $30,000 in water.
So what?
And instead of just telling us, no, we're not going to do it. You either have to pay it or get a payment plan. But we're not going to. Baba, she completely ignored me. Like I told you, I emailed her April 1st. She did not respond to my email. I emailed her April 4th. She did not respond to my email. I emailed her.
Listen, Umar, they're probably tired of you trying to get the hookup, and somehow you think you deserve special dispensation. Again, Umar thinks that he's special. That's not how life works, homeboy. You don't pay your bills, then that's on you. You can't blame nobody else. You can't expect to get a hookup or what have you. What are these people doing out here? Anyway.
April 7th, she did not respond to my email. I emailed her April 16th. She did not respond to my email. I spoke to her on the phone at least a half dozen times, and each time she said she would get back to me with an answer. And guess what, Baba? That turned into 5 months. No response.
Wow.
5 months, no response. And then the secretary of delinquent accounts, because what I did was I sent the email to the chief of staff of the mayor, not the deputy chief of staff. The man who sent this email to the YouTubers, Baba, he ain't got nothing to do with nothing because I didn't include him in the correspondence. So
yeah, but that doesn't mean that amongst the office that they didn't, because see that the brother that replied to the email, he's responsible for communications. See, Umar, what are you talking about? That's his job. His job is to communicate. Umar, you don't understand how government works? You know, Umar, you also need to be careful because you're lying clearly, and you're basically slandering government leaders, as it were, and they can sue your ass for that. So you need to be careful. See, if all this goes viral and it gets back to the people and they got money to do it too. So your broke bum ass, you talk about how you're gonna sue the city and you're gonna have to march. You ain't gonna do shit. But they got money to do it. You need to watch your mouth, homeboy. Real talk.
You speaking about things you know nothing about, and you are being untruthful and dishonest and blatantly lying in what you are saying. Mm-hmm. So he wasn't even in the email trail. It was the deputy chief of staff. It was the commissioner for L&I. It was the secretary for delinquent accounts and the secretary for vacant properties. So I emailed them and I asked 3 questions, Baba. And guess what? Nobody has answered the questions yet. Wow. They answered everything but my question. These are the 3 questions. Why didn't the secretary of vacant properties respond to my constant emails and constant phone calls seeking clarity, Baba?
They never answered.
Clarity. Mm-hmm. And I got none. I asked why. Were we not due a response? How are we supposed to do things the right way if you can't even pick up a phone and return a voicemail? You can't even return an email. I asked, why did we get no response for 5 months? I got no answer. And then I asked, why didn't we get any follow-up mail, Baba, from March to August about the sheriff lien? Because here's what I was thinking, Baba. My thought was this. They're not responding to my emails. They're not responding to my phone calls. So because we paid $30,000 in water, half the debt was paid, I assume they're going to leave us alone.
Does
that make sense to you, Bob?
I would thought, but you know, if they are in a state of war, they want you to fail.
I want you to follow my logic on it.
Okay.
In other words, the person.
I have to stop this right here. Number one, they're not at war, but more importantly, there is no logic. It's illogical to assume that simply because you paid one bill that somehow you're going to be given special dispensation on another bill that ain't got nothing to do with the first bill that you paid. That's not how life works. Listen, if I don't pay my water bill and then I pay my water bill, but I also have a phone bill that's due, I'm going to call the phone company and be like, hey, listen, I just paid my water bill, so I need some special privilege because I just paid my water bill. I need special privilege concerning the bill that I owe y'all. That's not how life works. Yeah, is that logic? That's irrational. It's delusional thinking. But see, this is Umar, and you see how he's getting ramped up and shit. I done found some other stuff. I found the degrees, y'all. I found the screenshots of degrees. I was looking for something else. Ain't it ridiculous? That's ridiculous. Yeah, email. Someone said, where are the emails? Yeah, where are the emails at? How's it going, Lisa? He is. He sound all crybaby and shit. And they wouldn't. How's it going, Kiara? Where are the receipts? See, I pull up receipts. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull up a receipt for y'all just because I want to show y'all this clearer. Because I showed it on another thing, but it was too small, so I pulled it. That got more. I just couldn't find these other ones. One of these days, I'm gonna get it together. I apologize. One of these days, and I can actually pull this up on the city website because they still got it up there. Let me do a screen share right quick. There you go. You should be able to see this a clear. It's large. Let me even go in there. Yeah, it's a little blurry, but hopefully you guys can see it well enough. But this is just for one of the parcels. So there's a county tax and fees, And the current for that at this point, this is in 2022. Okay, again, this is for the fiscal year of 2021 to 2022. Umar got his tax exempt status set back up in 2020. So all of this stuff is past due shit. So it's zero. That's why I show zero for the current tax year. The prior balance was $5,000. The penalty was $1,000, and then you put everything together, it's $6,431. This is all wasted money. And then this is for the local school district taxes, the state of Delaware. Prior balance was $86,000. The penalty was almost $20,000. That's crazy. And then the total school district tax due is $106,000. Not one black child has been educated. It's $112,485 just on this parcel alone. That had to be paid out by Umar Johnson donors, and not one black child was educated at this time. Just wasted money. Poof, gone in the air. And then on the other parcel, I don't have the other one. I have it, but I couldn't find it. It was all of this it came out to about $170,000 wasted money. That's for people to just think about it. All right, here's this is what I was talking about earlier. You guys can actually look this up, and if you go here, you can actually find this other document. I'm just gonna spend the time being lazy. But we can scroll down. This is for one of the parcels, and you can see in terms of the sale, there was a moment in the deed history. It says zero here. It says $250,000 here. That was back in 1992. $10 in 2008. $10 in 2010. The different organizations are this one: the company Seals, Moyer Education Foundation, and Moyer Academy, Reinvestment 2 LLC, Reinvestment Fund Inc. Okay, and at this point, it sold for $1.3 million. That was in 2013. Then the New Moyer Academy, they reopened, and so they get it back, and they don't want to show what the purchase price is. That's why you see the $10 in 2013. And then these buildings, they basically are vacant. And then K-12 management, they come in, and in 2017, they purchased it for $1.2 million. And then Umar comes in 2019. And the amount is undisclosed. It just shows 10, but online records say 400,000. It could actually be much less than that. But just to be clear, K-12 management was the previous owner. Okay, so that's 2017. Umar acquires in 2019. And I have a video of Umar in 2017 going to go visit these trap bandos too, by the way. Tax bills. You can look at the tax bills here per year. Again, 2020 would be the last year. Umar acquires it in 2019. He didn't get his tax exempt status until 2021. That's why the bills start becoming past due on this. And this is for one parcel. There's another parcel as well. Here's tax payments. Here's a payment that was made while Umar owned it in 2021 for $50,000. This is wasted money. 2020, $5,000. 2019, $5,000. This is all wasted money. All right, and this is, I think, the other parcel. So the numbers are going to be a little bit different when we look at the amount that was paid. Umar paid $15,000 in 2020 on this one, $20,000 in 2019. Yeah, so the county balance, this is what was due at that time, was the county balance was $6,000. Other was $111,000. That's where you get to about $117,000, which is consistent with what this comes out. This is about $112 on here. But there's penalties and fees that accrue. And then here, the school balance of $7,000. Yeah, he ended up paying all this off. And then, okay, so let me show this, because I've been telling people that I had these. A lot of people haven't seen these. This is what Umar posted. This is for his doctor of psychology. And you look at the name, it says Umar Abdullah Johnson. And this is from Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, PCOM, as he calls it. And it says 2012. That's when he got this degree. He was misrepresenting himself as a doctor going back. If memory serves me correctly, I thought it was 2007, but as I think about it now, it may have been in 2009. Don't quote me on that, but I have the receipts on that too. He was lying. In fact, if you guys go back and you look at the court documents where Umar, he was involved with litigation, he was going against, this is one of the reasons why he was fired. He was going against other school psychologists that had done assessments on children, and he was given a whole other analysis of what their mental capacity was, et cetera. If you go back and look at the document, they were referring him to Umar as a doctor, and that was in, I want to say 2010, but he didn't get his doctorate until 2012. Matter of fact, let me just see if that'll populate right away. Johnson. We'll put in compare a charter school. Yeah, it's not. Well, here's that's not it. I should have this. I have it in my other notes, so I can pull it up that way. But it's not populating right away. But anyway, yeah, here it is right here. This was. Let me see. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is another one. Yeah, let me check because another one popped up too. Let me check this other one because this isn't the right one. You gonna let me do it? Yeah, it's not letting me because what I was looking for was this part where they talk about Umar, but it's not populating. Let me try one more time. Oh, here it is right here. So let me read this to you on. Yeah, it's not. Okay, here. On November 23rd, 2009, Ms. Durrell filed a due process complaint notice requesting a special education hearing and seeking an independent education evaluation, an IEE. Umar used to talk about these back in the day, so it's a scam. It's a way to double dip on Umar's part. The school district consented to the IEE, and Ms. Durrell selected Dr. Umar Abdullah Johnson, a nationally certified school psychologist, to perform the evaluation. The evaluation, the IE, was performed in January of 2010, and Dr. Abdullah Johnson published his report on February of 2000. So yeah, but Umar didn't have his doctorate back in 2010. But he was telling people that he had a doctorate going all, if memory serves me correctly, back to 2007. He's a con man. There's another one of these too, but I would have to, it didn't populate, but I could find it. But let's get back to this right here. I want to just show you a couple of things in terms of Umar's, what he published online in terms of his degrees. Okay, so this says 2012, and look at the name, Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. Okay, let's look at this one. This is from Lehigh University. This was a Master's of Education. The degree of Master of Education in recognition of this attainment in the graduate study in educational leadership. Look at the name, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson. Okay, this one, Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson. This one, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson, Master of Education. And this is 2008, January 2008. And this is his master's from PCOM, Philadelphia's College of Naturopathic Medicine. It says Umar Abdullah Johnson. And it says 2008. Let me pull this back over. Why is it that this degree from PCOM says Umar Rashad Abdullah Johnson, and then this degree from PCOM says Umar Abdullah Johnson? Furthermore, why is it that this degree, if you look where it's at the bottom, it says 2012 and it's written out, but if you look on this degree, it says 2008 and it's numerical. There's something to think about. I'm not saying anything one way or the other. All right. And I just happened to run across those. I wasn't even looking for them, but I told people that I had them. Those are the only degrees that pay, at least I guess you want to call those degrees, the only that Umar has actually shown. He hasn't shown any of the other ones that he allegedly has. All right. Let's get back to the video. Thank you guys so much for your patience.
By handling this, or refuse to call us back and refuse to respond to an email for 5 months.
Yeah, they have begun their cover-up.
You're clear on that, because they're not addressing that at all. The L&I commissioner completely ignored the question. The chief of staff for the mayor completely ignored the question. The secretary for vacant property.
See how Umar's so irrational, emotional about all this?
Who's the one responsible for ignoring me, she ignored the question. And the secretary for delinquent accounts, it was not her responsibility, because all she does is carry out, you know, whatever is owed, she got to carry it out and collect that debt. Where I took issue with her at, respectively,
there you go,
is because in her email, she says she told me that they had initiated sheriff sale process on the phone. No, she did not. That was not true. That was not true. She told, and I have the email to prove it, because in the email she sent me, the email is there. She says, I'm waiting to hear back from L&I, just like you are, to see what we're going to do, because I was going back and forth between the two secretaries, Baba, telling the secretary of delinquent accounts that the secretary of vacant property said she's going to look into this and get back to me. So she says, okay, you know what I mean? Let's just see what she says. I said, should I pay anything? I got the emails, Baba. Should I pay anything right now? She says, hold off until we get an answer from them. Baba, we never got an answer from them.
There you go.
Well, and to this day, it's still no one is answering.
Oh, well, I put them in the email chain. So we've been going back and forth on the email, respectfully back and forth, but nobody's answering my question. Question 1, why did I never get a response to my emails and phone calls? Question 2.
It doesn't matter. They told you way back in March of 2025 what was going on. You should have paid the shit. That's all that matters, Umar. You're supposed to pay your bills, or your donors are supposed to pay your bills anyway.
Why was there no follow-up correspondence about the sheriff lien and sale? Baba, all they had to do was call me and say, listen, Doc, we know you paid $30,000 in water, but if we don't get that other $30,000 in vacant property, we're going to have to sell. Or send an email. Baba, David, they said nothing at all for 4 months.
Yeah, well, Umar, stop being all emotional about it. Pay your bill. Cry, baby.
So now, I'm home chilling, and I start getting text messages from my supporters. Dr. Umar, the struggle streamers are on YouTube, and they have a letter claiming your school is going to be sold in 20 days.
Okay, I broke that story. I know I always say it, but I want my credit anyway.
If you don't pay off the full balance. So, Baba, I'm automatically thinking that this is a lie, because, you know, the YouTubers, they make up stuff all the time. They don't believe in the truth. They do not believe in the truth. They believe in views and clicks, and they will make up anything to satisfy their audience so they can get their views and clicks.
Okay, Umar, don't insult the Cookie Crush chat, and I've not lied on you not one time. You lied on me, though, many times. See, I got receipts based on what I say about you. I got receipts to back everything up. And this is what Umar is referring to right here. This is the munition. See, this ain't got nothing to do with Umar talking about the water bill. He's conflating the water and sewer charges with the actual water bill. You should have been paying that water bill. Something totally separate. SH Play says, guys, become a member and get great content. You won't regret. Oh, thank you so much, SH Play. I got a lot of member content videos. I've archived older Umar Johnson videos that are only accessible for members only. So I want to shout out to all of the members. Thank you guys so much for holding it down. I appreciate it. And there's a join button below these videos if you want to gain access to more content. I have a whole archive, hundreds of videos on Umar. But thank you, SH Play, for the super chat. Also, thanks for the shot, for the promotion there. I appreciate it. And then Ike, what's up? Ike says, he said she told him on the phone, not email. Everyone's lying except Umi. He said that she said she told him on the phone, not email. He all over the place. Okay. He's lying. That's like when he told that story in the car, he was lying. It just doesn't even make no sense. Thank you, Ike, for being a member for 15 months. T says he probably sent those family sources to Lene for public sympathy. She should avoid them. That's interesting. You're talking about maybe his family members. I don't know. I think that there's so much dysfunction there, and I don't think that Umar Johnson, that his family members like him. I don't think they do. I don't think they support, especially dealing with what's going on with the mama. But I don't think that they support him like that. I'm gonna tell you what I think, and I could be wrong. This is just me just thinking. I think that they tolerate Umar because he's a potential source for income or money. But outside of that, if Umar didn't have money coming in, I don't think they wouldn't be trying to deal with him on any level consistently. I don't think they wouldn't have anything to do with him. So I think, and I'm not saying all of them, I'm just saying I think some of them that they're tolerant of Umar because they know that he's kind of a cash cow because he gets free money out of black people for a school that doesn't exist. That's what I think. Yeah. Thank you, T. For the super chat. Yana says, my father is such a fool. He's so deluded into Umar. Yeah, there's a lot of people, they bought into the illusion that Umar Johnson presents. But Sauron was able to do that to the elves too. You know, they saw him as one thing, and that's not what he was. And he got them to make all these rings of power. and that ultimately the one ring would rule all of them. They were deceived. Well, there's a lot of people that are deceived by Umar, and it's, I have a sense too that there are people that they're going to believe Umar no matter what. I mean, 10 years from now, there's still Umar could be in jail for tax evasion and wire fraud, and they're still going to be supporting Umar. You can't really change those types of people's minds, and that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to share information and to provide the receipts so that people can start to think critically, and then see how much Umar lies. That should be enough, in my opinion. If you're rationally you think rationally. If you have someone who lies over and over again, then they should not be trusted. And if they're not to be trusted, then you shouldn't be dealing with them. Straight up, real talk. Okay. Thank you, Giannis. And you shouldn't be defending them either, and supporting them, et cetera, et cetera. What's up? No Contendo says JS talking nonstop, so Baba can't ask questions. Yeah, he's slick about it. He's slick about it. He's spinning these narratives. It's a web of lies. He just keeps running his mouth over and over again. Thank you, No Contendo, for the super chat. Jam says, Lenon, you think I think the Vandals were cheap because of being gutted? I think the damage to the properties, yes, I think that was part of it. But I also think that the major part was the EPA report. And the EPA report, again, they started that process before Umar purchased the abandoned buildings. They finished the report before Umar purchased it, because it shows inside the document, and it may have been published after, but in terms of finishing it, it had to have been finished, because they talked about how the new owner, and they were talking about Umar. So in other words, they would have known at that time period that Umar, if that makes sense, that Umar had purchased the abandoned buildings, but they had started the process of investigating that area long before. Now the question becomes, did K-12 know about it? I'm sure that they did, because they were assessing the properties, and if K-12 management, if they're in control of the property, then there has to be some sort of correspondence with the EPA, so that the EPA can go up there and do what they need to do in order to do the assessment, right? So I think that has something to do with it. I hope if that makes sense. I may have gotten it backwards. The point is, the EPA report starts before Umar acquired. Let me just be clear: before Umar acquires the abandoned buildings, but it finishes and publishes after Umar has acquired these abandoned buildings. But the process was already set. So this is to say that if Umar had done enough research, he would have known about these toxic buildings. He would have known about it. And let's say he did do his research and he was informed about it, he still purchased these trap banners for $400,000. That's crazy. Just to mitigate the issues that the EPA reported. The EPA said they should tear the buildings down. It's the Environmental Protection Agency. Tear these buildings down because they're brownfield catalyst sites. If Umar knew that, why would he purchase them? But it may have been that he didn't do enough research to know that. And ultimately, he got the properties for much less value, thinking that he got a deal, for much less than what the value were at the time. The value was at the time. And he may have thought he had a come up, but in essence, he got screwed because he didn't do his due diligence. So that's why I think the banners went for so cheap, because K-12, they knew what was coming down the pike in terms of this report. They said, "Oh, we'll just give it to him for however much it was." Could have been 400,000. Umar says a little more than that. It could have been much less than that. But in terms of the actual value, the valuation, from what I remember, it was about 2.5 million, something like that. I can't remember what it was. And don't quote me on that, because it could have been less than that. I apologize. I can go and pull up the receipt. I just want to be factual. But it was much more than $400,000. But all the other issues associated with it, they say, let's get rid of these shits, and that way we don't have any tax liability associated with this, and then we'll go ahead and get this money from Umar, and then look at Umar, he ain't done shit after 6.5 years. Thank you, Jam Jack 5 for the super chat. Appreciate it. Okay, did I get to everybody? Let me make sure. What year did Umar get fired and escorted by the police? I would have to go back and check. Let me pull. I don't think I have it in this. You're talking about K-12. I think you're talking about K-12 because I know that he got fired from K-12 for sure. Let me see. I don't know if I have it on my timeline, but I do have it in my notes somewhere. Let me look here. Yeah, see, he misrepresented himself as a doctor in 2007. This was about 5 years before he got his PsyD. Because see, in 2007, at the age of 33, he started conducting private work for charter schools, misrepresenting himself as the doctor. And I don't have it on here. I don't have the compare charter school. Let me check on this other one. No, I don't. I have the new JCSU Academy. He started lecturing in 2010. Yeah, I don't have it readily available, but I can find out. It would have to have been between 2007 and 2010. Okay, so 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. So within that 4-year period. The charter school opened in 2004, though, so it could have been, yeah. Well, let me say it this way. It would have had to have been between 2004 and 2010. Yeah, but the thing is, Umar wasn't working for Capera Charter School while he was working in the Philadelphia, because it's impossible to do both at the same time. He was working as a school psychologist in the Philadelphia School District. That's outside of a charter school setting. Capera Charter School opens in 2004, but Umar starts in 2007. After he leaves the Philadelphia School District in 2007, he starts conducting private work for charter schools. That would include Capera at some point. So it would have to be from 2007 to 2010. Yeah. Thank you. And so the story that I know, and this was from someone who was actually there, was that because Umar was causing all these problems, and I know how I can tell, because I pulled that up before in terms of the Umar and the court case, because we can actually cross-reference when that took place. Umar Johnson, Capera. Let me see if this. Okay, so yeah, because see, there's a couple of different court cases. I'm trying to see if this actually comes up. Yeah, I just had pulled it up just a while ago, and I pulled it up on the screen, but I took it down. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. But the reason why I'm saying is that can be cross-referenced and see what year that was, and then Umar, when he did the assessment, because he was working for them at that time. So what ends up happening is because Umar he does the IEE, whatever it's called, there's litigation that was associated with that. And as a consequence, because Umar, what he was doing was he getting paid as a school psychologist, but then he would go against other school psychologists about their assessment, and then it went to a legal area, a realm wherein a suit was filed against the school district based upon Umar's reassessment, if this makes sense. Okay, I'm screwing this all up. But the point is that as a result, money had to be paid out. And see, Umar was a liability because he was, and if you guys listen to early Umar, his speaking, he would talk about this process. He would say, well, if you do this, you can actually sue them, and then they have to put your child into a private school and they have to pay for it. So he already had the scam ironed out. But the idea is for Umar, he's double dipping because he's already working as a school psychologist and doing these assessments. But then he's also doing IEEs, and he's going against other school psychologists and going against their assessments. So he's getting paid for that as well. Right. But if we look at that document, we can see when all that took place, and then we can cross-reference to see when it was exactly that he was working at Capera Charter School. And then what we would see is that after these things take place with the litigations, he gets fired as a consequence. They had security come and they brought boxes, and Umar had to put all this shit in the boxes. They escorted him out. And I have a primary source on this. He's a good dude too, who was actually there, and he's told me a lot of information about Umar, even Umar being in the UNIA going back in the day. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ghostface, for the super chat. I appreciate it. T says he made that video about a man buying the school. He made that video about a man buying the school. I'm not quite sure, T, what video you're talking about. He's saying Umar made a video about a man buying the school. Yeah, I'm not quite sure who you're talking about. Thank you for the super chat. And then Mr. I Don't Give a Shizzle says he said he was home chilling. He sure did. That's another lie right there. We know damn well Umar was staying in his mama's stairwell grilling Vienna sausage. yeah, he wasn't chilling. He was probably, anyway. All right, thank you, Mr. Don't Give a Shizzle. Okay, we still got about 1,826 people in the building. Make sure you get your vote in on the poll. Let me give an update on the poll, and then we'll start winding this down because we're actually about, we're not even halfway through, but I'll try to limit my commentary because I don't want to hold y'all too long. We're doing good on time for a marathon. A mini marathon is about 6 hours. Okay, a full marathon is about 12. We ain't done a full marathon in a long time. Okay, let me check out this poll. We're over 1,300 likes so far. Thank you so much. Black Anonymous said they have the document, but I'd have to dig for it. Yeah, I have it too. I would just have to find it. That's a lot of this stuff I haven't looked at in a long time, including his degrees. I haven't looked at that in a very long time. and the tax stuff too. I haven't looked at that in years. So we have over 3,000 votes. How much longer can Umar Johnson continue with the FDMG school scam? 60% said 1 or 2 more years. So it looks like most people feel as if this school scam won't be going on for too much longer. And I actually don't think it's going to go on too much longer either. 10% said 3 or 4 more years. 10%, 3 or 4 more years. 4% said 5 or 6 more years. And then 25% said 7 years or more. I think 7 more years, I think it's actually impossible, especially at Umar's age. Can you imagine Umar? Because he would have to be about 58 by then, and he's running around lying to try to get money up for a school. And by that point, 7 years later, that'd be about 18 years. Yeah, 18 years since the St. Paul school scam. Damn. 8 more years. That would be about what? 23 years after he made the announcement that the school was going to open September of 2013. 2013. Damn. At that point, the school would be 20 years late, around 20 years late. So I don't think so. I think 7 years, I think there's no way. I actually think it's going to be 1 or 2 more years. And I have a contingency plan for that too, in terms of the content that I'll be producing on YouTube. But the other thing is that Umar in this saga, I think people are going to be coming back to watch this stuff for years to come, because there's nothing like it. I've never seen anything like it. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Shago Cosmetics says Umar is telling black men by default that they are inferior to other ethnicities and should not be expected to handle their business like a normal man. Is this what he will teach boys? It's disturbing. It is, because it shows a lack of personal responsibility and just, adulting. That's the word that my wife likes to use. The child is adulting right now, and so you got to let them do this and okay, I get it. It just goes to show you, Umar, he's not responsible like that. And it sets a very poor example for other, especially younger black men, to follow. See, if you can get online and you always blaming everybody else and you ain't paying basic bills, that's not a good look. And it's not a good representation to be presenting to the rest of the world at all. Furthermore, in your personal life, it's going to be chaos. See, Umar, he's been homeless since 2019. See, these types of behavior patterns is what put Umar in the position that he's in right now today. Not paying bills, not paying child support. He's been hemmed up with the police because he ain't paid bench warrants and shit. That's a horrible precedent. See, Umar should be handling the business and using himself as an example for the rest of the world, especially for these younger black boys. That's what he should be doing. But because he's not living that way, all he can do is come up with excuses. But that's not what black is. I'm telling you right now, if you want your sons to really have a hard time in the world, because it ain't fair anyway, real talk. But if you want them to have an even more difficult time, you make them think that somehow they're supposed to be given special dispensation and special privileges, and they ain't got to, because they don't have to handle basic bills in life. Okay, you want to put them on the road to having a serious struggle in life? You go on ahead. But Umar, at the age of 50, 51, he's presenting this to the rest of the world. He's like a little child, like a little boy that just don't know how to handle basic business. And then he expects everyone else to take care of his lazy ass. Send him, get on your PayPal. Living off of his mama in Section 8 housing. That's despicable. What kind of man does that? And it has everything to say to black men about what you need to be doing with your kids, and black women, what you need to be doing with your kids, and black men, how you need to be marrying these black women, and black women, how you need to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, he not married not one of y'all. He done ran through a whole bunch of y'all, though. We're going to leave it right there. Thanks. Good point, too. Thanks, Shago Cosmetics. Very good point. Umar, he does damage on many different levels, including how he represents black manhood, masculinity, and fatherhood. Mr. I don't give a shit says Umar is the type of dude to have a collection plate passed around at his. Wait a minute. What? How you gonna spend the money? He ain't dead. He probably has some of the fake body in the coffin. That's what he do. Everybody, Umar, he done died. Everybody, Umar in the back. Make sure you put the plate out there. We gonna get that. That sound about right. Thank you, Mr. I don't give a shizzle for the super chat. Okay, let's get back to the video. We're gonna start kind of pushing forward here so we can kind of wind this down. We're gonna go for another what is this? 53 minutes, roughly 53 minutes. All right, here we go.
I'm thinking, hey, Baba. I'm like, we ain't got nothing in the mail. I just checked the mail yesterday. Baba, I was just down there.
Umar, you was over in Africa. What you talking about, goofy?
Down there and checked the mail. So because this could be true, I call.
Listen, if you were just down there, what I showed on there, it was posted prior to me actually showing it, Umar. This guy, he be lying so much. Y'all make this make sense? I was just down there, Baba David. No, you wasn't. You was over in Africa. Whatever.
A Garveyite sister in Wilmington, Delaware, who lives near the school. And I said, and I also text my brother Kev, and I text one of my neighbors. I text 3 people asking them to go past the school and see if there's another set of paper on the front door, because the haters, Baba.
Another set? What?
Stole the set of sheriff's cell paperwork off the Frederick Douglass High School door.
Okay, how would you know that if you never went down there prior to the people? Why? And then see, here's the thing. Why would you tell them to go see if the other one is down there? How would you know that it was stolen? The other one was quote unquote stolen if you hadn't taken your lazy ass down there in the first place to go see. Hit the one. This is what I mean by critical thinking. This makes sense? Let's go again. Watch this.
Lives near the school. And I said, and I also text my brother Kev, and I text one of my neighbors. I text 3 people asking them to go past the school and see if there's another set of paper on the front door, because
another set.
The haters, Baba, stole the set of sheriff's cell paperwork.
How would you know that someone stole the set if you hadn't gone down there yet to see that the other set was stolen? It's just another narrative that you're trying to spin, Umar. Did nobody steal nothing? They took pictures of it. It's that simple. What are you talking about?
Off the Frederick Douglass High School doors. They stole it and sent it to YouTube. You feel me? So that means there's another set on the Garvey building. So I hurry up and ask 3 people, can you please go past the school and see if there's another set of paper? I need to know if they lying or if this is true. So the good sister, bless her heart, she went and got the paper. She said, Doc, I got it. She took pictures of each page. She sent it to me, and I saw it for myself, Baba. It was real.
Yeah, but see, remember, Umar, they had already told Umar about this back in March. He knew about all of this. Hello, Barbara. This is Shirley. Says, given a chance, would you interview Umar? Yeah, I sure would. I sure would. Yeah, he wouldn't be interviewed by me because it'd turn into an interrogation, and he's a coward. And I have all the receipts. He wouldn't do it. Furthermore, Umar is my intellectual inferior. See, he's not an intellect. He's not an intellectual. That's not what he is. He pretends to be, but he's not. See, and just because you have 15 degrees doesn't make you intellectually gifted per se. He knows how to speak good. That's it. See, if you have intellect, then you would be in a position that Umar's in, crying and whining about bills that should have been paid from day one, going back to February of 2019. That's not intelligence. That's stupidness. Now, if Umar started talking black conscious talk, yeah, he runs circles around me because I'm good. But I'm talking about in every way that really matters, he's my intellectual inferior. See, part of also being intelligent is to recognize that it's not wise to be running through all these black women all around the world while you got the bumpity bump on your lip. That's not intelligence. It's not intelligent to be living inside your mama closet. It's not intelligent to be scamming the black community for decades now. And then in particular for this, since the St. Paul school scam collected millions of dollars and don't have shit to show for it, that's not intelligence. Doing paint days over and over again, that's not intelligent. Not paying your child support, that's not intelligent. See, Umar, he knows how to talk good. He presents himself as if he's some black intellectual. He's not. And people think that because someone has a doctorate degree in front of, or in front of their, a doctor in front of their name, or a PsyD after their name, that somehow they're intelligent. Not necessarily. They can be book smart, but that doesn't mean that they have critical thinking skills. See, Umar, if he had critical thinking skills, he would have said, well, maybe I shouldn't be lying all the time. Maybe I shouldn't be making up these false narratives. Maybe I shouldn't be making statements that conflict with other statements that I've made. Maybe I shouldn't be going in on Lene and talking crazy about her private parts. Maybe I shouldn't be going crazy on the SETI rant. Maybe I shouldn't be going crazy on the Lord. See, that's a lack of intelligence. That's ultra emotionalism. So let's be clear about this, that if Umar came on, he wouldn't be able to deal with me intellectually. He would not be able to. And I would already have the questions lined up to put him into spiral mode because he can't handle it. I'm talking about up here. He can't handle it. And he gets all emotional. He gets all belligerent. He starts huffing and puffing. I'll tell him, listen, calm your ass. I wouldn't even encourage, but I said, calm yourself down. You're 51 years old. You shouldn't be acting like a little boy. You should be acting like a man with proper intellectual process. So get yourself together. That's what I would tell him. And then he'll get more agitated and start yelling and cursing and shit. And I'll remain calm. Say, Umar, calm down. There's no need to be yelling and screaming. You're acting like a child. You're throwing a tantrum. You're supposed to be 51 years old. You're the most requested scholar. You got 16 degrees. You're King Kong consciousness. You're the Prince of Pan Africanism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You should be behaving as someone who has character and personal discipline. Calm down. Let's get back to the question. How much money have you raised since 2014? We'll just go there. Why is it that there are people online who have stated that you were collecting money for FDMG or FDMG related projects going all the way back to 2007? Anyway, yeah, he wouldn't come up on here. He can't even say my name. See, it's easy to say YouTube struggle streamer or Pastor B or whatever else you want to say, but you ain't gonna say my name, homeboy. He was big and bad back in the day. See? Not these days. Let's go.
If you don't pay off this money, we selling your school in 20 days. Baba, let me ask you a question. How did we go from April the 1st, can I get a one-time waiver,
hookup,
exemption applied retroactively? Because if they do that, Baba, we owe nothing.
Mm-hmm.
She said she's going to get back to me.
That's not how life works, Umar. You got to pay your bills. And thanks, hello, Barbara, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let's keep going.
I don't hear from nobody from April the 1st until August the 7th. No mail comes from the March 7th letter until August the 8th. So if you're counting from the last time we received correspondence, Baba, that's March the 7th, 5 months. If you're counting from the last time I spoke to somebody on the phone, that's the first week of April, 4 months. No matter how you cut the cake. Mm-hmm. We did not hear from the city at all from 4 months to 5 months.
It doesn't matter. These bills go back to February of 2009, really March of 2000. No, actually before that. You're on the hook for them in 2019 for bills that go back to before that. Anyway, so Umar's trying to make it seem as if all this comes all of a sudden. No, you've known about this, the bills. We've talked about some of these bills going back to 2020. Y'all realize that? We were talking about some of these bills because you could see them online way back then. I pulled up some of them today. These bills, these aren't something that just happened all out of the blue. We were talking about these bills back in 2020. Anybody remember that hit the one?
Now, why didn't we hear from the city? Shouldn't we have gotten a warning? Shouldn't something have been sent between March the 7th and August the 8th? I don't know, Baba. What do you think?
I should have gotten some advance notice.
No, they already noticed that the advance notice is March 7, 2000. They said it was school's going to maybe go up to auction. What are you talking about? I'm so disappointed in Father David. I always try to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's funny, a little quirky, but he's supposed to be an elder.
5 months, Baba, 5 months.
5 months. Shut your ass. Shut your ass. I'm sorry. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty and hungry. Let me go. I got to go get me some food downstairs, y'all. If y'all don't mind. This guy. Let me let it play. I got my earbud in. I'll keep listening. All right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll keep listening. I'll be right back.
And yeah, most notices are at least 30 to 60-day notice. Sometimes 90-day notice.
For 5.
Oh, man. Anyway,
Baba, the one.
Why do you need a 90-day notice for bills that were due 6 years ago? It's just nuts. I'll be right back.
And only letter we got dealing with this situation was dated March the 7th. We never got another piece of mail or email dealing with this situation since March the 7th.
And it's interesting, the deputy responded to the YouTuber, but
to a YouTuber who don't even live in the state of Delaware.
But certainly, wasn't the media involved in it? Weren't they saying, did they respond to any media requests?
I have no idea. But I don't appreciate him lying on me, because what he said to the YouTuber was completely false.
Yeah.
Completely false. It was a blatant lie. And he wasn't even in the email chain, so why are you even speaking on it? You don't even know. Why are you even speaking on it? So anyhow, when I get that, that's when I email the Chief of Staff, Commissioner for LNI, Secretary for Vacant Property, Secretary for Delinquent Accounts, saying, hey, what's going on? Y'all didn't say nothing to us for 5 months. Remember, Baba, they're not communicating with us, so we don't know what's going on. She won't call me. She won't respond to an email. You see this? And now check this part out, Baba. This is going to be real interesting. When I first emailed her October 14th, remember, we don't get the letter till March the 7th. When I emailed her October 14th about the waiver, I automatically submit the waiver. The waiver letter. It's not a form. It's the letter. I sent it. And she says, well, you got to wait till you get the bill and make sure the bill number is on it and make sure it's in a Word document. And we just talked about that earlier.
That's
what
right.
difference does it make? What difference does it make?
That's right.
If it's a Word document or in the email, either way you got to print it out. Either way it's in text. What is the problem? Because you don't want to process my waiver. And maybe that's why she never called me back. Maybe that's why she never responded to none of my emails, and nobody has addressed that yet. Wow. I ain't heard a word yet on why we were ignored for 5 months. I ain't heard a word yet on why we didn't get any communication from any department at all about this intent to sheriff lean and sell our schools out. Check this out. If we don't get that notice on the front of that door that night, our schools would have been sold, and we'd have not even known until they were gone.
Wow.
Think about that, Bob. Not a phone call, not an email, not a letter in the mail. They went behind our backs, knowing we were waiting for some feedback from LNI Vacant Property Secretary. They went behind our backs, no information at all from anybody for 5 months, and they go to the sheriff. They go to the court, get their judgment, and go straight to the sheriff. Who decided to go to court on August the 5th?
Yeah, I thought that they had to
Don't we have a right
legally.
to know that?
I thought they legally had
what
to.
was it about August the 5th, Bob? Who decided to go to court on August the 5th? And why did y'all choose August the 5th?
Run up the chain. Run up the chain and see who authorized what.
They won't give me no answer. They won't. And I'm going to tell you why. I think one of the reasons, shout out to the brothers and sisters in Wilmington, Delaware, because you know I get a lot of love down there. I've been getting hundreds of calls from the brothers and sisters who live in the Wilmington area because they're looking forward to the school for their boys, and they don't like this at all. And some of them are telling me that the city has done this to other black property owners.
Wow.
They say, you're not the first, Dr. Umar. Other black people in the city of Wilmington has lost their properties under very suspicious circumstances, similar to what they're doing to you.
You say it's part of the gentrification, but we have to take a break, and we're going to come back. We're going to continue the conversation here in the studio with Dr. Umar Tunde Johnson about the war and trying to snatch the school right up off from underneath his feet. But I try to tell people, people have talked about, well, what about if he, maybe let somebody else run? I say, ain't nobody going to run that school like he would, and I wouldn't give it up either. They talked about the same situation with Veronica Jordan. They try to tell her, well, why don't you just try to let somebody else run the school? I said, she ain't giving up that school to nobody else because that's her child. That's her baby. That's her creation. Just like this is your creation. Who going to run it like you would? Nobody. And so we're going to continue this conversation when we come back here at WURDradio.com. If you want to join the conversation, if you have any questions and or comments, give us a call, 215-634-8065. We'll be right back.
So, and this is what, and I'm not going to put this on the city of Wilmington. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on this, although I do think it's highly suspect. Before you went to break, I raised the question, who decided to seek a judgment against us at Superior Court, followed by the sheriff lean and sale on August the 5th? What city official made that decision? And why were we not notified before, during, or after, right?
Right.
The reason I asked that question, Baba David, Not only did they ignore us completely for 4 to 5 months, right? 4 months since the phone call, 5 months since the last correspondence by mail, but the reason it's so suspicious, the August the 5th judgment and sheriff lien date is so suspicious, Baba, because our bank accounts were frozen.
Wow. Yeah.
So you mean to tell me it's been 5 months since your last correspondence to us, and it just so happens that the date you choose to go and get a judgment against us to sell our schools coincides with the exact time that our school account is frozen and we can't touch it.
Well, you know, you've often told us about a shadow government.
All right. By the way, this is Umar trying to tie into all this, the previous lies that he was telling, because he set all this up way in advance. That's what I mean by Umar. He's diabolical with this. He has all this lined up, going all the way back to July 9th of 2025. He's diabolical with it. I don't understand why Umar thinks that he's supposed to get some sort of special treatment or something. You pay your bills or you don't pay your bills. That's what it comes down to. Let's keep going.
Both nationally and locally with city government, state government, there's always a shadow government that runs things and have their fingers on things.
That's too much of a coincidence.
Right.
I'm not going to put it.
They tried to serve him. It was returned, and it's on the court docket activity. Umar is the worst liar ever. Yeah. 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 See, even from a legal perspective, the government is not going to take this type of action, and they never went to sheriff's sale, but they're not going to get to that point of actually putting in admonition and posting on the door unless they've already done their due diligence. There's a due process. See, because you don't go from, okay, Umar, we know that you owe this amount of money and we need you to pay it, to now, okay, you know, all of a sudden we're going to take these properties. It doesn't work like that. See, and if it worked, see, the thing is that if they did something like that, that would open them up to legal action, because there's protocols and procedures that they have to follow and step by step legally in order to get to the point where they actually can sell a property. It's not something that happens overnight. But again, Umar, he lies so much. And see, the thing is that who are we to believe? Umar, who's a pathological liar, or these other, and they're black, the brother that responded to that email that had put the timeline together, someone or that brother? Who are we to believe? See, me knowing Umar and knowing how he operates, you never take anything he says at face value because he's a pathological liar. Furthermore, there's evidence that we can find. See, Umar doesn't provide any evidence for what he's saying here, but there's evidence that you can find in terms of the timeline of all of this, including what you're talking about here in terms of the court docket activity. It says it. We covered that too. Now, there's probably more entries on there now than it was before. But if you guys are going to look at it, you'll see that the information is there. So it's not as if Umar wasn't notified way in advance. And the truth of the matter is that regardless, Umar should have handled business going all the way back 6.5 years ago. See, he wouldn't even be in this position today and have to make up all these fairy tales of how they're trying to steal the property and all. Cut it out. If he had handled basic business going all the way back to February of 2019. And he hasn't done that since, and that's why he's in the position that he is now. But what he wants to do, Lady Luck Club, is to spin this into a whole new narrative. You know, they're out to get him. It's some sort of conspiracy. No, if you don't pay your bills, this is what's going to happen, depending on what the bill is. If you don't pay your cell phone bill or your smartphone bill, your cell phone, that bill, they're going to cut your shit off. And then you'll get fake phone calls from goons, and I got the phone to ring. If you don't pay your mortgage long enough, your ass is going into foreclosure. If you don't pay your rent or your lease, you're going to get evicted. That's how life works, Umar. If you don't put gas inside your vehicle, you're going to run out of gas. Don't cry about it later. I've been there. It was a long time ago, but it's happened. I happened to be twice in life. Anyway, thank you, Lady Luck Club. And this is a lesson for everybody. If you don't pay your bills, shit happens, right? It's nothing special. It ain't no conspiracy. It's not racism. It's not the government trying to get at you. They ain't even worried about you. It's called being responsible. All right. All right. If you don't pay your credit card bill, you're gonna have some serious, because you know the credit card bill, that interest is crazy. That's why I keep mine. I keep mine under 8%. Whatever the credit limit is, I go 8%. And then the day after that it closes for that month, I pay that shit off. And then I start the cycle all over again. But if you getting on there, you spending 100% on that credit card and you don't pay no bill, and that interest rate kick in, don't cry about it afterwards. You're not being responsible. Anyway, thank you, Lady Luck Club. Did I get to all the super chats? There's a couple more that came in. Thank you all again for tuning on in. We're about to start winding this down. I'm hungry. Umar Johnson is a damn minstrel. Call him Jermaine Shoemake. No, don't do that. He has turned into a character, though. He really has. He's a caricature. That's why the young people be clowning him on TikTok. Thank you for super chat. Mr. I don't give a shizzle says that poor old man is going to swear his name is Baba for the next 2 years after this conversation. Yeah, it looks like he's disinterested, though, to me. He falling asleep because he done heard Umar and all this bullshit for years now. And I think David Barnes, I think his name is, I think he knows that Umar is a scam artist. But he has him on because he knows it's going to bring him views. That's all. That's the only real reason. Okay, I'm going to have to change my lighting in here, too, because the sun's going down. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Did I get everyone? Let me just scroll down here. Oh, Barbaric says, hey, Lenon, has any other state sent a cease and desist letter since he has all the school projects? Shocking. Delaware hasn't sent one. To the best of my knowledge, no. The thing is that the cease and desist is associated, when we talk about the donations, is associated with the donations and where the donations are being received. So, I mean, technically, we could say that if Umar's in California and he's collecting money, that he's collecting money in California. So it could be possible for the state of California, but they would have to be able to track that, and it would have to be significant enough for them to actually take action. What happened in Philadelphia was he started off in Philadelphia. That's where he had his P.O. box. And he was collecting money there to his P.O. box. It was P.O. box in the first place. That was his first outlet. He didn't have a PayPal. He had a PayPal account, but he wasn't using it to collect money. That came later. He had gotten a GoFundMe later on, but that was later on in the process. Of course, he got CashApp that got shut down. PayPal got shut. CashApp got shut down. Also, GoFundMe. He also had Plum Fund. But the point is that his main place of receiving donations at that time was to his Philadelphia P.O. box. That's what that cease and desist letter was. It was about him collecting money specifically in Philadelphia at that P.O. box. Now, what ends up happening is, and this is exactly what happened with Umar, he actually stops using that P.O. box after, not too long after he got that cease and desist letter. That's why he doesn't mention it anymore. Now, is he still collecting money? Let's say if he has a speaking engagement in Philadelphia, is he collecting money for donations for this school in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. But it had more to do with Umar not having his paperwork in order to be able to be using in the state of Pennsylvania to be collecting money with this nonprofit, especially with all the other shit that had been taking place prior to that, right? His first nonprofit status being revoked, his first EIN number. So there's a lot that was tied up into it, but understand that initial cease and desist letter from the state of Pennsylvania was specific to the donations that he was collecting in Pennsylvania to that P.O. box, checks and money orders, cash, so forth and so on. So now when we look at what he's doing now, he has set up more recently, he sets up another one in Delaware. And it could come to a point at some point for the state of Delaware to say, hey, listen, you're going to have to put in the proper paperwork with all this stuff. And there has to be a level of accounting for you to keep collecting donations in the state of Delaware. It's possible that that's going to happen at some point too. Right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. It's always something with this guy. Nothing's on the up and up. And he wouldn't be in this position if he functioned as a legitimate businessman, because he should be approaching this as a business. And he was fair and honest with people about the donations, but there's no transparency whatsoever. That's why he keeps getting himself caught up in all this madness. And if the money that he's collected went towards these abandoned buildings and these abandoned buildings only, he wouldn't even be in the position that he's in right now. and complaining and whining and lying and making up these false narratives about the city and how they're trying to sabotage him. Speaking of sabotage, we ain't gonna have time to get to the Umar's letter to the UNIA resignation letter because he uses resignation letter because he uses the same type of verbiage in there, same thing. But we're not going to have time to get to it. Thank you, Barbaric. We still have 1,875 people in the building. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Thank you, Barbaric, for the super chat. Blessed and stressless says, I think you breaking the news ruined his plans. He wanted the bando sold. It's possible. He got all that paid up on his birthday quietly. Since when Umar been quiet? Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. He's been very quiet. He hasn't been on social media. He hasn't told people how much money he's collected since he started trying to get money to get these bills paid. He hasn't told people whether he's paid them off or not. People have been saying, and I've heard people say this, I haven't been able to verify. That's why I haven't reported on it, but there's people who said that he went into a payment agreement. Man, it's possible. But even if he does a payment agreement, how much money is he going to spend of the money that he's collected since he started coming up with this false narrative and lying to get more money out of people? And that's what Umar does. I apologize. Okay. Thank you, Blessed and Stressless too, for the super chat. He's been very quiet. And again, like I said earlier, okay. Yeah, because all right. I was saying earlier how it's an act of cowardice for Umar to even go on Father David's radio show, his podcast. Because see, all this Umar should be stating on his own social media, and issuing a public statement there, but he doesn't do that. He runs because he knows how Father David is going to coddle his ass. So he goes over there and runs his mouth and tells these lies and false narratives. But he's not going to do that on his own social media. He may later on down the line, but I guarantee you that if he decides to do that, his followers are going to go in on him. And he's a coward because he doesn't want to face his own followers. Thank you, Blessed to be stressed for the super chat. I appreciate it. Leona Whitney says he knew this was coming because why was he calling the city? Stop lying, Umar. Yeah. Again, going all the way back to March, he was already trying to communicate with the city. And even if they stopped responding to him, he still know why. Well, if you're still communicating, that's a good point. Shit. If you keep calling them, and you said that it's like you were harassing them, then you knew it was coming down the line, right? There it is, right there. He knew long time ago. He knew before he went to Africa. He knew when he was dealing with Lenon. He knew back then. She talked about that. I didn't know exactly what she was talking about back then because all this other stuff didn't come out back then. That's fascinating. I think about it. Yeah. If you keep contacting them and you don't, why would you keep contacting them about this issue if you didn't know about this issue? That's a good point right there. That's real talk right there. Let me adjust my because it's starting to get dark. Is the video okay? Thank you, Leona Whitney. That's a good point right here. Very good. Thank you for super chat. What's up, good to inform the AK? Says, good evening, my panhandler Africans. We're going to send FDMG FBI to get LenonHonor and use the proceeds to crush cookies. Oh, yes, brothers and sisters. Yeah. Umar said that he was going to have FDMG FBI. And their job is to go after you donors to make sure that you guys are not only donating consistently, but that you're also sharing the donation information on your social media. And if you're not doing that, you're not real donors. And if you're not doing that, then you're not going to be able to attend the grand opening. That's what he said to you all. He's so disrespectful. He's disrespectful to you donors. I don't get that. Why would you support someone who disrespects you after you've supported them? One other thing, good to inform the AK. For you Umar Johnson donors, have you received anything in the mail to say, I thank you from Umar Johnson for the donation, but then also any information related to being able to write this off of your taxes or a portion of it off on your taxes because he has a nonprofit? You don't hear Umar talking about that. I think I've heard Umar talk about that 2 times in all the years. Is he presenting that? Do you guys get a letter in the mail and say, hey, listen, thank you for your donation. We are a tax exempt and we are tax exempt, and we have you can actually write this off on, or a portion of this off on your taxes. Here's the information. Here's the EIN numbers that you can use, etc. Does he do any of that? No. I can't even remember if Umar ever mentioned what his second EIN number was. He had one back in 2015, 16, and 17. That gets revoked in 2017. And then he doesn't get another one until 2020. And that's the one that he's been using since 2020. He still uses it to this day. But you, Umar Johnson donors, do you guys get that information from Umar? Just asking. Thank you, Good Twin, from the AK for the super chat. Thanks for all the super chats, people. Okay, let's start winding this down. Here we go. We're gonna go for another 22 minutes. Let's see if we can finish this up, because I ain't gonna come back to this tomorrow. We got other stuff we gotta get to tomorrow. Here we go.
On them because I can't prove it, but that is too much of a coincidence for me to overlook it. He can't access the school money to pay us right now, and it just so happens at the very.
So what he's saying, like I said this before, I think what Umar was, the narrative that he was trying to spin, and I said this weeks ago, was that he did have the money to pay this, but he didn't have access to the money because the bank accounts were frozen. But Umar, if you knew this shit back in March, why don't you just pay it back in March? If you had the money, homeboy. See, it all falls to pieces at the end. That's what I'm talking about, critical thinking. There we go.
Every time this happens, we're going to try to.
I got a snack here. I'm gonna go off so I can snack real quick. I'm hungry. I don't even think what I eat. I didn't eat the other day. I had something to drink. Anyway,
sell a school building. I think it was coordinated, but I'm not going to put that piece on them because I can't prove it. But make a long story short, Baba, we was able to get the money, and we was able to pay it off completely. Okay. But when you go to the city's website, it says that we took out a payment plan. We didn't take out no payment plan. We paid the whole amount. Now, don't get me wrong, Baba. For me, it's not a big deal. But because y'all like giving our business out to the public, make sure the information is accurate. Why does it say we entered into a payment plan?
Misinformation.
Into a payment plan. We paid off the whole judgment.
Wow. So whose name was on the
That's what I was saying. This guy, he got a lie for everything, don't he? And listen, if you went into a payment plan, that's good. At least you're trying to be halfway responsible. Shit. That's better than waiting another 6.5 years to start paying these shits. You know what I'm saying? Don't devalue that step in life, sir. If you're going, sometimes you got to go into a payment plan. Trust me, I know. But don't lie about it and say, hey, I paid all of it all. No, cut it out, Umar. Who should we believe? Umar, the pathological liar, who's been lying about this school shit for over a decade. Or the city, they have to abide to rules and regulation. If they are lying on you, Umar, then you have a strong case, sir, to get paid, homeboy. If they're doing all these shenanigans to sabotage and shut you down, and the bank accounts got frozen just in time when this happened, even though you knew about this shit back in March, you should have just paid the shit off back then. If they're doing all this to you, okay, well, what you need to do, homeboy, is to get a lawyer and go through the process of suing the city. That's what you should do. But you ain't gonna do that because you a liar. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna post this video, this shit, my edited version, up on YouTube without my commentary, and then send a link to that shit to the city of Wilmington, the brother that responded to that initial email, so that he's aware that you, Umar, you are disparaging his name. You are slandering this guy, but you're also slandering the city. And then what's up then, homeboy? Because they got money to sue your ass. See, I'm going to say one other thing, Umar. I guarantee you're going to be careful not to talk this type of talk on your own social media. Let's see. We're going to see. We're going to see.
The notice when for the final notice, who signed it? Who authorized
the
it?
notice that was on the school building?
Yeah.
I think it was the sheriff's name. But But remember, the sheriff just do what they supposed to do. You see what I'm saying?
Right. They get orders.
The sheriff just do what they supposed to do. Even with the Secretary of Finance, I don't hold her to accountable, Baba, because she just does what she's supposed to do. I just took issue with the inaccurate.
Yeah, here's the document. I apologize, everybody, because I was eating. But if you look down at the bottom, you see the notary in. You see the name there. That's not the sheriff. That's the lady right there. I ain't gonna say her name because she's on the actual other thing too. That shows that this anyway. Y'all see that right there? Now there is the deputy's name there, but the proto notary is the first name on there. Umar doesn't mention that, right? And then there's also the sheriff. The name is on there too. But this is not coming from the sheriff department. This is coming from the Newcastle County. That's why you see the proto notary right there. Anyway, let's go.
Where she said that she told me they had started the process, and she did not say that. Mm-hmm. She said it had not started yet, and I got the email to prove it. She also said that her boss told me we couldn't do a payment plan because the schools have been vacant too long. That is not true because she gave me a payment plan. She sent me a payment plan. Mm-hmm. I just didn't move on it, Baba. Why? Because we just paid off $30,000 in water, and I'm going to try.
Well, maybe you didn't have the money, but if they sent you a payment plan, that means you knew about this shit a long time ago. Hit the one. I thought you said they weren't communicating with you, Umar. If they offer you a payment plan, that means they were communicating with you, right? And there should be no more discussion because that means that you know what the situation is, and it's your job at that point to adhere to that payment plan, agree to it, and start paying. But you didn't have no money. The bank accounts were frozen. No, the truth is you didn't have no money, homeboy, because you done tricked off all the money. You should have so much money sitting around. Anyway, let's keep going.
The vacant property fee registration waiver applied retroactively.
You can't do that.
We could talk about doing the payment plan. You feel me, Baba? I wanted to get that rectified first to reduce the balance.
So have they unfrozen?
That's not how life works, Umar. Pay your bills.
Your accounts.
Finance. I don't really hold her to responsible except for those two untrue statements in her follow-up email. Go ahead, Baba.
I said, have they unfrozen your accounts?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. So now, we have a new account. So for brothers and sisters who want to donate, go ahead and make your check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, same address, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. And as I said, Baba, they raised the vacant property registration fee up to $12,000 for this year. So if we don't get the waiver, that's $25,000. Nonsense fees, Baba.
Stop. You already said that, crybaby.
Nonsense fee. We would have given the city of Wilmington, Delaware, who ain't done nothing for us at all, we would have given them $100,000 this year alone on nonsense. Water we don't.
Whose fault is that, Umar? It's your fault. It's the price of sitting on these trap bundles for 6.5 years. And over the course of 6.5 years, it's not a lot of money, especially given the amount of money that you collected. This should be a drop in the bucket. This makes sense? Umar trying to act like all of a sudden this year, we owe all this. No. This goes back to 2019, February 2019, plus all of the bills that had accumulated since 2016, because you're on the hook that hadn't been paid. So once you take on ownership, you take on a liability of those past due bills. You knew that. You knew that back in February 2019. So if you look at the year you divide whatever figure he's coming up with by 6.5, you realize it's not that much money, Umar, for you to be crying and whining like this. But again, you done tricked off so much money. That's why you're where you're at today. Let's keep going.
Use $30,000, and then the vacant property registration fee. The past was $30,000, and then now that it's going to be $12,000 a building, that's another $25,000. That's $55,000. On vacant property registration fees, Bob.
Wow. So that's what you get.
They're clearly trying to sabotage us by wasting our money. That's what the strategy is.
So did they say why?
No. See, Umar, he wants to act like the city is wasting the money. Umar is the one. He's a trip. Umar, you're the one who's wasted the money. The fact that you're even in this situation speaks to the truth that you're wasted money. The fact that you've been sitting on these trap bandos for 6.5 years and this is where you're at this point, is because you've been wasting the money, because you had more than enough money to handle all of this business. Now, by the way, if we take $55,000 and divide it by 6.5, that's the amount of years that he's had these buildings. It's $8,461 a year. $8,461 per year. On his tax forms with the IRS last year, he said that he had raised $80,000. One of those years, he said he had raised $200,000. You mean to tell me that you can't pay $8,461 a year to make sure it doesn't get to this point? Let's divide that $8,461 per year. We're going to divide that by 12 months. That's $705 a month. Umar, since 2019, you've raised bare minimum from 2019 to 2024, bare minimum $1.6 million. You mean to tell me that you can't pay $705 a month so it doesn't get to this point? All right.
I would love to know why they decided to raise the vacant property registration fee, Baba, from $5,000 to $12,000. That's a $7,000 increase, Baba.
But it wasn't just for you.
$7,000 increase.
Yeah, but it wasn't just for you. It was for all vacant properties.
Mm-hmm.
It was for vacant properties that's been vacant for at least 5 years.
Right. So,
but you don't raise them prices, Baba, without a reason.
See, that's what I'm saying. I think Umar's stupid. Hit the one. I really think something's wrong with him. It doesn't compute in his mind. Again, he can speak really well, or at least he could. He's not as good as he used to be at it. But I think that he's lacking. Something's not right up here in his mind to where all this computes. So let me pull this document up again. Yeah, here it is. Let me do I'll do a screen share again. Oh, I already have it up. Matter of fact, I'm just on the wrong tab. Here it is right here. I'm tripping. Let me do a screen share. So it shows the fee schedule. I know I've gone over this, but something's not right with Umar mentally. Real talk. There's something not right, because I think Father David watches these videos. I'm going to tell you, Father David, because I know he does, because when he says it's not just for you, it's for everyone, he's saying what I said when I first covered this shit. So he watches these. If you watch these videos, I want you to know that I'm thoroughly disappointed in you. You're supposed to be functioning as an elder. You're supposed to be all about Black power and all this other talk, but you ain't living that. For you to have Umar on and to be defending Umar and caping for Umar, it speaks to your character. And for you to be that old, okay, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I hope I get to that age someday. But for you to be that old, you should have enough wisdom to know what's going on with Umar and not cape for him the way that you keep caping for him. It's not right. It's not right. Let me do this screen share. So this is what Umar is talking about. Summary of annual registration of vacant buildings and associated fees. Wilmington City Code. This is a code. It ain't got nothing to do with Umar. Fee schedule. This is the schedule. Registration fee for this year is based upon the total number of years the property has been vacant as of November 1st, regardless of varying ownership during the period of vacancy. The updated fee schedule is as follows. Less than 1 year, $0. At least 1 year, but less than 2 years is $500. At least 2 years, but less than 3 years is $2,500. At least 3 years, but less than 4 years is $5,000. At least 4 years, but less than 5 years, it's $10,000. At least 5 years or more, and that's where Umar is at today, is $12,000. It's nothing. There's nothing personal. This is for any and everyone whose buildings are on the vacant property list. And then it says past due fees are not subject to request for waiver, Umar. You don't get special treatment. See, you were a bugaboo. You were probably calling them over and over again and emailing. They said, listen, pay this shit. We ain't got time for all this. We got other, you ain't the only person in Delaware we got to get the money from. Did you know Umar, he think he the center of the universe. He keep calling them, texting them and shit, even though he say ain't no communication. And they probably at a certain point said, listen, he needs to pay it and just don't waste any more time because they got other shit to do. They ain't got time to be wasting on your bugaboo ass. Don't want to pay basic bills. So they probably say, hey, listen, don't waste no more time with him. You know, we've already sent everything in terms of legally that we got to send this guy. We've already done it, and it's on him.
And why did you raise them by so much?
Gentrification.
The Secretary of Finance, I don't hold her to accountable, Baba, because she just does what she's supposed to do. I just took issue with the inaccuracies in her email where she said that she told me they had started the process, and she did not say that. Mm-hmm. She said it had not started yet, and I got the email to prove it. She also said that her boss told me we couldn't do a payment plan because the schools have been vacant too long. That is not true because she gave me a payment plan. She sent me a payment plan. Mm-hmm. I just didn't.
Okay, you're talking about two different things. A payment plan is not the same as a request for a waiver. Anyway, I'm going to let this go.
And move on it, Baba. Why? Because we just paid off $30,000 in water.
So you didn't want to move on it because you just paid off allegedly $30,000. That ain't got nothing to do with it. It's something totally separate. Where the money at, homeboy? You should have.
And I'm going to try to get the vacant property fee registration waiver applied retroactively.
You can't apply it retroactively, goofy. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just sold it to you all anyway.
Mm-hmm. And then we could talk about doing the payment plan. You feel me, Baba? I wanted to get that rectified first to reduce the.
Umar, you're not in a position of authority in these regards. You owe someone money, and you can't dictate to them how you're going to go about paying it or when you're going to pay it or whatever. It don't work that way. I want to handle this first, and then we can talk about that. It don't work like that. That's what I'm saying. I really think Umar, there's something wrong with him up here to where basic shit, he doesn't know how to handle it. I'm talking about the process, paying bills on time. You know, there's something up here with this guy.
A balance.
So have they unfrozen your accounts?
Finance, I don't really hold her to responsible except for those two untrue statements in her follow-up email. Go ahead, Bob.
I said, have they unfrozen your accounts?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. So now, we have a new account. So for brothers and sisters who want to donate, go ahead and make your check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, same address, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. And as I
that's interesting. He's claiming to have a new bank account to keep running scams. Boy, if the IRS ever stepped to Umar, he gonna, boy, I tell you.
Said, Baba, they raised the vacant property registration fee up to $12,000 for this year. So if we don't get the waiver, that's $25,000. Nonsense fees, Baba. Nonsense fees. We would have given the city of Wilmington, Delaware, who ain't done nothing for us at all.
Yeah.
We would have given them
Yeah, he said that he paid it all off. That's what he said. Where's the receipt on that, Umar?
$100,000 this year alone. On nonsense. Water we don't use, $30,000. And then the vacant property registration fee, the pass was $30,000. And then, now that it's going to be $12,000 a building, that's another $25,000. That's $55,000 on vacant property registration fees, Bob.
Wow.
So as you can see, they're clearly trying to sabotage us by wasting our money. That's what the strategy is.
So did they say why they?
I would love to know why they decided to raise the vacant property registration fee, Baba, from $5,000 to $12,000. That's a $7,000 increase, Baba.
but it wasn't just for you.
$7,000 increase.
Yeah, but it wasn't just for you. It was for
what's
all
up, Edward?
properties.
It was for vacant properties that's been vacant for at least 5 years.
Right. So,
but you don't raise them prices, Baba, without a reason.
Umar, something ain't right with this guy.
And why did you raise them by so much?
Gentrification. They want those investors to come in and take all the vacant properties.
So where are we at now, Baba? Because I'm not letting this go.
I don't blame you.
They tried to steal our buildings without even telling us.
That's
I'm not letting this go.
Mm-hmm.
So because I didn't get no direct answers from the chief of staff, but I will have to get back in touch with the chief of staff because I need to know why his deputy chief of staff is giving out misinformation to the public.
Yeah, that ain't right.
I want to know why his deputy chief of staff is blatantly lying on us.
Hey, Umar, you need to be careful because the deputy chief of staff can sue you for slander. And they got the money to do it too.
Blatantly lying. Yeah. Okay? But then I also spoke to, I contacted the...
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. This is common sense. He doesn't understand the cost of doing business. See, even when I do these live streams, because I run this as a business, okay? I know that there's time, which is that's money that I have to put in. The time is also life. I mean, I have a good time too, so it's all good. But there's also other stuff. I have to make sure that I'm paying my internet bill, internet access. I also have to make sure that I pay StreamYard. So there's money that I have to put in there that each month. And again, I'm not complaining about it because it's what? It's the cost of doing business. Even me upgrading my clothes to a degree. That's the cost. You see, I've been trying to dress better. That's the cost of doing business. And there's other things that we can look at in terms that there's always a cost to do business. But Umar, there's something up here that hasn't clicked in his own mind to recognize that if you're going to do something, and we're talking about something that's more than just live stream on YouTube, you're going to open up a school. You have to understand business, and you also have to understand the cost associated with doing business on that level. That's not an easy task, especially for one man living in mama closet. You know how hard it is to open up a school living in your mama closet? That's hard. I mean, if you live inside your mama bathroom, that's going to be difficult too. But a closet? It's damn near impossible to open up a school from your mama closet. You see my point? You don't understand the cost of doing business. If Umar was serious about handling business, he would have an FDMG website by now. It's a cost for doing business. He would have a board of directors and paying these people. That's the cost of doing business. This makes sense? If he knew the cost of doing business, he wouldn't be complaining about these bills. It's like $4,615 a year for water. Why are you tripping off of that when last year you collected allegedly $80,000 a year before? It was a year you said you collected $200,000 during one of those years. Why are you tripping off of $4,615? Well, you don't raise since 2019, like I said before, 1.6 million. But you tripping off of $4,615 a year on water? He don't understand the cost of business. You got to hire people and pay them, Umar. That's the cost of doing business. All right. Anyway, thank you. This is Common Sense for the Super Chat. I appreciate it. Well, how's it going, Kid Mona says, how do you file for nonprofit status when you don't have a board of directors? Legally speaking, you can't. See, the thing is this. Umar even starting a nonprofit, it's not legal because he has no board of directors. Who's on the board of directors? You can look at the paperwork. It's Umar. That's it. But that defeats the purpose of having a board of directors. It's supposed to be some checks and balances. But Umar doesn't have that. So you have one man who's he's in charge of all decisions. He's in charge of the money. He doesn't know accounting. He doesn't know any law. Obviously, he doesn't even understand basic bills and the cost of doing business. On your board, you should have people a person who's opened up a school, or someone who's into construction, or someone who's an educator. He don't have any of that. So the premise is faulty because he's a one-man show. He'll say he has a team, but shouldn't those team members be on the paperwork? There's no other names on that paperwork. So that's what I'm saying. The premise is wrong in the first place. But again, Umar is not interested in actually opening up a school. He's just running a long con. That's all he's interested in. And he's bold with it too. You keep playing like Brother Muhammad said yesterday on Information Man Show. Shout out to both of them. You keep playing with the IRS, Umar. You're gonna see one of these days. And when they come, I don't want to hear you crying and say it's a conspiracy and they trying to sabotage. And I done warned you way in advance. The brother warned you yesterday. I don't want to hear any of that. This is because of how you've been moving, Umar. Just shady. Real shady. No board of directors. And one other thing, Kiwana, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that Umar's legit to open up a nonprofit where it's just him and he's managing everything and he doesn't have a board of directors. Wouldn't you all think that after 6.5 years, he would have brought onboarded people to be on that board so that things become more legit? 6.5 years later. See, then we're gonna get back to the video. People have to understand something. That's a long time. In human years, 6.5 years, there's a whole lot that can happen in 6.5 years. A whole lot. Think about it. Your child was 14, now they're 20. You see what I'm saying? Y'all go back 6 years ago and then 6.5 years and come to 4 and see how much has changed. All types of things. So why hasn't Umar changed for the better? Whether it is from a business standpoint, see, there's no excuse, or a personal standpoint, but there's no excuse. Even if in 2019 Umar was incompetent as a businessman, which he was, wouldn't you think that after 6.5 years he would increase his competency so that he could be functional, where he's not worrying about paying some bills and get to the point where the buildings may be auctioned off or almost auctioned off? So what is it within Umar that he doesn't recognize the need to grow beyond where he was at before, and he's just doing the same shit over and over again, same shit happening over and over again. He want to whine and complain about it. You would think that after 6.5 years, that's a long time, that Umar would have increased his business acumen. He could just watch. He can watch tutorials online. You know, those videos. You know, the business videos, entrepreneurship videos, so forth, so on. Go on Amazon and buy some books and read that shit instead of traveling around the world all the time and crushing cookies, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Thanks, Kid One, for the super chat. And again, it comes back down to this. He don't understand the cost of doing business. Real talk. Thank y'all, everyone, for the super chats. You know, I'm thinking what we might have to do is do this as a part 2, but let's see how much further we can get through this. We still got 1,870 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. Shout out to Good Crush Chat. Hope you guys are enjoying this mini marathon on Labor Day. Happy Labor Day to everybody in the Cookie Crush Chat. Let's keep going. Here we go.
City attorneys, and guess what they told me? They said,
what they did?
We did not handle the paperwork for your lien in judgment.
Wow.
So if y'all didn't handle it, who did?
Yeah.
So they said I got to get in contact with another office. So
There
Baba,
you go.
listen, this is what I'm going to do. Let me tell you what the vision. Here's the vision. I think we're going to have to sue the city. I do not think they're going to stop with the discrimination. I don't think they're going to stop with the negligence. I don't think they're going to stop with the hostility.
Wait a minute, but I thought you said you paid it all off. What's the problem? Anybody? Didn't you say? Did I get that wrong? Didn't he say that he paid everything off? So what's the problem now? Even if it was a payment plan, good. It's a step in the right direction. What? Am I wrong? I thought he said that he paid it all off, James. What in the world? Bills are racist. Did these racist ass bills that I didn't pay? That's why they're racist, because I didn't pay them. Before that, we were fine until they start messing. They start messing with me. That's too far. These bills, these racist ass bills, I can't get ahead in life because they're racist. He's something else. That's the young people be saying clocking. I said, what? What are you talking about clocking? Yeah, any lawsuit, there must be a legal basis. So Umar, what is there a legal basis that the bills are racist against you? That's good. Boy, that's crazy. More Thread says he is not going to get a lot of support anymore. I agree. He about to be live streaming in his car mad with this. Oh, I know, because winter's coming this winter, shaming people for not finding him places to speak again. Like he does every single year. Thanks for the consult. Oh, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. Inevitably, because it always ends up back, especially once winter starts to hit. That's what I'm saying. I anticipate a major Umar crash out. Okay, I could be wrong. I'm just saying this, that I anticipate it, because his Umar can't even go live, like you're saying. He can't even go live right now on his own platform, because he knows that his followers, even his own followers, they're gonna go in on him. you put that up against the fact that he has all of this lingering debt. Now he says he paid it off, but I'm led to believe, because if you paid it off, you should be done with it. You shouldn't even be talking about it. It's over with, right? Unless you didn't pay it all off, and like the city said, you went into a payment arrangement. But see, that means that you don't have the money. If you have to go into in general, it would mean that you don't have it. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but in Umar's case, I believe that that's what it means. So in other words, you can be in a situation where you have the money to pay, but you just don't want to. You want to hold on liquid cash, what have you. So you're going to hold off. You go into payment agreement, pay a little bit of interest on it. Okay, that's fine, because in the bigger scheme of things, you want to have that liquid cash for what you're doing. Okay, I get that, but that's not Umar's situation. He's living Cash App, not even Cash App. He's living PayPal to PayPal donation. That's what Umar's doing. So if, in fact, he pays it off, it should be done with. He shouldn't even be speaking on it. And he should come to the people and say, listen, I did pay all that off. I'm going to take the one who donated for it because I was begging for that, and we got it done. We're going to move on. Here's the next thing we're going to focus on. But not Umar. If, in fact, he paid it off. I don't think he paid it off. I believe the city. I believe the city went into, and he said they offered him one in the first place, a payment agreement. He agreed to the payment agreement, which stopped this whole potential for it going to the next step of being a sheriff's cell. But he still owed money. Now, what's going to happen with all of this pressure? Because he still has to pay that off. Okay, the money's not coming in like it used to. His followers they're turning their backs on him because he lied about Lenon. He lied about, I know they don't really care about me per se, but he lied about me. We hacked their accounts. He said their accounts were frozen, etc. A lot of these Umar Johnson followers, they know that it's a bunch of bullshit. They know that it is. All right, he talks reckless about Lenon and her private parts. Who does that as a man? That a lot of his followers, they didn't appreciate that. So you have all this stuff building up, but then you look at Umar Johnson's speaking engagements, they've dried up too. And that's how he survives in the winter. Because he doesn't have his own place to stay. So that's why he always begs for venues during that time. I remember there was one year where he said he's doing this Black Parent Boot Camp shit. But that was his way to be able to get out of Philly once that late fall, early winter start to hit, because it gets real cold out there, and Umar don't like the cold, literally. Marshmallow ass. So you have all of these things. It's a pressurized situation. His followers, they recognize that he's a scammer. More and more people on YouTube are speaking out about him on different social media outlets, and then you have Umar, a homeless man since 2019, now having to face a winter again in Philadelphia. I expect a crash out at some point, because Umar, he doesn't know how to handle the pressure. Now, by me saying this, Umar's going to try his best not to, because he watches these videos. But Umar, winter's coming. Yeah. Winter's coming. Da, 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 da. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. Thanks some more threads for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get back to it. We're gonna go for, we already passed the 6 hour mark. Let's go for another 10 minutes. We'll have to come back to the rest of this tomorrow, because we're a little bit over halfway through. We're at the 42-minute mark, but we just have some more to get into tomorrow. Here we go.
I think we're going to have to sue them, and I think we're going to have to protest them too. I think we're going to have to march on them. I don't see them stopping this, because you're dealing with Negroes. You're dealing with Negroes who don't want me there. Now, I'm not talking about the people now. When I talk about the city, I'm talking about government. I'm not talking about the brothers and sisters in the community. They love us. We got nothing but love. Of course, there's a couple of haters in every city. Yeah. Yes, I got some haters there, obviously. But the general community, they support and love us. They donate to us. When I talk about the city, I'm not talking about the people.
Right,
I'm talking about the government and the Negroes in the bureaucracy who are intentionally trying to sabotage us so we never open up, because they don't want me there for their own personal reason. Maybe it's because I'm from Philadelphia. You know how that small town thing goes. Some of them feel like we don't need them here. Let's sabotage. Others because they don't like what I stand for, what I believe in, whatever. Or maybe they just black bourgeoisies with an uppity Negro whitewash attitude. I don't know what it is, Baba.
Negro peers.
Nothing but hostility.
Yeah, see how he talks about black people? All disrespect. I guess he's including Mark Lamont Hill in this too. By the way, Umar posted an hour ago. He's watching this. Y'all want to see the post? And shout out to Brother James for sending it to me. Let me know. Hit the one if you want me to show it, and I'll read it to you He's watching this right now. He has been watching this. But see, Umar, you're still a coward because you're not going to say my name because you know that people are going to come up over here. And some of your followers, they'll come over here, they talk shit. I get it. I get it. But see, you can't deal with the facts and the receipts. I've done the analysis. I've done the research. Yeah, you Umar Johnson followers, you guys can do whatever you do and lie, and it is what it is. Send my wife messages and shit. Yeah, you've done it. But at the end of the day, you still can't fuck with me intellectually. I see a lot of ones in here. Okay, let me pull it up. Oh, give me 1 second. Where did it go? I thought I downloaded it to my... Oh, here it is. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, okay. I see. I have it in my 2025 folder, but let me just put it on my desktop for now. That way I can get to it easier. All right, here it is. Excuse my stomach. Here we go. So this is from an hour ago, a little over an hour ago. It says the FDMG, and we've been live streaming now for 6 hours at this mini marathon. Mini marathons are 6 hours, and around 6 hours. A full marathon is 12 hours. We haven't done a full marathon in a while. The FDMG Academy received no communication from the city of Wilmington from the March 7th letter through that we were talking about this. That's why Umar, he has to reiterate this to paint his narrative. Boy, he's something else. From the March 7th letter through the August 8th sheriff lien posting on our front door, threatening to sell our schools 5 months. The only communication was the telephone calls that I made to the city the first week of April, trying to seek clarity. We never received any phone calls again and never received any communications, phone, email, postal mail from anyone from the March 7th letter to August 8th, even though we paid off the entire $30K water bill. We were kept completely in the dark for 5 months. It doesn't matter. That water bill has nothing to do with these other fees, Umar. You knew about these other fees going back to April. You should have paid them in April. Really, you should have been paying on them going all the way back to February of 2019. We believe that once our accounts were frozen, someone inside the city machine decided that the time was ripe to try and steal our property without us even knowing. What in the world? Someone may have suspected that I would be out of the country and never see the sheriff posting tape on our front door. Is that what you saying, Umar? Man, you tripping. Umar, you tripping. Damn. And 564 likes. Boy, I tell you, these people. Yeah, they trying to steal. Yeah, that's real talk. Yeah. Yeah, that's this winter coming, boy. I'll tell you. Them White Walkers. You know, Umar, he like them snow bunnies. Yeah, this is crazy right here. This has to be up there. One of the craziest conspiracy theories, crazy stuff. That's what I'm starting to think that, and I don't mean to say that to be mean or disrespectful. I actually think that there's something up here with Umar. It's just off. It's off. Again, he can speak well. He can recite numbers and dates and that type of thing. But in terms of being a high functional individual in society, he just doesn't have that. Yeah, I can't believe this guy. So he's watching this live stream right now. Yeah, Umar, when you're ready to come on, just let me know. Let me know. We'll have you on. And I'll ask you questions and I'll interrogate you. And then you'll go off and start ranting shit because you know how you act. You don't know how to act. Let's see here. Kimmy Kim says, hey, then Umar wants a deal on everything, even the bills. Life doesn't work that way. It don't work that way. And it's a conspiracy if people don't acquiesce. It's bizarre. Yeah, again, he lives in an alternate reality. Now here's the thing. Let's say if you have a long-standing debt, there is a way, depending on the company that you're dealing with, to wherein you could pay off, you can come to a payment agreement. So let's say if you owe $40,000, you say, hey, listen, I've been holding on to this debt you know, the likelihood of me coming up with $40,000 over the next 4 years is extremely low. Can we go to a settlement agreement where I pay $20,000 and I clear this debt? And there are companies that say, okay, we'll go ahead. And there's a process that you have to go through. And the person that you're talking to, they have to go to their superior and they have to ask whether or not this is okay. And if they agree to it, they'll agree to it because they just want to get some money. And then you pay off the $20,000 and then that's it. All the whatever else you would have owed normally, that's wiped off of the books. You guys understand what I'm saying? So the point is with Umar is that if he was serious about any and all of this, that he could have a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, talk to and say, hey, listen, this is a situation. I know these bills are accruing. I don't have the money or whatever the case may be. Can I pay this amount off? And now, again, it depends on what the situation is. If the city's not going to go in, and in this situation, I don't think they're going to collections. They're saying, hey, listen, we're just going to sell these shits off at a sheriff sale and we'll recoup the money that way. But the point that I'm getting at is that Umar, because he's not high functioning in society, in his own mind, that doesn't even become a reality, a potential reality to where, and you can come to a payment agreement because, and I guarantee you, listen, Umar, he owes a lot of money to a whole lot of people. This is just what we know about right now. But if he was high functioning in society, he would figure out legitimate ways as opposed to lying and creating these conspiracy theories of how they're trying to sabotage and steal his. Again, the bank account got frozen because Lenon and Lenon and you know, now I need money for me and my mama and all this other stuff. He wouldn't have to do all that. See, life doesn't work that way. You can't get a deal on everything. Some things, yeah, you can get a deal on. No. Yeah, you can get a deals on things, but not on everything. But he wants everything for on it. He want to hook up. That's the problem with Umar. Thank you, Kimmy Kim, for super chat. Excuse me. Manny says Umar could have gone to the city of Wilmington, Delaware in person. Yeah, that's what he should have done. He should have gone down there in a suit and tie and handled business. Now, I'm going to tell you what the issue really is. Umar didn't have the money. The whole bank account, that's a lie. They're getting frozen, that's a lie. See, think about this. Umar, if the money was sitting in these accounts and they get frozen a couple months ago, well, they weren't frozen back in April. If they weren't frozen back in April, why didn't you just pay this shit off back in April? Oh, well, because I want to pay the water bill, and then I want to talk and see about this. No, that's not how life works. You can't get everything on a hookup deal. See, the truth of the matter is, and this is what it all comes down to, because the scam is all about the money. It's not even about the school. The scam is the money. Umar ran out of money, and he ran out of money long time ago. That's why he sets up this narrative going all the way back to July 9th of 2025, where he alludes to the notion that Lenon stole his bank account information. That's July 9th. July, August, and now here we are in September. So we're talking, all this goes back 2 months ago. And then if we go back even further, we go back to, what was this? March 7th of 2025. He should have handled this back then. And then he also says, you know what else he said? I'm just going to say that we're going to get back to it. That November 1st, that he may be on the hook, his followers, his donors may be on the hook for $24,000. Anyway, the point I want to make is that he's had plenty of time to handle this, but he didn't have the money. He could have handled this in March. He could have handled this prior to his quote unquote bank accounts being frozen. I don't believe that his bank accounts were frozen. I don't believe that at all. Thank you, Manic, for the super chat. Okay, let's go for 5 more minutes and we'll be back tomorrow with the part 2 to finish this one out. But here's that post again. Yeah, Umar, he's something else. I can't believe this guy. Actually, I can't. He does stuff like this. It's just not normal for someone to go through these extents to create these false narratives and keep lying. I mean, he double downs on things. I don't get that. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
From the city government since we bought the school. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Okay.
Remember the festivals? We did 2 festivals.
Yes, I got my festival shirt on.
The first festival, Baba, do you know it almost didn't happen? Because the secretary for special events, just like the secretary for vacant properties, was not returning phone calls.
Wow.
Same thing. We had to get an attorney.
Wow.
Our attorney in 2021 had to call the city attorney for Wilmington, Delaware, and ask him, why isn't this woman giving us our special event permit? Our festival is in 2 days.
Wow.
Where is our permit? We filled out the paperwork.
Yeah.
It's always something.
She's dragging us. And it was the city attorney, Baba, who forced the secretary for special events to process our payment. Process our paperwork. Guess when we got the letter? Guess when we got our permit for the festival, Baba?
The same day, that morning.
The day before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember all that. But see, if Umar had handled business months before like he should have, he wouldn't have been in that position. Anybody remember that? Hit the one. He wouldn't even have been in that position in the first place. But he don't handle business. So you get the permit first before you even tell people that you're going to have an event. And you do it many months in advance. You can do it a year in advance, I would think. Okay, but at least 3-4 months. But he didn't handle the business. All right, anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
If we didn't get that paperwork Friday, we would have had to cancel the entire festival because that woman wanted to sabotage us. So wait a minute, Baba. Let's go to the next
sabotage. Here we go. Sabotage.
2022. It happens again. Remember, she told me that somebody else has already taken out a permit to have a festival in front of your school on your day. Remember that, Baba?
Umar, I remember that Umar was so mad. People were blaming me for that. I ain't done. I don't do stuff like that. I just can't. I wouldn't do that. But someone did. I remember that. Hit the two if y'all remember that one. Here we go.
Wow. So who was that? Did they say who it was?
Already requested a festival in front of your school. She said at this address on this day.
Wow.
And I asked her, who in the hell is going to ask to have a festival in front of FDMG? Baba, we don't have no neighbors. We're the only people on the block.
I've been there. That's right.
We're the only people on the block. So who is asking to have a festival in front of our school on the same day as us?
It had not even been advertised.
She never answered the question.
Wow.
She never answered the question. Wow. So guess what, Baba? The city attorney, once again, our attorney, once again, had to call the city attorney and make her give us a permit.
Wow.
I'm giving you these stories, Baba, because I want you to see that the city has been hostile, city government, not the people. I love Wilmington, Delaware, not the people.
Yeah.
I'm going to be moving to Wilmington, Delaware when the school's ready.
Yeah.
Not the
This guy, he don't stop. I'm gonna be moving to Wilmington, Delaware when the school open. Really? All right, let's go back to 2019, shall we? You gotta go get into the crates. Here we go. 2019.
Send those resumes in. Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to, what happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
This is such a shame. It's sad. Living in all that filth for years. That's hoarder shit. This is 2019. Now Umar's saying when he moved to Wilmington in 2025 after the school opened, he's saying this in 2025.
People. I'm talking about the government and the Negro bureaucracy. People. I'm permit.
Wow.
I'm giving you these stories, Baba, because I want you to see that the city has been hostile, city government, not the people. I love Wilmington, Delaware, not the people.
Yeah.
I'm going to be moving to Wilmington, Delaware when the school ready.
Yeah.
Not the.
But I thought you said that you were in the
Wrong
process.
alpha male, send those resumes in.
Didn't he say he was in the process of moving in 2019, 6.5 years later?
FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
And to be fair, it's actually about 6 years later because this video, he did this video in 2019. Yeah.
FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG.
Is there anyone in the chat room who they haven't seen this video? Because I see people saying, wow, like they haven't. Is there anyone in this chat room who has not seen this? Hit the one.
Resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened?
You haven't
in the process
seen it?
of relocating.
I know you've seen it.
To
You've seen it
Wilmington,
many
Delaware,
times.
so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
Oh,
I'm
really?
in the process
yeah.
of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, there's people who haven't
I'm
seen
in the
this
process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating.
That sound like me. Pay your bills, homeboy. That sounds like something I would say. All right, and this is in 2019 when he flipped his phone, y'all. Okay. Let me play it one more time for people who haven't seen it before. And then we're gonna wind this up. Here we go.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating.
There you
to
go.
Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
And it is so filthy in there too. Let me just show y'all. Look at this. That look like someone he's in the process of moving. I mean, this is a hoarder situation.
Mail.com is resume. MG resumes.
Man. Every time I see this, I'm appalled. It's like it's all the anyway.
Mail.com is what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, living in squalor. Yep. we're in the process of dirty. Yeah, it's strewn all over the place. Yeah, there's trash and filth all over, stacked up on top of each other. Look at that. Boy, this right here, I'll start glitching seeing something like this. There's no way. Man. And then this is a more recent video from 2020. And actually, it's the following year because he moves into his mama's closet. He goes to live with his mama. See that, all the filth? I wonder if this is the one where it, when it downloaded, he starts talking and someone said it's German. Let me see.
Wer ist der Nächste, der sich
Y'all would have watched. Let's see. Is it German? It's either German or someone said it was German. I thought they said it was German. Let's see. Y'all, what's up, Golden Child? Y'all want me to play? Let me play. I don't know why it's so funny. Let it play today. This chat room is crazy. Boy, the Cookie Crush chat ain't nothing like it on planet Earth. Let me let it play. I want to see what he got to say. Here we go.
Wer ist der Nächste, der sich einmischt? Wer ist der Nächste, der sich einmischt? Wer ist der Nächste, der sich einmischt?
What does that mean? Who's the next caller? Because that's what he says. He says, who's the next caller?
Wer ist der Nächste? Einmischen.
Einmischen. Okay. And I have the English version. I don't know why when I downloaded it translated into German. I don't know why. Here we go.
Cornel West kandidiert für das Präsidentenamt. Ich habe gehört, er ist gegangen. Er soll seine Party verlassen haben. Er geht zu einer anderen. Ich falte meine Klamotten neu. Familie. Das ist alles natürlich. Das ist alles natürlich. Ich muss mich nur um ein paar Klamotten kümmern. Wer ist der Nächste?
Who's the next caller? That's what I think that he's saying right there. Knitted the biscuit or whatever.
Frieden und Liebe, schwarze Familie. Ich grüße.
Okay, that's another one. Let me see. Is this the right one? Let me see.
Wer ist der Nächste, der
I can't find the right one. I need to delete this one, but it's so funny.
sich einmischt? Wer ist der Nächste, der sich einmischt?
All right, let me see if I can
Wer
find it
ist
one
der
more time.
Nächste, der sich
Hold on one
einmischt?
second. It's funny though. All right. Excuse my stomach. I need to eat.
Wer ist der Nächste? Einmischen.
Yeah, I think this is the one right here. And if this ain't it, we're going to move on. But I think this is the right one.
Medusa going.
Yeah, this is it. Here we go.
Red Medusa going twice. Red Medusa going. I thought there was a like men accomplish jobs.
You feel about that? Yes,
I
sir.
feel the same way about that. Ultra projects, own community.
They had burned down another one in his house in Jersey or somewhere out there at the time when they were burning it down. Yeah, they're trying to erase the history, Dr. Umar. But you keep doing your thing, Dr. Umar. You definitely got a lot of good followers out here. Good people.
Appreciate you, my brother. I appreciate you. All right, now be blessed.
See, he accidentally flipped his phone. Look at the film. There's actually a bag of potatoes in there in the bottom corner. See, he has a tripod right there. This is Mama Closet. I actually think I will continue to say Mama Closet simply because it's funnier than anything else. But that's what I initially. But what I think this is the washer and dryer room where they would have the washer and dryer, but there is no washer and dryer so what he did is which is a shame because he should be washing his clothes. He was washing his mama clothes. What he did was he just turned this into his own storage space, and this is Umar stuff. Look at it. It's not his mama stuff. And if you look at the bottom corner, that's a bag of potatoes. Can't nobody make this make sense. So you got oils and stuff, Egyptian book.
Who we got next tapping in? Who we got next?
Yeah, he got books behind him. See that the book? There's a bookshelf back
tapping in.
And this stuff, he moved all this stuff from his old apartment into a lot of his stuff into the gym. But then there's stuff that he brought over to his mama's house, and this is Mama Closet. I just called it Mama Closet. Yeah. All right. Okay, we got blown off. If you guys don't mind, let's do 5 more minutes for sure, and then we're going to be done for today. We'll come back tomorrow with part 2 of this, and we'll finish up the second half of the video. It'll be a shorter live stream. Probably get it all done in about 2 hours. Also want to get into this video right here. There's a brother named Famer2 who went up there and took video, and he went I mean, he really did an excellent job, because he goes and not on the inside, but on the outside, and he goes everywhere that you can actually look and see. And I mean, it's horrible out there, straight up horrible. So we'll get into this maybe not tomorrow, maybe on today, because today is Monday, maybe on Wednesday we'll specifically address this, but tomorrow we'll finish up this video right here.
I'm talking about the government, Negro bureaucracy, not everybody in the government and not everybody in the Negro bureaucracy, but certain key people.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, I even sat back and I was like, damn. And shout out to the brother who went out there and did that. I was trying to see if he had a Cash App. I wanted to send him a little something, but I couldn't find anything on his YouTube page. He had a website listed too, but it redirects him to his YouTube page. But I want to hit him up with something, because he was way out of his way. And it's an important, again, yesterday's interview, that Information Man, if you guys haven't viewed it yet, he did with Brother Muhammad. If you guys haven't viewed that, it's one of the most important interviews that I have seen in all these years dealing with Umar. So I want to encourage, I posted it on, I promoted it yesterday on my YouTube page. I want to encourage everyone to check that out when you have some time. Okay. Very important. But also this brother who went up there, and I mean, he was thorough. He went behind the buildings. He walked around. I mean, and you can see very clearly that these buildings are in horrible shape. So shout out to that brother. And if I'm able to get a hold of his Cash App, or if he has PayPal, I'm gonna send him a little something, because he's from New York. He went out there from New York, and he did a fantastic job. Shout out to him. So we'll cover that probably on Wednesday, and of course I'll make sure to give him his flowers for going out and do that, because I mean, he was very thorough, very thorough. Okay, let's take 4 more minutes to watch this video, and then we'll be up out of here for today. Thanks everyone for tuning on. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and close out this poll before we really wind this down. I hope you guys enjoyed this marathon, this Labor Day marathon. I don't do marathons all that often, but whenever I can. I wasn't planning on doing this, but my son, he was like, "Yeah, Dad, you gonna do a marathon?" I said, "No." He says, "Well, you should." Or he didn't say marathon. He said, "You gonna do a live stream?" And I was like, "Nah." He says, "You should." I said, he's like, I said, "Why?" He says, "Because we can order food." So I said, "Okay." And they ordered a gang of food. Let me close out. Did I already close out the poll? I don't see the poll anymore. You know what? The poll may have already ran out of time. I think that's what happened. I apologize, because it's not showing up there. It might have closed itself out on its own. And if that's the case, I don't actually see it. So anyway, thanks everyone who voted on the poll. I appreciate that. We had over 1,500 likes during the video, and we had over 2,000 people watching live. So that's absolutely fantastic. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chats on. If you thanks to the mods too for handling business too. Let's take 4 minutes to watch this video. I'll get to the final super chats, and then we'll be up out of here. We still got about 1,855 people in the video. If you enjoyed the video or this live stream at any point, go and hit that like button. Help to get this video out into the algorithm. I appreciate that. All right, here we go.
Are definitely undermining us and sabotaging us.
Not red tape, but brown tape.
Let me give you one more, Baba, and then we can go to the phones if you want.
Yeah, because we do have some callers.
Yes, sir. This is my last comment. And for my brothers and sisters in Wilmington, Delaware, if there's anything you want to share with me, if there's any meetings about gentrification, if there's any way I can...
No, it's not German. He's choking on germ. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. To this day, I don't understand why when I downloaded it, it converted it and translated it into out of all language into what did I say? German. And it sounds German to me. I don't even know for sure, but that's what somebody was saying. Thanks, Kipwana, for the super chat. Matter of fact, let me do the super chats real quick because I'm way behind, and then we'll watch another 4 minutes. I promise of this video, then we'll close out. Yeah, I answered. We got to this one earlier. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kimmy Kim, as well. More threads. Ginger Spice says, Lenon, I'm wishing on a star you could have a talk with Umar. That would be the discussion of the year. Yeah, it would be. I think people will probably be talking about it for more than a year. I think you know, and then later on down the line, let's say if he goes to prison. No, I shouldn't say it that way. But if he gets hemmed up by the IRS, then that conversation would be huge. People will come back and watch that. Real talk, I would be more than willing to interview Umar or debate Umar dealing with this school scam. The door is open. I don't have any animosity towards Umar or his followers for that matter, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And as men, we should stand up for what's right. It's that simple. Umar's a pathological liar who does not care about black people. So you can't say you care about black people if you don't even care about your own daughter. Life doesn't work that way. You can't say that you care about black people if you don't even take proper care of your mama. And Lene sent me the receipts too. Well, we ain't gonna get into that during this live stream, but she sent me the receipts on that, and the mama and her. I'm gonna leave it right there. You can't say that you love black people and you got your mama living in filth and suffering. Life, it just doesn't work that way. You can't say you love black people, but you've taken bare minimum from 2019 to 2024, $1.6 million and ain't got shit to show for it. And then make up every excuse that you can come up with to not hold yourself responsible and accountable for scamming black people out of their money. You can't say that you love black people if you out here running through these black women. That's a huge one right there. So if you really loved black women, then you would commit to one. And it's that simple. Amen. I'm gonna say it again. If you love black women, then you'll commit to one. And that's it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Ain't no need to be trying to crush cookies up over here, always talking about sex and cookies this and cookies flavors and 5 thick. And what's wrong with you? You 51 years old. Something wrong with you, bro. You can't say you love black women, and you can't say that you love black people either. How can you love black women, but you're going to talk all crazy sex talk about Lene like you did, or about the conscious stripper like you did? How can you say you love black people, but if you guys listen to Umar when he talk about black people, it's all negative? When's the last time you heard Umar say something loving about black people? I'll wait. You can't say you love black people if you won't even let your siblings see their mama. You wouldn't even let your mama's mama see your mama before she passed away. Rest in peace. Your grandmama, you wouldn't even let her see your mama. Can't say you love black people. It don't work that way. So the point that I'm making is I don't hold any animosity towards Umar or to his followers, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And Umar's wrong on many different levels. That being said, he's welcome at any time to get his lazy, scandalous, scamming, deadbeat, trifling ass up on my platform and debate me on FDMG. Charlemagne, you're welcome too. Mark Lamont here, you're welcome too as well. But Umar, yeah, he wouldn't do it because he's a coward. Real quick, Umar, if you love black people, then you would have never doxed my personal information those many years ago and told your followers to come up and confront me, talking about pull-up team and for them to suit up, boot up, and grip up. Huh? You wouldn't have had your followers going after my wife and after my kids and after my extended family members. Umar, if you love black people, you wouldn't have turned yourself into what you've turned yourself into, which is an absolute disgrace for the world to see. Thank you, Ginger Spice, 444 for the $44.44 super chat. Next time, make it $88.88. You know I got to do it. I have to do it every time. Thank you, Ginger Spice, for the super chat. William says, new movie, Omar Ifa Tunde, a series of unfortunate events, many unfortunate events. It's always something with him. Hashtag victim mentality. You're absolutely right, William. It's always something. From the beginning, it's always something. You guys go back to 2005 resignation. I wish we had time to get to it today, but you go back to the resignation letter, and it's the same thing. It's always something with this guy. He's always the victim. See, if you're a one-man show and you're in charge of everything and everything fails and it's always something, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Again, it's a one-man show. You in charge, megalomania. You got all this money and everything. There's always some problem. It's always whose fault is that? It's your fault, Umar. But he can't hold himself accountable. It's the narcissism. It's always someone else's fault. I'm just saying it's not manly to have that approach to life, especially as black men, because we have enough that we have to deal with that other people don't have to deal with. Real talk. I'm not using that as an excuse and woe's me and all this kind of shit. I don't believe in that. The game is rigged. All right, I get it, but you still get your ass up there and you play the game and you do your best. You run your race and don't complain about it in the process. You do better. But with Umar, he don't even want to run the race. He just wants to sit on the sideline and blame other people as to why it is that he can't win. It's not manly. Thank you, William. JP became a new member. Thank you so much, JP. Let me do this other one real quick. Mr. I don't give a shizzle says, I guess he has German Goonie Goons too. He probably do. He got Goonie Goons in Germany. He got Goonie Goons in Atlanta. He got Goonie Goons in New York. He got Goonie Goons in Madagascar. He got Goonie Goons in Ghana. He got Goonie Goons in South Africa. He got Goonie Goons, Florida. He got Goonie Goons in Canada. He got Goonie Goons everywhere. They call him on the phone every month. Thank you, Mr. I don't give a shizzle. Golden Child says, how do you say mama's closet in? I don't know. Let me go. Let me see if I can get that for you. How do you say mama's closet in, in German? Mama's Kleiderschrank. It's mama's Kleiderschrank. Mama's Kleiderschrank. Mama's Kleiderschrank. Hey, Umar, you need to get out your mama's Kleiderschrank. All right. That's too funny. Shout out to Gold Child. Thank you, sir. Kid Juan says, no, it's not German. He's okay. I got that one. All right. Thank you. Kim sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then James says, Mary Ann Lawrence starting the casting for the making of Awaken. Amen. Yeah, we're going to be here for it. We're going to be here for it. Yeah, I look forward to that. It's going to have a major impact. And Umar, he's afraid of her more than anybody. That's why he ain't, and I told her this, that's why Umar ain't said nothing publicly. See, he was afraid of Lene, but see, he was able to pull that whole, the sex card out, but he can't do that with Mary Ann Lawrence because it was all business with her. So he can't talk reckless like he did with Lene, which was a bad move anyway. That messed him up bad. He thought they backfired big time on him. His father's a lot of them. It's like, we done with you talking about this woman like that. She was good enough for you to have sex with, but also to take care of your mama. But now you got an issue. See, yeah, Umar, he fears Lene as well, but see, he won't even speak on Mary Ann Lawrence. He's such a coward. And I explained that we were talking about. I said the reason why he ain't spoke on you is because he's extremely fearful, and he knows that if more people heard how he did you, then a lot of people are going to wake up to Umar. Understand, people. Part of the reason why I broke up these interviews into shorter segments is to get them into the algorithm so that more people will find it, and so that more people will see how trifling Umar is. It also allows me to tap into the audience of people who complain about the long form videos. I start doing short form videos, and there's people who complain about those. Can't win for losing, but I'm gonna still try. See? But it's strategic because it puts this information out there into the algorithm, and all of it's leading up to when later on down the line, when Mary Ann Lawrence is done with the making of Awaken, when that drops, the audience will already be ready and prepared to see it. And Umar fears that more than anything else. By the way, you guys remember, and we'll close out after this. We'll get to this other video, the video for today. We'll get the rest of it tomorrow. By the way, remember when Mary Ann, some of you guys may have not seen it, and I haven't covered it yet. Mary Ann Lauren made it very clear that there was a point while they were filming this documentary or working on this, the film on Umar, that Umar requested that he have a love scene with a white woman, a snow bunny. Do you guys remember she said that? This is in a recent video. Well, if you go back to the video where Umar is out there, and I have a bit of it in the yesterday's video that I uploaded, and you listen to what Umar says, he confirms that. He says there will be a scene with a snow bunny. There will be a scene with the snow bunny. I can't say too much, but there, you see, he confirms it. And that was not something that Mary Ann Lauren wanted to happen. In fact, she's the one that talked him out of doing that. I mean, it's her movie, but she was adamant, no, we're not going to do that. That's something that Umar suggested. So we're going to see. We're going to see when that drop, boy, I tell you. Thanks, James, for letting me know. I appreciate it. I saw the video too where she says that, but thanks for mentioning it here because more people to hear about this. Thank you so much, brother. Thanks for all your help too. I appreciate you. CJ says, with all due respect, you're too merciful on to Umar and his supporters. People can only be so very stupid so very often. Well, I try to have grace and understanding, more so for his followers than for Umar. But I've given Umar a lot of grace too, and Umar is such a deceiver. And see, I'm into sci-fi, not just sci-fi, but Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. You can look at this, how the Sith Lords operate. There's a way that they operate and they fool people. It's not right. It's wrong. And they manipulate people. Anakin Skywalker, he was manipulated crazy. He ended up killing Padme. And Padme was pregnant with his babies. What kind of shit? But that goes way back to Palpatine. He manipulated that whole situation, and it had been since Anakin was a child. He come up through the Jedi, but he's imprinting on him, and it ultimately turns him into a Sith Lord, Darth Vader. But the point is, when you see that time, and it's not just with sci-fi movies, you see it in other movies too. Like I don't really get into the movies, like Marvel and all that stuff. I'm not all into that. I actually think it's a cheap form of sci-fi in the bigger scheme of things. It's more action. I'm not into action. Some of it's comedy. I don't think comedy should be a substantive part or a substantial part of sci-fi, in my opinion, because I'm a purist with these regards. The point is that if you look carefully and you see how Palpatine is so manipulative of people, and you see how Sauron was so manipulative of the elves and so forth and so on, you see it in Umar. And so that's why I have a level of grace and offer a level of grace to his followers, because they don't realize how much they've been manipulated. Just like Anakin, he didn't know how much he had been manipulated. The elves didn't know how much they had been manipulated to forge the ring, so forth and so on. 10 for the men, 3 for the elves, and I think it was 7 for I always forget what's called I want to say hobbits, but not the hobbits. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, and then the one ring that Sauron ultimately creates to rule them all. His plan didn't quite work out, but you see how he manipulated the dwarves. That's what I was saying, the dwarves earlier. But you see how he's manipulated people. Well, there are human beings that do the same type of shit, and Umar's one of them. Jay Morrison is another one. Palpatine Polite is another one. Nature Boy is another one. So this ought to say that I look at Umar Johnson followers as victims in all of this. So I have to extend a level of grace, and hopefully these videos will help at least some of them to come up from out of the spell that is Umar Johnson, because he's cast spells on these people. They just don't realize it. But I see it very, very clearly. I don't play that shit. See, people should be able to live their life and be able to live their life with informed consent, because that's freedom. You have the right to choose. But if you're manipulated into something, I know you're making a choice, but you're making the choice that they want you to make. The manipulator wants, the master manipulator wants you to make, not a choice that you would make otherwise. In other words, that if you had all of the information, would you have made the same choice? No, you would not have, because you would have the information that you needed. You would have the research in order. You would have the discernment needed to be able to make the adequate decision that's in your best interest, not the decision that's in Umar's best interest. Sauron got these people to do what was in his best interest. Palpatine got these people to do what was in his best interest, and they thought that it was in their own, and that they were making their own decision based upon knowledge, and based upon levels of understanding. That's not the case at all. And that's precisely what Umar has done to his followers. All right, thanks, TJ. So that's why I have a level of grace, less for Umar, but I still give him a level of grace too. In mercy, right? Thank you for super chat. And then Latoya, hey, how's it going? I ain't seen you in a long time. Says, hey, Lenon, I'm so proud of you. V Lurbid, so nice from. I think you said we learned so maybe so much from me. I don't know. I thought you were talking in German. I said, Immer Skirmish skimming Mama's Kleiderschrank. All right, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, Latoya, she was around when I was a broke bum. All right, so good to see you. I'm doing a whole lot better now. I just have to say that. Okay. Family doing a whole lot better too. Thank the Lord. Okay, thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, tell your husband I said hello too. All right, it's good people right there. I ain't seen you in so long. That made my night right there. Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed this mini marathon. Thanks to everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. Also, thanks to the mods for handling business. I know you guys probably had your work cut out for you all today, but like I said, I don't have any animosity towards you Umar Johnson followers. I just want to give you the information and do it in a way where it's entertaining at times, but also being fair to Umar. Like I said, I've never lied on Umar. He lied on me. He continues, and his followers be lying on me too. But that is what it is. I'm not in control of the lies that other people tell. I'm only in control of the truth that I will speak. And I have been wrong on certain things in terms of research, but it has to do with the research. And then over the years, as I've refined my research, the truth becomes more and more apparent. But I'm not the type of person that's going to get online and lie about anyone. It's just not something that I would ever do. I think that to do that, that's why it's so for me to hear Umar tell all these lies. Now he's lying on the city of Wilmington. He needs to be careful. He needs to be very careful. But it takes a certain type of person to tell lie after lie after lie and don't feel any remorse about it. Is that the type of person that you see as your leader, or someone you should follow, or someone that you should support, or someone that you should listen to? Those are critical questions that you, Umar Johnson followers, you have to answer for yourself. But I'm not going to disparage you in the process. I want the best for you. I can tell you one thing: Umar does not want the best for you. Just like Sauron didn't want the best for the people that he manipulated, and Senator Palpatine didn't want the best. Sith Lord didn't want the best for the people that he manipulated, including Anakin. Right. All right. Thank you guys again for tuning on in. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back tomorrow to do part 2 to finish this up. It'll be a shorter show because we're past the halfway mark, and we'll get right on into it to start doing the live stream. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat for all of the engagement inside the chat room. It's been going crazy all night long, all day and into the night long. And also thanks to everyone again who sent in super chats. I really do appreciate it. I always got to say this. I don't take it for granted at all. Last month was the best month that I've ever had on YouTube, and the month before that would be now the second best month. And I don't take that for granted at all. I'm very appreciative. Sometimes, I say to myself, is this even real? And then I'll say stuff. I got to get over this. I'll say stuff like, yeah, you don't deserve that. That's that poverty consciousness shit. Okay, so I've been working on it, and I've gotten better. That's like even with the clothes. My wife, she really had to persuade me to get clothes. So as I do these videos, and as you guys have blessed me, and by extension, you've blessed my family, it's also forcing me to look at things differently and how I see what I'm deserving of in life. And I'm really thankful for that. I appreciate you guys. Okay, each and every one of you. All right. Shout out to the Cook Crush chat. Listen, we'll be back tomorrow to finish up this particular video. We may even do a little bit more depending on how time goes. Again, happy Labor Day to you all. And thank you so much for joining me and the Cookie Crush chat for this very, very special mini marathon. All right. Okay. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate you all, and much respect to everybody. Make sure you guys head on over when you have some time to Information Man and watch the interview that he did with Brother Muhammad yesterday. One of the most important videos that I've seen dealing with Umar. Check that out, and we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Okay. All right. I'll talk to y'all soon. Y'all take care. Peace.